Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1: The Two Who Returned from the Oriole. Over 1,000 years before the Sensiki era. During the time of the unified empire, within the imperial territory, a carriage carrying two people slowly crossed rivers and mountains. Emerging from dense forests, it rolled gently down a small path winding through vast open fields. Agusheed, who had traversed this world and lived a 500-year life as a great demon, saw for the first time the city known as the imperial capital, Iceberg. A magnificent city, nearly comparable to the grandeur and beauty of ancient ruins. Yet all of this stirred not the slightest ripple in Agusheed's heart. So we finally see the capital again. In stark contrast to Agusheed, the red-haired woman beside him rested her cheek on one hand, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. The news of the Archmage Flamme's return must have spread by now, surely my students have been waiting eagerly. She spoke to herself, glancing sideways at the silent Agusheed. His face remained expressionless, almost dull. Can't you look forward to it, just a little? Maybe one of my students will be able to see through your disguise. Flamme smiled playfully, clearly amused by the idea. That's impossible. Agusheed dismissed her words with amusement. Other than His Majesty the Demon King, Ciri, and you, her disciple. No other magic user in this world can see through my disguise magic. Flamme didn't argue. She simply maintained that faint smile. Agusheed, you'll regret underestimating my students. Agusheed remained calm, eyes fixed on the magical auras radiating from the capital in the distance. If you think they can do what even the corrupt sage and the all-knowing one couldn't, I'll be watching with interest. Flamme dropped the topic. She stretched lazily, then leaned comfortably against Agusheed. Agusheed frowned and glanced at the sun to estimate the time. Didn't you just wake up? So I can't nap again just because I already woke up. Unable to refute her childish reasoning, Agusheed could only let her be. Flamme went from leaning to lying down, resting her head on his lap, watching his unmoved expression with a helpless smile. What a boring man. She closed her eyes and listened to the wind across the plain, murmuring softly. 10 whole years, such a long journey. Long. It's only been 10 years. If you hadn't insisted on taking a detour through the southern borders of the empire, it would have been even shorter. Flamme chuckled at his careless tone. True, only 10 years. What feels long to me is probably just a fleeting hundredth of your long life, isn't it? Agusheed didn't catch her deeper meaning. He simply replied honestly. You exaggerate. It's more like 1/50th. 1/50th. Really? Flamme feigned surprise, not upset by his lack of understanding. Agusheed, your life from now on will surely be longer than I can even imagine. Perhaps. What a perfunctory answer. Even if you say that, I can't give you a better one. I truly don't understand human emotions. Though she'd long known this, Flamme wasn't discouraged. After a moment of silence, just before Agusheed's attention drifted to the scenery again, she suddenly spoke. Agusheed, I want to tell you, I've fallen for someone. Agusheed paused, then nodded slightly. Who? Flamme chuckled softly at the expected response. A man completely oblivious to feelings. What do you mean? Then came silence. The two of them fell quiet, unsure how to continue the topic. After a while, Agusheed spoke first. You've been acting strange lately, Flamme. She rolled over on his lap. Strange how? Raising a finger, Agusheed began listing details from memory. After we escaped Deathening Road and left Oriole, you were depressed for a while. But ever since I mysteriously passed out for a few days at the goddess's monument in the Offen Mountains due to goddess magic, you've been unusually cheerful. Happier even than when we reached Oriole. His words made Flamme open her eyes. Lying belly down on Agusheed's lap, she kicked her feet in the air. So, what do you want to ask? Agusheed asked directly, without any build-up. Did something happen during those days in the Offen Mountains that changed your outlook? Or are human emotions simply that fickle? Flamme let out a soft laugh, seemingly amused by the question. After thinking a bit, she chose not to answer directly, but asked in return. Which do you think is more likely, the first or the second? The first. Flamme closed her eyes again, and lied. Too bad. You guessed wrong. It's the second. Agusheed, you really don't understand humans at all. For humans, surviving a disaster is something to be grateful for. She swung her legs playfully. Besides, just surviving an encounter with the Demon King is cause for celebration, isn't it? At the mention of the Demon King, Agusheed sighed. Asterisk, you've got some nerve, Flamme. You almost got me killed by His Majesty. He even banned me from setting foot in Ing Road for 1,000 years. Asterisk. How could I have known we'd run into the Demon King at the far northern edge of the continent? She showed no sign of guilt. Who'd have thought he'd build the Demon King's castle there? Agusheed had no retort. He never really argued with Flamme. More accurately, he no longer had the will to. Perhaps 500 years ago, when he first became a demon, he still had such emotions. But now. He turned his gaze to the open fields. Now. He couldn't even remember his name or face from his past life. Let alone those so-called feelings. In his 500 years as a solitary demon, he had forgotten almost everything except magic. Noticing something off about him, Flamme turned to face upward again. Gazing at his completely human-looking face. Even demons have things to worry about. As long as something is alive, it can feel joy, worry, and anger, right? Agusheed didn't deny it. What about love? At that sudden question, Agusheed placed a hand on Flamme's forehead. Confirming she wasn't feverish, he calmly replied. There you go again with your fantasies. Demons can't feel love. That strange concept of loving and being loved, I'd never understand it, even in 1,000 years. He wasn't exaggerating. When he realized he was losing his human emotions, he had tried to reclaim them. But centuries passed, and he not only failed, he lost even more. Flamme said nothing. She nestled closer on his lap. How far to the capital? At this pace, about 2 more hours. Estimating the distance from the city ahead. That long. She murmured, then reached up and poked his cheek. What is it? I want to see a flower field. You can't see that lying down here, and there aren't any around anyway. I want to see a flower field. Give me a break, Flamme. I want to see a flower field. My magic isn't for you to summon flower fields whenever you want. He lowered his head, about to refuse. But seeing her hopeful eyes, he sighed. Just this once. Agusheed raised his right hand. Magic that grants the body the properties of soil. Magic that lets things pass through clothes. And magic of blooming flowers. In an instant, flowers blossomed across his entire body. He placed his flower-covered hand before her eyes. Flamme laughed again. He'd said, just once, last time, too. So gentle. You really don't seem like a demon at all. She plucked a mirror lotus blooming over his heart. For a fleeting moment, Flamme wished time would stop. Just like the language of that flower. Chapter 2, King of the Hibiscus. As the founder of magic among humans. The hero who spread and popularized this wisdom throughout the unified empire. Just how revered was the first human archmage, Flamme, among the people of the empire? Even though Agusheed had learned the answer to that question well enough during their 10-year journey. When their carriage leisurely passed through the gates of the imperial capital under the respectful gaze of hundreds of imperial guards. The scene that unfolded before Agusheed still exceeded his expectations. Countless fireworks erupted in the sky the moment Flamme appeared before the people. Endless admiration and adoration surged forward amidst thunderous cheers. The passion of the people of Iceberg nearly drowned Flamme. Even Agusheed, simply because he was Flamme's companion and sat beside her, became the center of heated discussions among the citizens. That alone was enough. Flowers and crystals, delicacies, and fine wines were held high by countless people. They gave their all, just hoping for the slightest favor from Flamme. And Flamme. She did not ignore a single person, she responded to every hopeful gaze. To every cheering citizen, she returned a smile. Of course, this kind of scene was something Agusheed couldn't understand. It wasn't that he had never seen such grandeur. 300 years ago, he had been summoned by His Majesty the Demon King and was appointed as one of the 7 sages of ruin. That ceremony was far grander than this. Back then, tens of thousands of demons filled the sky and land. Even 5 high-ranking demons stood before His Majesty the Demon King. But at that time, Agusheed didn't feel any of what Flamme was experiencing now. There was no passion, no cheering. Certainly no respect. The tens of thousands of demons knelt only because of power. The 5 high-ranking demons smiled only because of his immense magical energy. Even the Demon King only intended to appoint him as one of the 7 sages of ruin because Agusheed was useful enough. But these people in front of him. Were there some who admired Flamme because of her power? Perhaps, but only a very small part. The rest revered her because of her actions. But why would humans feel such intense emotions for things that seemed so meaningless? Humans. I was once human too. But why is it that now I can no longer understand these emotions at all? 300 years ago, it was precisely because his humanity still lingered that he refused His Majesty's appointment. But now, 300 years later, looking at everything before him, he could no longer understand his choice back then, couldn't recall his thoughts at that time. Did you dislike that scene just now? Flamme's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. The carriage had already passed through the main street and was heading towards the Imperial Palace. Not dislike. I'm just troubled because I can't understand their feelings for you. I see. Flamme shook her head, looking at the troubled Agusheed with a helpless gaze. Put aside that trouble for now. Otherwise, my students might see through your magic of human disguise later. There you go again with that unrealistic nonsense. Despite saying that, Agusheed still adjusted his mood appropriately. He accompanied Flamme into the palace, under the vast dome. Everywhere he looked were court magicians. In the spacious corridors, all the court magicians stood in orderly lines, quietly watching as Flamme and Agusheed walked forward. Teacher. Seeing you return safely puts my heart at ease. Your Excellency, your long journey has finally come to an end. Did you find your journey enjoyable? It is truly an honor to see you again in my lifetime. One greeting after another resounded in succession. These court magicians, usually powerful and proud, now all bowed their heads in unison before Flamme. 10 long years. In the time I couldn't see, you all have gradually grown into the pillars of the Empire. Flamme looked at her disciples with great satisfaction. Then she grabbed Agusheed, who had been standing to the side with barely any presence, and pulled him to the front. Only then did the court magicians turn their attention to the young men standing beside their teacher. And then, they were startled. Such immense magical power. This was the surprised reaction from a few of the more ordinary court magicians. But in the next moment, their voices were drowned out by another cry of astonishment. Something's off. Wait, it's shaking. The strongest among them began to sense it, exclaiming without reservation. No way, the magic is trembling. Even with such monstrous magic, it's still being suppressed. No doubt, he's definitely an Archmage. This magical power rivals even that of a high-ranking demon. Listening to the string of reactions, although no one saw through the disguise magic on Agusheed, Flamme showed no disappointment. Instead, she seemed pleased that a few of them had noticed the slight tremors caused by Agusheed suppressing his magic. Is this a new disciple you took on during your journey? Suddenly, someone asked the question that everyone had been curious about. Flamme looked at their curious eyes and simply smiled without answering. You'll find out soon enough. Leaving those words behind, she led Agusheed deeper into the palace. Your students are quite talented. Walking along, Agusheed did not hesitate to offer his praise. Even though my magic suppression is far less refined than yours, the fact that they could see the tremors is proof they're geniuses. Though they still haven't reached the level of a high-ranking demon. I imagine that in a few decades, even facing the 7 sages of ruin, they might stand a chance. The talent of humans is terrifying. It took them just a little over a decade to catch up to what would take a demon centuries to achieve. But clearly, I wasn't wrong. As I said, they couldn't see through my magic. Agusheed spoke calmly. The absolute confidence in his own magic was a flaw shared by all demons. Hearing this, Flamme smiled mysteriously. Agusheed, it's far too early to make that judgment. Step. Agusheed stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed on the door to the library ahead. You're talking about the one behind that door. The way she suppresses her magic is so crude. And even without suppression, it doesn't seem to match the previous ones. Flamme, walking ahead, also stopped and turned to look at Agusheed. Trust me, Agusheed. That child will surpass your expectations. Bang. As Flamme's words fell, the door to the library was thrown open from the inside. Under the watchful eyes of Flamme and Agusheed, a small white-haired elf wearing a white dress poked her head out from the shadows. She waved at Flamme, who was right in front of her. Flamme, I heard you came back today, so I came to play with you. Chapter 3, The Trial. Staring at the short white-haired, expressionless elf before him, some vague memories and terms from Agusheed's long-forgotten past life flickered into his mind. I think I once accidentally watched an anime with this white-haired elf as the main character in my past life. It was called The Gifted King of Hibiscus. Shaking his head, Agusheed cast aside those blurred images. To him, remembering those so-called plotlines wasn't important. Because he simply did not care about the future's path. Besides, knowing the future wasn't necessarily a good thing. The Demon King's top strategist, the all-knowing one, Schlacht, possessed magic capable of foreseeing millennia into the future. He would not tolerate anyone else possessing the ability to predict the future. Although Agusheed did not fear facing Schlacht, he certainly disliked trouble. So, rather than grasping the future, Agusheed was more dedicated to reclaiming his humanity. But, the protagonist, huh? For once, Agusheed showed a bit of interest. Frieren. Beside him, Flamme burst out laughing with delight. She reached out and patted the white-haired elf's head as she approached. If you keep patting me like this, I won't grow tall, Flamme. Weren't you never going to grow tall anyway? Despite her words, Flamme withdrew her hand, giving the tiny elf a glimmer of hope for growth. I'm only a few hundred years old. I'll definitely grow taller in another 1,000 years. Unbothered by Flamme's prejudice, Frieren responded nonchalantly. Then, she looked at Flamme expectantly, stretching out her hand. Gift. Flamme glanced back at Agusheed. Though his expression remained impassive. Frieren's behavior certainly made Flamme's previous words harder to believe. Sigh. Flamme rubbed her forehead with one hand, then stepped aside, revealing Agusheed behind her. I'll give you a trial. If you pass, I'll give you the spell book you want. I want the magic to kill mosquitoes with a glance. Without even listening to what the trial entailed, Frieren already stated her desired magic. 10 years have passed, and you're still the same as always. What are you talking about? It's only been 10 years, how could I change? Another example of how long-lived beings perceive the passage of time, prompting a soft sigh from Flamme. Alright, back to the main topic. Flamme pointed towards Agusheed, who stood motionless at the back. Frieren followed her gesture and saw the unremarkable man, the kind of person you'd forget if you didn't pay attention. Frieren, what can you see from him? Flamme posed the question. Agusheed obligingly stepped closer, allowing her to observe him more closely. Frieren dragged out the sound as she carefully studied Agusheed's expressionless face. 1 second, 2 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes. It's trembling. The magic is trembling. How incredible. This terrifying amount of magic is actually being suppressed. Frieren gave her answer. Agusheed's face showed no surprise whatsoever. I told you already, it's a meaningless act. Flamme, go take care of your matters. I'll wait for you outside. After saying this to Flamme, Agusheed turned and walked out of the palace. He had come here purely to verify Flamme's claim. Now that the result was unsurprising, there was no reason for him to stay. After all, Flamme still had to meet the Emperor alone. So, waiting outside the palace would suffice. So much for exceeding my expectations. She's northwest different from those court magicians. The so-called protagonist is just that, huh? Just another mortal born in the era of me and Flamme. Tap, tap, tap. After walking a few steps, Agusheed suddenly sensed something off. Because in his perception, Frieren hadn't moved a single step since he turned away. And at that moment, he heard Flamme laughing behind him. A laugh full of delight and pride. Thus, Agusheed stopped walking. He turned around and calmly looked at the motionless Frieren. What did you see? Besides the trembling of magic, what else did you see in me? He watched himself reflected in Frieren's unblinking eyes. For the first time, Agusheed took the initiative to ask. In Frieren's perspective. At the very moment Agusheed turned around. She saw 2 outlines on his head, shapes that did not belong to human anatomy. Horns. Demon horns. Frieren blurted out what her unreasonable intuition had sensed from Agusheed. And instinctively, she unleashed the highest damage and fastest casting spell she had. Thunderous Destruction Release Magic. When she realized that the demon before her was personally brought by Flamme, it was already too late. Less than 10 meters of distance. At that range, almost no magic user could react to an instant attack without any warning. Especially not an attack as swift as Thunderous Destruction Release Magic. When she realized she couldn't withdraw the magic, Frieren immediately looked toward her teacher. The most powerful mage of the current era. And then, what she saw was Flamme, grinning gleefully. Before she could even question why her teacher looked so amused, Agusheed had already provided the answer. A slash, too fast for the naked eye to catch, cleaved through the Thunderous Destruction Release Magic effortlessly. The walls on both sides and the library door behind them were marked with deep gashes. Even a small lock of white hair from Frieren's temple was sliced off, scattering across the floor. How rude. Agusheed said calmly. But, the reaction was exactly the same as when Flamme first saw me. I suppose it's true, you really are her disciple. Agusheed wasn't angry. In fact, he seemed to admire Frieren a bit more. I admit it, Flamme. Your disciple is just as talented as you claimed. Casting a deep glance at Flamme, who still looked smug, Agusheed didn't linger and turned to leave. Flamme, why? Frieren looked at Flamme, who stood with her arms crossed, full of confusion. What do you mean? Flamme released her arms, pulling out the magic to kill mosquitoes with a glance as she spoke. That person, he's a high-ranking demon, isn't he? Frieren asked with concern. Flamme placed the spell book on Frieren's head, answering softly. That's right. He's a true high-ranking demon, and he almost became one of the 7 sages of ruin once. Frieren took the spell book off her head, dusting it off as she confirmed the title. Her confusion only deepened. Then why is he with you? Why wouldn't he be with me? Didn't you always say, demons took everything from me? I hate them to my core and want to kill them all. Flamme nodded, not denying it. Frieren hugged the spell book, still struggling to understand her teacher's behavior. Then why? Frieren didn't finish her question, but she believed Flamme understood her confusion. Because he is unique among demons. Flamme smiled softly, squeezing Frieren's cheeks. He is the only one throughout history who seeks humanity and refuses to harm humans. For 500 years, it has always been so. Chapter 4, The Celebration and the Dance. Under the silent guidance of the court magician, Agusheed slowly walked out of the palace. Descending the gilded palace steps one by one, the view of the sky spread before his eyes. The sun had already dipped behind the mountains, and the evening clouds glowed with a faint red hue. That color reflected in Agusheed's eyes, reminding him of a certain morning on the northern plateau. Flamme's red hair scattering in the morning mist seemed almost within reach. The soft rustling of her hair brushing against parchment echoed faintly in his ears. So fleeting. Agusheed whispered to himself. Whether he meant the entire journey or just that single morning, even he couldn't be sure. The imperial capital bathed in twilight was intertwined with mythological reliefs. Bronze spires pierced through drifting clouds, marble domes caught the fading light. It resembled the wonders of the mythic era that Agusheed had once seen. No wonder Flamme likes the city. It truly is a beautiful sight. His words sounded like admiration. But the court magician beside him could not sense any emotion in his voice. This made the magician feel somewhat strange about this companion who had returned with his teacher. When the stone steps finally reached their end, just before entering the residential district, the court magician put aside his thoughts and focused on Agusheed. Would you like to head directly to? The guide's words abruptly stopped. Because as his gaze passed over Agusheed's emotionless eyes, he suddenly realized that the man was shrouded in an aura of inhuman tranquility. Like those ancient statues preserved within the palace. Even after being caressed by moonlight for 1,000 years, the stone eyes remained devoid of human warmth. Emotionless words, colorless eyes, almost like a demon. The thought came suddenly. And it tightened the magician's throat. But only for a moment. He quickly brushed off the thought. He even found his own imagination laughable. If teacher knew I thought that about her companion, she'd probably break my legs. Thinking this, the guide finished his duty, bowed respectfully to Agusheed, and apologized for his momentary lapse. I wish you a pleasant evening at the celebration, Your Excellency. Agusheed didn't mind his rudeness and nodded slightly in response. Under the watchful eyes of the court magician, he continued walking toward the residential district without pause. Even before nightfall, the citizens of the capital had already begun preparing for the evening's festivities. Every household hung bright lanterns outside their doors. And vivid decorations connected every street. Agusheed walked slowly amidst the bustling crowds. Carts filled with a dazzling array of food ingredients passed by him. The dance hall soon came into view, with young men and women lingering nearby, brimming with anticipation. Laughing children wove through the crowds, chasing each other with carefree joy. Harmony. Beauty. Everyone was celebrating the return of the Archmage Flamme. Only Agusheed seemed out of place among them. He wandered through street after street, alone. Under his careful disguise, no one paid attention to his casual meandering. Young men laughing would subconsciously step back when they came near him. Girls decorating flower carts would stop humming inexplicably when he passed by. Even the bottles in the hands of drunken men would pause eerily mid-sway, as if instinctively avoiding him. In the whirlwind of revelry before the celebration, only Agusheed's lonely figure carved out an absolute silence. He did not know how long he walked, but eventually, night fell. Agusheed found himself farther and farther from the bustling streets, the clamor of people gradually disappeared. Finally, he stopped at a secluded high platform in the capital. He looked up at the statue standing in the center of the platform. One that looked absolutely nothing like Flamme. Agusheed couldn't imagine how Flamme could tolerate such a thing existing. On our journey, she was always so strict about her statues. Failing once more to understand human thought, Agusheed leaned back against the statue and sat down. In the direction of his gaze, the bells marking the beginning of the celebration rang out. Watching the sky fill with countless magic of firework blossoms, Agusheed extended his hand, as if trying to catch the falling embers. 200 years ago, when he first saw humans in this world from afar, the bonfires they lit after their gatherings had flickered and died in the palm of his hand just like this. At that time, Agusheed had already lost all emotion. He couldn't understand why these short-lived beings danced around such fleeting light. Leaning against the statue's base, he touched his own face, still as cold as stone. Once again, Agusheed realized the distance between himself and the concept of human. So, you see. Human celebrations hold no joy or meaning for me. I can't understand them, and staying there would only be a waste of time. Tap, tap. Footsteps echoed on the damp stone path. Even from a distance, even without sensing magic, Agusheed could recognize Flamme's footsteps. I knew you'd run off somewhere alone. Even though she had yet to come into view, her voice, full of exasperation, was unmistakable. Agusheed called out in her direction. I thought you'd be at the palace banquet. After all, it's held to celebrate your return, isn't it, Flamme? Flamme stepped out from the shadows of the street. Her formal mage robes from earlier were gone, replaced with an elegant white silk dress that outlined her slender frame. To Agusheed's question, she merely smiled and shook her head. I could never get used to those grand, lavish banquets of the nobility. Can you imagine their stiff ballroom dances and rigid manners? Agusheed raised an eyebrow. Then shouldn't you be at the city celebration instead? Flamme stepped closer, inch by inch, until only a sliver of space remained between them. Her shoes, adorned with mirror lotus patterns, tapped lightly on the ground before him. As she leaned forward, her hair brushed against his hand, carrying the faint fragrance of irises. I was planning to, but someone made me search all 12 clock towers and 3 fountain squares. Looking down at Agusheed, who was sitting at the foot of her statue, she continued with a hint of sadness. The people at the celebration are lost in food and wine. If I joined now, I'd only feel out of place. I see. My apologies, then, for spoiling your mood. Agusheed offered a sincere apology. Just a verbal apology. Not even going to compensate me. Flamme extended her right hand, gently pulling Agusheed up from the ground. Compensate, huh? Agusheed cast a magic to completely remove dust and dirt from clothes, brushing away the dirt from his coat. All right, what would you have me do? Flamme smiled, her head tilted slightly, her right hand still outstretched. Would you care to dance with me? Here. Unless you have somewhere else you'd rather go, then yes. Right here, under the moonlight. Chapter 5, Ciri. It hurts. Saying something like that while dancing with a lady is really quite rude. But this is already the 17th time you've stepped on my foot, and the court dance isn't even halfway finished. Geez. Just remembering these steps is taking all my energy. So, could you please stop mentioning those unimportant little details? Your dancing is awful. Is that why you didn't want to stay at the palace banquet, Flamme? No way. I'm starting to regret giving you those shoes. You're completely unsuited for dancing. The serene moonlight bathed the bickering dance partners. After another smooth spin, Flamme's white dress landed on Agusheed's foot again. 18th time. He softly announced the number of times he had been stepped on, but seeing that Flamme had no intention of stopping, Agusheed fell silent and continued the dance through mishap after mishap. I really don't understand. On a distant clock tower, Frieren leaned over the railing, watching the two dance under the moonlight. It's only been 10 years. Why has Flamme changed so much? Frieren patted her cheeks, her face showing clear signs of mental overload. Human thoughts are really hard to comprehend. And, there's actually a demon that Flamme can't bring herself to hate. Frieren sighed, feeling more and more bewildered about both human and demon nature. Without a doubt, she instinctively disliked Agusheed, the high-ranking demon. After all, her village and family had been wiped out by demons. Flamme was exactly the same. Even now, Flamme still hated demons to the core. Is that demon really as special as Flamme says? A high-ranking demon that has lived for 500 years and never killed anyone from another race. Unbelievable. Frieren mumbled to herself. Even though it came straight from Flamme's mouth, she still held some doubt. It's not that unbelievable. From behind Frieren, a small yet imposing figure slowly approached. Demonkind born from the mythic era are always a bit abnormal. The newcomer spoke as if she were very familiar with that ancient era. Ciri. Frieren turned her head at the sound of the voice, visibly surprised when she saw who it was. It wasn't just because she hadn't sensed any magic fluctuations from Ciri. More importantly, she had never seen Ciri willingly step into a human city. Do you know that demon? Frieren didn't impulsively ask why Ciri was there. Because she knew that even if she asked, Ciri wouldn't answer her. Instead, she chose to ask a question that Ciri might actually respond to. I'm a great archmage who's lived since the mythic era, Frieren. In this world, aside from the spell book left behind by the goddess of creation, there is nothing and no one I do not know. Ciri appeared beside Frieren on the stone railing in an instant. Looking down at Frieren's curious eyes, she explained to the only grand disciple Flamme had ever brought before her. Agusheed. He is a high-ranking demon born in the late mythic era. Although he is part of the Demon King's army, he refuses to follow the Demon King's commands. They say it's because he was born with a human-like capacity for emotion, something no other demon possesses. He wouldn't follow the Demon King's orders to slaughter other races. Because of that, about 150 years ago, I went to find him out of sheer curiosity. Ciri paused for a moment, as if recalling her meeting with Agusheed. And did he really possess human emotions? Ciri's well-timed pause stirred Frieren's curiosity. And the result? Ciri chuckled softly. Standing atop the stone railing, she looked far off at her disciple dancing with the demon. When I found him, he had already forgotten the emotions he once possessed. I made the trip for nothing and left empty-handed. The answer was unexpected. Frieren glanced over at Agusheed, who was getting stepped on again by Flamme. And then back at Ciri, who now wore a faintly dangerous smile. You didn't kill him. Do you think I'm the kind of person who kills just because I'm in a bad mood? Frieren nodded honestly at Ciri's question. This rare honesty made Ciri, who always thought little of her, give her a second glance. Well, I suppose I am that kind of person. But back then, I truly wasn't in the mood to kill him. Frieren blinked, looking even more astonished. Why not? Ciri flicked Frieren's forehead lightly with her finger. Because I found his idea of trying to reclaim his emotions quite interesting. I decided to let him go for the fun of it. But now that I think about it, my thoughtless decision back then ended up causing big trouble. During my 10 years of researching the Divine Era's magic, he quietly took my disciple away from me. Ciri watched as Agusheed placed his hand on Flamme's waist during the dance. She had no doubt that if she could do it over again, she would have turned Agusheed into ashes right then and there. Big trouble. Frieren thought for a moment and pointed towards Flamme and Agusheed. You mean him staying by Flamme's side is a danger to her? Thud. A gentle tap landed on Frieren's head. Ciri shook her head, clearly disappointed. Luckily, no. Frieren rubbed her head, ready to protest against the old mage in front of her. But then she paused, realizing something was off with Ciri's words. Frieren froze, replaying what Ciri had just said in her mind. Confirming she hadn't misheard, she finally realized why she felt something was wrong. Ciri said, luckily. That meant she believed if that demon did harbor ill intentions toward Flamme, even she wouldn't be able to save Flamme. That was just too unbelievable. You don't understand why I said it's lucky he doesn't intend to harm Flamme. Ciri rested her hand on her cheek, watching the dance reach its final act. She explained without looking back at Frieren. If you only compare their raw magical power and understanding of magic theory, that demon isn't much stronger than Flamme. But in pure combat, Flamme would never be able to overcome the magic he possesses. That high-ranking demon, stronger than her master. Even with Ciri's direct confirmation, Frieren found it hard to believe. Ciri chuckled at the disbelief in Frieren's eyes. Don't believe me? I guess you haven't really seen Agusheed's magic yet. Or maybe you saw it, but you didn't realize what it was. Ciri's laughter only made Frieren more confused. His magic is... Before she could finish her question, Frieren suddenly recalled what happened a few hours ago. At that time, when she instinctively fired off thunderous destruction release magic at Agusheed. In that instant before it struck, it had been sliced apart by something that appeared out of nowhere. Even a small lock of her hair had been cut off. At the time, Frieren hadn't sensed any magic from the attack. So she hadn't even considered it to be magic. But now, with Ciri's hint, Frieren began to understand. It was probably some kind of magic that couldn't be perceived as magic by any mage. Recalling that moment when Agusheed's magic touched her hair. A slash. Frieren asked Ciri with uncertainty. Seeing Frieren deduce the answer so quickly, Ciri lowered the hand she had intended to raise. You guessed right. His magic is indeed a slash. More precisely, it's a magic of severing all things. Sever, all things. Frieren repeated the key words, disbelief evident in her tone. Ciri caught the uncertainty and nodded to confirm. Severing all things is not an exaggeration. At least from what I've seen, his slashes can even cut through space. And his slashes cannot be defended against. Ciri's words left Frieren utterly stunned. Impossible to defend against. Could such a magic truly exist? Ciri nodded, her expression serious. Since you've seen him use it, you should already know. Mages cannot sense any magic from his slashes. When magic cannot be perceived as magic, there's no defense against it. Ciri spoke to Frieren with a rare severity. As of now, Agusheed's magic is the most destructive attack magic I've ever seen. In terms of efficiency in killing, only Qual the corrupt sage's killing magic can rival it. Frieren suppressed the shock brought by the magic of severing. She brought the conversation back to its original point. If he doesn't intend to harm Flamme, then what did you mean by big trouble, Ciri? Heh. This wasn't the first time Frieren had seen Ciri smile. But it was the first time she saw the ancient mage laugh bitterly. Frieren, do you know why I came here? Despite the visible intensity radiating from Ciri, Frieren couldn't resist her curiosity. Why? Ciri pulled out a parchment letter. It was an invitation from Flamme herself. Ciri read out the final line of Flamme's handwriting, word by word. She wrote. To attend her wedding. Chapter 6, I will teach him what love means with the rest of my life. Was that magic I just sensed for a brief moment over there from Ciri? Agusheed had long noticed that Frieren was spying on them. But when he suddenly felt another powerful magic presence appear beside her, he asked Flamme, who was resting against his chest. Flamme, did she come here because of you? After yet another perfect step that landed right on Agusheed's foot, Flamme responded softly. Yes, my master has a spell book that I need, so I called her over. A look of surprise flashed across Agusheed's face, although it soon faded back to calmness. But he couldn't help but express his astonishment. Incredible, she came just for that. After a graceful spin, Flamme's slender body leaned back against Agusheed's chest. Her face wore that familiar smile. A master spoiling her disciple, isn't that perfectly normal? With the dance steps, Agusheed let go of her hand, then pulled her back in. He shook his head at Flamme. Normal. So easy for you to say, Flamme. In just a few short decades, you managed to change that ancient war-hungry old fossil. As I thought, you really are the most likely human to help me regain my emotions. Old fossil. Hearing those words, Flamme couldn't help but laugh out loud. In that brief lapse of attention, she stepped on Agusheed's foot once again. If Ciri heard you say that, she would kill you. Agusheed didn't deny it, he simply looked at Flamme seriously. You would stop her, wouldn't you? Although it was phrased as a question, Agusheed's tone was full of certainty. After all, if it weren't for you being here, I would have fled the moment I sensed her magic. Did she really scare you that much back then? Flamme asked, curious about Agusheed's lingering fear of Ciri. What do you think? We demons are the race that values life the most. As he spoke, Agusheed wrapped his arm around Flamme's waist in time with the final notes of the dance. You should know, in these 500 years, aside from His Majesty the Demon King, only she ever made me feel, if I fight her, I will die. Before Flamme could continue the conversation, both of their gazes turned simultaneously toward Ciri and Frieren's direction. Because right at that moment, Ciri's vast magical power surged unabashedly, shooting straight into the sky. And amidst that violent magical shockwave, Agusheed caught a faint trace of killing intent. Her magic is as absurd as ever. But why would she suddenly have such intense malice towards me? Flamme, having a rough idea of the reason, shook her head. Who knows? Anyway, I'm going to see my master. Are you coming with me? Upon hearing this, Agusheed immediately declined Flamme's invitation. No, I think I'll pass. He stared at that overwhelming surge of magic and said. I just have this feeling that if I go there right now, something terrible will happen. Although she was rejected, Flamme seemed to have expected it. All right, see you tomorrow then. See you tomorrow. After placing the wedding gift that Flamme had requested in the letter directly into her hands, Ciri looked expressionlessly at Flamme, who turned around and left right after receiving the spell book. To say something so heartless after not seeing your teacher for 10 years. Flamme, you're really not cute at all now. Ciri waved her hand, and magic of levitation activated. Flamme, who didn't counter it with magic, was instantly lifted into the air. Ciri, equals Omega smiley face. Flamme, Omega. Frieren watching from the side. Well, it's because. Flamme was about to start making excuses, but Ciri clearly had no intention of listening. The letter Flamme had personally written to Ciri floated up. And Ciri practically shoved the parchment into Flamme's face. Flamme, explain this. What is the meaning of, Master, are you free to attend my wedding? P.S. Don't forget to bring a wedding gift, a copy of Sage Uig's spell book. Almost getting the parchment smushed into her face, Flamme stammered. Well, it means, it's just, literally. Before she could finish, Ciri narrowed her eyes and pressed the parchment completely against Flamme's face. Ciri crooked her finger, levitating Flamme to the exact height where her head was just within reach of Ciri standing on the stone platform. And then. Thud, thud, thud. 3 quick flicks to the forehead later, Ciri removed the parchment. She looked at Flamme, who still seemed like she wanted to weasel her way out, and let out a heavy sigh. Marriage. To be honest, Flamme, I don't oppose a short-lived human like you chasing after what you call love, no matter how ridiculous it seems to me. But, why is the one you love? Ciri, exhausted in a way she couldn't quite express, placed her hand on the head of her only disciple. She questioned, her voice full of disbelief. Flamme, do you realize just how absurd your idea is? Flamme didn't try to weasel her way out this time. She knew that Ciri was being serious. But despite Ciri's questioning, she silently nodded her head. Boom. An immense surge of magic erupted from Ciri's body once more. Under the gaze of both Frieren and Flamme, the world's strongest Archmage, Ciri, who had lived since the Divine Era, was now furious. Love. Love who? A demon that doesn't even have emotions. Can he understand the feelings you have for him? Can he comprehend the meaning behind your actions? To him, your fleeting life is nothing more than the blink of an eye. Ciri grabbed Flamme's face and pulled at her cheeks. Even if you love him, does he love you back? I bet he doesn't even know how to spell the word love. And after you die, in 100 years. No, maybe 50, maybe 80, he'll forget everything about you. Flamme finally spoke, cutting off Ciri's anger. Without the slightest bit of anger or frustration. With the same smile she always wore. He won't forget me. Even 1,000 years from now, he won't forget. What? Ciri was stunned, unable to understand where Flamme's confidence was coming from. Heh. Flamme, even I can't guarantee I'd remember you after 1,000 years. And you actually believe that an emotionless demon could do it? Recalling what Agusheed had said to her in front of the goddess's monument in the Offen Mountains. Flamme's smile was full of certainty. I believe it. And I believe that you won't forget me either, Ciri. Faced with her disciple's sudden flattery, Ciri turned her head away in embarrassment. Her anger mostly dissipated, but she still retorted mercilessly. You believe? You believe in a demon? That's just ridiculous. I believe. Noticing that Ciri's fury had mostly vanished, Flamme snapped her fingers, cancelling the levitation spell, and landed on the ground, staring directly at the frowning Ciri. Because I will make him fall in love with me. Flamme placed her hands on her hips. Just like when she was a child, standing before Ciri, proudly declaring her dream of teaching magic to everyone. Her voice was confident and unwavering. I, Archmage Flamme, will teach him what love means with the rest of my life. Chapter 7, Schlacht. In this world, there exists a kind of dragon that is born in the sky and lives nearly eternally. The Oriole dragon. It is the most gentle and non-confrontational branch of the dragon species, yet it possesses an enormous size that contradicts its mild temperament. Legends say that an Oriole dragon that lives for more than 10,000 years can grow to a size that rivals entire mountain ranges. At first, Agusheed thought such tales were just stories. It wasn't until he raised one himself 300 years ago that he realized the legends were not exaggerated. Using the flight magic unique to demons, Agusheed ascended thousands of meters into the night sky. He gently landed on the shoulder of the Oriole dragon, whose body was nearly half the size of the entire imperial capital. He examined it carefully for a while. When the Oriole dragon's gaze turned toward him, Agusheed reached out his hand, not even as large as one of its scales, and patted its neck. Have you grown a bit more? Agusheed knew that the Oriole dragon couldn't understand the language of demons or humans. But asking that question daily had long since become a habit. As a long-lived species, his sense of time was incredibly vague. Only by watching the steady growth of the Oriole dragon's body did he realize time was passing. From the time when it was only a dozen meters long until now. It had already been 300 years. Not bothering to dwell on the passage of time, Agusheed walked toward the large castle at the center of the Oriole dragon's back. This castle had been built by Flamme during their travels out of boredom. Ever since she found out Agusheed was raising a young Oriole dragon, she had frequently pestered him to bring her up to study it. Over time, this resting place gradually became a full-fledged castle. He walked into the grand hall, casually hung his coat on the rack, and retrieved both imperial wine and red tea leaves from the wine and tea cabinets. Carrying these along with some tea sets, he made his way to the guest room. Agusheed neatly arranged the tea set, then spoke to the opposite side of the table. Aren't you coming out? There was no response. No one appeared. Agusheed opened the imperial wine, poured himself a glass, and spoke as if to himself. Are you hiding from Ciri? Relax. Up here on the Oriole dragon, even Ciri's magic detection can't reach this height. Still, there was no reply. Agusheed took a sip of the bitter, fiery imperial wine and continued. If you weren't planning to show yourself, you wouldn't have come here in the first place. Your future sight must have already known the outcome from the start. So why are you wasting time with me here? This time, another voice finally responded to Agusheed's words. Because appearing right now is the best future. As the voice faded, the form of the Demon King's close aide and one of the strongest high-ranking demons in existence, Schlacht, the all-knowing one, gradually appeared. He then calmly sat down across from Agusheed. At this very moment, Ciri is distracted talking with Archmage Flamme, so this is the perfect time for me to appear before you. You haven't even faced her head-on before, and yet you seem to fear her more than I do. Ciri is a grand archmage whom even His Majesty the Demon King is wary of. She's also one of the few beings whose future I struggle to observe. Schlack stretched out his hand and skillfully poured himself a cup of red tea. You're quite shameless. As fellow kin, do we really need to be polite? Kin, haha. The only ones in demonkind who still bother with the concept of race are you and His Majesty the Demon King. Schlack didn't bother refuting him. Agusheed also wasn't interested in further pleasantries. So, why are you here? Is there something in the future you saw that requires my help? And if I said yes, would you help me? I would tell you to get lost. So you already knew the answer, didn't you? Schlack set his teacup down, folding his hands together. I saw that something very interesting would happen here, so I came. That's all. Schlack looked straight into Agusheed's eyes. Or are you assuming I came with some grand scheme or conspiracy? A conspiracy? Here. In front of me. Agusheed leaned back, gulped down his glass of wine in one go, and looked down at Schlack with a sharp gaze. That's quite a bad joke, Schlack. If you really had some scheme, would you be sitting right in front of me? At this distance, I would kill you in an instant. Schlack didn't refute. Because as Agusheed said, his slash magic was practically impossible to counter at such close range. Of course, Ciri and His Majesty the Demon King were exceptions. Indeed, you're absolutely right. At this distance, I wouldn't be able to execute any plan or preparation. So, could you remove the 1600 slashes you have aimed at me right now? Schlack raised his hand and casually extended it in one direction. Rip. A thin cut appeared on his fingertip, then instantly healed. It's rather hard to relax during a conversation like this. Agusheed didn't move. Tell me why you're really here, and I'll remove the slashes. I thought I already told you. Bang. The wine glass slammed heavily on the table, and Agusheed directly interrupted Schlack. I don't want some vague crap like an interesting future or some cryptic riddle. I want a clear answer. You, Schlack, why did you risk the chance of being discovered by Ciri just to come find me in the imperial capital? Schlack took a sip of tea unhurriedly, as if everything were unfolding exactly as he expected. Agusheed, what kind of future do you think I would find interesting? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you off this dragon. Agusheed's words made Schlack pause for a moment. 100 years without seeing you, and you've actually learned to make jokes. Agusheed, underscore. So impatient. You can tolerate everything from that human, but you can't spare a bit of patience for your own kind. Agusheed squinted, and with a slight flick of his finger, a thin line of blood appeared on Schlack's cheek. After listening to this Riddler babble for so long, Agusheed was growing quite impatient. All right. No sense of humor at all. A future of coexistence. Schlack finally answered. To be precise, it's the possibility of human-demon coexistence that I saw in you and that human. That's why I came here. At this point, Agusheed noticed that Schlack suddenly stopped speaking. And his expression shifted from a smile to one of utter seriousness. It was as if the one sitting across from him was not Agusheed, but someone else entirely. The hero of the South. In Schlack's vision, Agusheed's figure began to overlap with another silhouette. Who gave you the idea that I wouldn't be able to predict your actions 1,000 years from now? A flash of violet light passed through his eyes, and some sort of confusing magic blinked into existence and faded. My apologies, but I can't let you hear the content of this conversation. Chapter 8, Marriage. As the long night passed, Agusheed silently stared at the empty teacup on the table. Schlack, who had been sitting across from him and speaking eloquently, was long gone. But the things he said left Agusheed in deep thought. Agusheed, His Majesty the Demon King desires to achieve a future of human-demon coexistence. And through you and Flamme, His Majesty found the path to human-demon coexistence. That is, understanding humanity through interaction. Of course, as you know, the best way to interact is through war. And the only thing that could guarantee Ciri's non-interference would also be war. So, in the next 1,000 years, His Majesty plans to kill 9/10 of humanity to understand them. All for the sake of reaching that human-demon coexistence future. Agusheed leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes in exhaustion. Understanding humanity, through war. An estimated 9/10 of humanity, slaughtered. Whispering the words Schlack had spoken, Agusheed, practically sinking into his chair, slowly clenched his fist. Slaughter, death. The Demon King. Ciri. Why? Why can't you understand the value of life? Agusheed knew that the Demon King's decisions were absolute. There was almost no one in the world capable of stopping him. So, the future where 9/10 of humanity would die was practically set in stone. Even as the strongest high-ranking demon, Agusheed was powerless to prevent it. Because that was the Demon King's will. Agusheed, who despised death and slaughter, simply lay quietly in the guest room, contemplating that brutal future. Until the sun rose, and Flamme's arrival pulled him from his dark thoughts. As the most powerful mage among humans, and the greatest genius in history. Even though human magic theory did not include flight magic, she had managed to learn Agusheed's flight magic during the latter half of their 10-year journey. However, due to the vast difference between demon and human magic systems, even now, she could not refine flight magic to a form that other human mages could use. Human magic theory is still too underdeveloped. To improve this, it would probably take another 1,000 years of accumulation. She had told Agusheed back then. Wake up. Sleeping in the guest room is a bad habit, you know. Flamme poked Agusheed's face, causing him to open his eyes. Flamme, I was just thinking. I wasn't asleep. Flamme kept poking his face. Oh really, did I interrupt you? Agusheed gently caught her finger, looking helplessly at her playful antics. Not really. In fact, you came at just the right time. Seeing the look of worry and conflict on his face, Flamme realized something. She perched herself on the armrest of his chair, staring intently into his eyes. Do you have something to tell me? Agusheed opened his mouth, but no words came out. But eventually, after a good 10 seconds of hesitation, he finally asked. Flamme, do you believe in the possibility of human-demon coexistence? You mean individually or as entire races? As races. Flamme placed her right hand on her chin, carefully observing Agusheed's expression. As races, that doesn't sound like something you would say. Seems like someone I didn't notice came to see you last night. Agusheed didn't hide it, he responded bluntly. Schlacht came by. He told me that the Demon King wants to achieve a future of human-demon coexistence. And the method he chose to understand humanity is war. For that, he's willing to kill 9/10 of humanity if necessary. After Agusheed finished speaking, he observed Flamme's reaction. But, to his surprise, there was no change at all. Even when hearing that 9/10 of humanity might die in the future. The Archmage Flamme showed no emotional fluctuation. I thought it was something serious. Agusheed heard Flamme chuckle softly as she spoke. I'm not joking, Flamme. I know. Flamme stood up and disdainfully replaced the chair Schlacht had sat on with a new one. She then sat down slowly, smiling at Agusheed. But I already anticipated something like this when the Demon King ordered the extermination of the elves. But I'm honestly surprised he only plans to kill 90% of humanity instead of 99%. Should I say he's being merciful? Flamme exaggerated her tone as she spoke. Her optimism took Agusheed by surprise. Many people will die, Flamme. I know. Flamme responded calmly. I am still a demon, Flamme. I know. Agusheed stared at Flamme, who was sitting right in front of him. He hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Flamme, if you asked, maybe you could convince Ciri to stop this. Flamme leaned forward, her elegant face just inches away from Agusheed's. Even if I wanted to, my master cannot kill the Demon King. And if the Demon King cannot be killed, then everything is meaningless. Flamme's hair swayed in the breeze, brushing against Agusheed's face. He lowered his head, at a loss for words. But Flamme didn't stop. Her gaze shifted to the thick sea of clouds outside the window. And she softly asked Agusheed. Agusheed, what do you think is the biggest difference between demons and humans, who look almost identical on the outside? Emotions. To be precise, love and hate, those feelings that are unique to humans. Without even thinking, Agusheed gave the answer everyone knew. Then do you think demons can understand human emotions through war and slaughter? Flamme turned her gaze back to the weary-looking Agusheed. Maybe they can, but if that day comes, humanity would probably be on the brink of extinction. Flamme blinked and continued to ask. Then, Agusheed, do you think you can understand human emotions through interacting with them? I don't know. Agusheed responded honestly. Flamme, for the past 200 years, you are the human I believe has the greatest chance of helping me find my emotions. But we traveled together for 10 years, from the southern edge of the Empire to the northernmost reaches of the continent. And even now, I have gained nothing. If even you couldn't do it, I don't know how long I'll have to wander among humans to find my emotions. Flamme nodded, as if she were considering something. Finally, it seemed she had made a decision. She spoke. Agusheed, when are you planning to start your next journey? Probably in about a year. Agusheed looked at Flamme curiously, not understanding why she suddenly asked. Then, can you do me a favor during that time? Flamme handed him the copy of Sage Uig's spell book that she had requested from Ciri. You were born at the end of the Mythic Era. You should be able to decipher this spell book, right? Agusheed picked up the spell book and flipped through a few pages. I can, but this book is far older than I am. Fully decoding it would probably take 10 years. If you don't mind the time, I could stay for a bit longer. After all, whether it's a year or 10 years, it makes no difference to me. Hearing his answer, Flamme visibly relaxed. But Agusheed's next question made her blush a little. By the way, this book is much closer to Ciri's era. Why didn't you just ask her to decipher it? Flamme turned her head, ready with the response she had prepared. Ciri is currently researching anti-curse magic from the Mythic era. I see. Agusheed didn't doubt her. After all, Flamme had no reason to lie. To him, staying an extra 9 years was nothing. There's one more thing I need to tell you. Flamme's words made Agusheed close the spell book and look up at her, noting her fingers nervously intertwined. What is it? Flamme coughed twice, feigning seriousness. To live in the Imperial capital permanently, you need to have citizenship. So? Agusheed didn't understand what Flamme was trying to say. Getting citizenship shouldn't be difficult for someone like Flamme. So, to avoid any issues with the Emperor, Flamme forced herself to remain calm as she said, "Let's get married." Chapter 9, The Wedding. On the second day after the return of Archmage Flamme. By the afternoon, an explosive piece of news shook the entire Imperial capital. The nobles and politicians felt they must still be dreaming. The palace magicians gathered together, finally understanding what their teacher meant yesterday with the words, "You will understand soon enough." Even the Emperor, who had long remained secluded in the palace, was utterly astonished. He sent emissaries specifically to Flamme to verify the authenticity of the news. When Flamme confirmed it, the Emperor officially announced to the entire Imperial capital, Archmage Flamme will hold her wedding ceremony today at the Imperial Grand Cathedral. Unsurprisingly, the Imperial capital became even livelier than the day before. Since many of the decorations from yesterday's celebration hadn't yet been taken down, the people of Iceberg simply decided to extend the festivities for another day. But unlike the bustling celebrations that nearly lifted the entire city, the Imperial Grand Cathedral, where the two protagonists of this event were, remained eerily silent. In that grand and magnificent cathedral, there were only 4 people standing. There should have been 5. But the Imperial High Priest, who originally intended to preside over the ceremony, immediately chose to leave upon seeing that legendary golden figure recorded in myths. He could clearly sense the malice radiating from that person. To avoid any potential catastrophe, the High Priest cleverly found an excuse to escape the place of turmoil. As the elderly priest shuffled far away from the Imperial Grand Cathedral, he turned back, looking at the cathedral he had guarded for most of his life, and couldn't help but worry for his old friend's safety. Although I've long heard that Archmage Flamme's teacher is the one from the legends, to see it with my own eyes is still hard to believe. I just hope that one doesn't lose her temper. Recalling the tales from the Mythic era, the old man sighed with deep concern. At that moment, inside the Imperial Grand Cathedral, Agusheed sat on a pew in the center of the cathedral, dressed in the new clothes Flamme had somehow found for him. He quietly waited for Flamme and Frieren, who had gone to retrieve the wedding rings. Human thoughts are truly hard to comprehend. To live in the Imperial capital for just 10 years, we need to pretend to be a married couple. He still couldn't understand how Flamme came up with such a bizarre idea. But since she had said it was the simplest way, Agusheed agreed to it. After all, it was only 10 years. During their last 10-year journey, they had pretended to be married plenty of times to avoid certain troubles. While Agusheed was reminiscing, the unrestrained malice emanating from nearby forced him to turn his head. He looked down, very uncomfortably, at Ciri, who had been glaring daggers at him the whole time. 150 years have passed. Could you maybe not look at me with that, "I really want to kill you right now" expression? Ciri, seated on the bench, sneered, completely ignoring Agusheed's request and not caring about his discomfort. The sheer amount of magic she radiated far surpassed his own. She narrowed her eyes and spoke. "Understand your situation, demon. If it weren't for Flamme, do you really think you'd be alive and sitting here?" Even though Agusheed was far from Ciri's equal, he had known from the start that Ciri wouldn't kill him. After all, if she had truly wanted to, she would have done it. Last night from a distance. So Agusheed didn't back down. Faced with Ciri's immense magical pressure, he stood firm. "In fact, if it weren't for Flamme's request, I wouldn't have chosen to face you alone. Normally, if I were to meet you, I'd invite His Majesty the Demon King to accompany me. That's my style." Ciri tilted her head back, her gaze growing more dangerous as she stared at Agusheed's calm face. "You think if I really wanted you dead, the Demon King could stop me?" "Not really." Agusheed waved his hand modestly, forcing out an awkward human-like smile. "But I do believe that if I and His Majesty the Demon King joined forces, while we might not capture you, we could certainly kill you." It was pure provocation, bordering on suicidal. But Ciri showed hardly any reaction. She just gently swung her feet back and forth. "You've become much more arrogant than you were 150 years ago." Is it because you've grown stronger, or did that little rescue of Flamme from the Demon King give you confidence? Ciri raised her index finger and pointed directly at Agusheed. His expression remained unchanged. Maybe a bit of both. Then, right before his eyes, a mass of jet-black magic formed at Ciri's fingertip, condensing instantly into a dense ball. Logic tells me that you are dangerous, and the longer you live, the more dangerous you become. Although you despise slaughter now, on your path to finding emotions, no one can guarantee that you won't change your principles in the future. As a teacher, I should correct my disciples' mistakes. But Ciri stopped speaking halfway through. The dark magic at her fingertip also slowly dissipated. Because Flamme and Frieren had returned. Seeing what had just happened, Flamme sighed helplessly. I'm pretty sure I told you two not to fight when I'm not around, right? She feigned anger and marched up to the two, scolding them loudly. And the strongest high-ranking demon and the greatest archmage of the current era both fell silent. They only glanced at each other, and the previous tension dissolved. Hurry up and get this over with. I'll officiate in place of the priest. Ciri paused for a moment, then glanced at the white-haired elf standing next to Flamme and added. And let's finish this boring wedding quickly. I'm already sick of seeing the three of you. Understanding the nature of the prideful elder mage, Flamme didn't say anything more. She only smiled helplessly as Ciri turned her head away and walked toward the front of the cathedral. Flamme reached out her hand, allowing Frieren to hold her as they walked toward Ciri. When she stood before the statue of the goddess in her pure white wedding dress, under Ciri's watchful gaze that screamed, I wish I could kill him right now, Agusheed finally stood up and walked toward the statue. When he reached Flamme's side, Frieren, standing between them, handed them the two wedding rings. Exchange rings. Although Ciri had cut down the priest's lengthy monologue to just 2 words, none of the three present seemed to mind. 2 of them didn't really understand what a wedding meant. The only one who cared, Flamme, was already mentally prepared. After all, Ciri attending it all was already a miracle, the rest of the details could go her way. When Ciri's voice fell, neither Flamme nor Agusheed hesitated. They slowly placed the rings onto each other's ring fingers. And then Ciri visibly struggled with herself, but in the end, she closed her eyes and said, and then, kiss. Many years later, Agusheed would still vividly remember that sunny afternoon. He would remember the Imperial Grand Cathedral, beneath the statue of the goddess. Flamme in her pure white wedding dress, eyes gently closed, waiting for him to lean down and kiss her. Chapter 10, The First Anniversary, Part 1. At the end of the first year living in the Imperial capital, around 3 in the afternoon, inside the largest jewelry store in Iceberg, Agusheed was selecting jewelry displayed in the glass counters, all under the astonished gaze of the store owner. According to Flamme, today was their first wedding anniversary. So, they were supposed to prepare a gift for each other. Although Agusheed thought it was a waste of time and delayed his progress on decoding the spell book of Sage Uig. Since it was Flamme's request, he didn't refuse. After all, complying with her wishes and living in a human way might help him gain some insight. However, choosing gifts really isn't my forte. Looking at the hundreds of different jewelry pieces in the display case, Agusheed sighed to himself. Forgive me for speaking out of turn, Lord Agusheed. Seeing Agusheed unable to make a decision for so long, the shopkeeper rubbed his hands together and asked. If my memory serves me right, today is your wedding anniversary with Lady Flamme. Are you here to buy a gift for Lady Flamme? Agusheed nodded, glancing at the shopkeeper, whose face seemed vaguely familiar. Yes. But I'm not sure which one would be best. Do you have any suggestions? The tall shopkeeper laughed heartily and patted his sturdy chest, assuring Agusheed to leave it to him. Among all the jewelry, the most suitable choice for a married couple is definitely the mirror lotus. As he spoke, the shopkeeper expertly picked out a necklace from among the hundreds of displayed items. This mirror lotus necklace is something I brought back from the southern regions of the Empire, crafted by the best artisans in the Empire. If it's for Lady Flamme, then there's nothing more fitting. Agusheed didn't doubt the shopkeeper's enthusiasm. The longer you live, the keener your eye becomes. The mirror lotus necklace was indeed as exquisite as the shopkeeper described. He could see the superb craftsmanship and the precious materials used. Moreover, when it was placed among all the other jewelry, Agusheed hadn't noticed it. But now that he held it up for closer inspection, the craftsmanship seemed to match the same artisan who had made the shoes he once gave Flamme. All right then, I'll take this one. If you can, please wrap it up for me. Once he made up his mind, Agusheed didn't hesitate. Seeing the price tag, he reached into his coin pouch and pulled out 6 lassel gold coins, handing them to the shopkeeper. But the shopkeeper only carefully wrapped the mirror lotus necklace and handed it back to Agusheed, never once reaching for the gold coins. Is it not enough? Or is the price marked wrong? Agusheed asked, puzzled by the shopkeeper's refusal to take the coins. That's not it at all. The shopkeeper shook his head and gently pushed Agusheed's hand holding the coins back. Lord Agusheed, I can't accept your money. Have you forgotten? You and Lady Flamme once did me a great favor. If not for you two, I would probably have died long ago. Agusheed didn't respond immediately, because he was trying to remember. But he couldn't. Though the shopkeeper's face indeed looked faintly familiar. Agusheed honestly didn't recall him. My apologies. Even though you say so, I really don't remember you. Faced with Agusheed's blunt and somewhat hurtful honesty, the shopkeeper only laughed heartily, as if he expected this reaction. Still as straightforward as ever, Lord Agusheed. You haven't changed at all. The shopkeeper thought back to the incident 8 years ago, when Agusheed's unintentional words had devastated the entire merchant caravan. He shook his head with a smile of acceptance. He solemnly placed the box containing the necklace into Agusheed's hands and said, even so, I've always wanted to repay both you and Lady Flamme, no matter what. Perhaps neither of you remember me, but 8 years ago, in the Liab Hills. If you and Lady Flamme hadn't stepped in, my caravan would have been slaughtered by demons. So, let this mirror lotus necklace serve as the reward I never paid back then. If this necklace can be of use to you and Lady Flamme, that would be the best repayment. Even as Agusheed walked out of the jewelry store, the shopkeeper's words still echoed in his ears. Repayment, for something I did unintentionally 8 years ago, something I've already forgotten. Why would he remember it for so long? I can't understand, was I ever like that? Agusheed pondered these questions as he walked through street after street. After the 16th time a passing pedestrian bowed respectfully to him, Agusheed finally returned to the small house he and Flamme had purchased in the capital. Watching the evening sunlight stain the window frames with a warm, golden hue, he gently pushed open the oak door. The hinges made a faint creaking sound. That sound was something Flamme had deliberately enchanted using magic to make the door creak when opened. She called it a signal of coming home, and insisted it was an essential ritual. When he walked into the living room, Agusheed immediately smelled the aroma of rosemary roasted chicken, mixed with the faint bitterness of some magical potion. Without a doubt, Flamme had come home much earlier than him. He looked toward the kitchen, where Flamme was busy at the counter with her back to him. Her light red hair was casually tied with a hairpin crafted from the cover of an old spell book. The hem of her apron was stained with some kind of purple powder. Agusheed, you'll never guess what I just discovered. Without even turning around, Flamme called out to him. She tapped her short wand on the cast iron pot. Remember last time you said that stews are best enjoyed at precisely 62.3 degrees? I tried using magic to heat and magic to cool to maintain that exact temperature. But as I maintained the temperature for long periods, I noticed the basic spell structures began to transform. I'm calling it the principle of magical convertibility. A few more controlled experiments should confirm it. By the way, how many new theories have I discovered so far? 21. Although Agusheed had always been rather forgetful, when it came to Flamme, he always remembered everything clearly. But he didn't know why. And he wasn't sure if, in the future, he would forget it all. When Flamme finished up her work in the kitchen, she took off her apron and slowly sat down in front of Agusheed. Chapter 11, The First Anniversary, Part 2. Gift. Agusheed did not bother with any romantic prelude or grand setup, nor did he wait for the perfect moment. As soon as Flamme sat down, he slid the velvet-lined box across the table. So unromantic. How could you choose this moment to give me a gift? Flamme chuckled helplessly. But she wasn't angry, she just naturally accepted the gift. After all, only a fool would expect a demon to understand romance. But I wonder, when exactly did the you of the future finally understand it? With that thought in mind, Flamme picked up the box. As she opened it, a miniature magic circle embedded in the lid emitted a soft glow. Under the light, a silver chain shimmered with a liquid metal texture, transparent as a mirror. Flamme's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she reached out to pick up the necklace. Mirror Lotus. This design is pretty rare in the northern part of the empire. How did you get this? Agusheed didn't hide anything. Maybe I was just lucky. I went to that jewelry store in the Eastern District, and this necklace happened to be on display. Eastern District. Upon hearing the keyword, Flamme immediately understood. She vaguely remembered the shop owner was one of those she and Agusheed had once saved casually. In that case, without a doubt, this necklace had been specially prepared for him in advance. Flamme looked at Agusheed, who had clearly never investigated the behind-the-scenes details of jewelry sales, and chuckled softly. Lucky. On display. I've never heard of a mirror lotus necklace just sitting in a display case. Flamme's words, coupled with the shopkeeper's comments earlier, made Agusheed pause and think. It wasn't hard for him to piece it together. It wouldn't be placed in a display case. Realizing that the necklace had been deliberately prepared for him, Agusheed was left momentarily speechless. You humans are truly strange. Why would you do so much for someone who has nothing to do with you? Flamme didn't answer. Because that was something Agusheed needed to discover for himself. Her gaze never left the necklace as her fingers gently traced the twin lotus patterns. It felt strangely familiar. It seems to be from the same artisan who made the dancing shoes I gave you before. Agusheed noticed her expression and added helpfully. The shoes you gave me were made by that old dwarf in the southern part of the empire, right? I remember hearing 4 years ago that he stopped crafting ornaments. Looks like this necklace must have quite the interesting backstory. Flamme murmured with a soft smile. She could imagine how many people had been involved in the journey of that necklace, from its creation to Agusheed's hands. Without dwelling on it, she simply handed the necklace to him, signaling for him to help put it on her. You're getting lazier and lazier, Flamme. Though his words were teasing, Agusheed still stood up and moved behind her. First, he gently gathered the stray strands of Flamme's red hair that cascaded down her neck. Then, he slowly lifted the mirror lotus necklace, letting it glide along her collarbone. During that moment, Agusheed noticed a faint red mark behind her ear. A souvenir from one of her magical experiments. Since both his hands were occupied, Agusheed leaned in and softly blew near her ear. A healing magic for small wounds was enough to erase the burn mark completely. But the moment the burn mark vanished, Agusheed could feel Flamme's entire body tense up. Her ears turned even redder than the mark had been. Phew. He heard Flamme let out a heavy breath, almost like a sigh of relief. Are you an idiot? Her voice was so soft it was almost a whisper, like a gentle scolding that was barely audible. Of course, being a grand demon, Agusheed heard it perfectly clearly. Not understanding what he did wrong, he could only chalk it up to Flamme's usual antics. Meanwhile, behind his back, where Agusheed couldn't see, Flamme's hands fidgeted uncontrollably, her fingers twisting and intertwining with nowhere to go. The casual indifference from earlier had disappeared, replaced by a blush that spread from her cheeks to the tips of her ears. Feeling the cold silver chain resting against her neck, and the soft click of the clasp being fastened, Flamme instinctively reached out to touch the mirror lotus pendant. The great mage couldn't help but smile, and then she pulled out her own prepared gift. When Agusheed returned to his seat, he found a velvet box placed next to the now empty jewelry box. Your turn. Flamme picked up the already brewed cup of tea from the table. The steam rising from it masked the redness of her ears. Agusheed opened the box. Inside, on a base of obsidian, rested a pair of silver-framed glasses, the lenses glowing with a faint, hazy light. I designed this magic wand just for you. Although it won't work on demon magic, it should increase your efficiency with human magic by about 5 to 10%. Flamme's voice mingled with the delicate clinking of the porcelain teacup. The frame is made from the horn of a dark dragon, and the lenses are crystals unique to the heavenly vein dragon. Flamme hadn't even finished speaking before Agusheed, who was already wearing the glasses, completed her sentence. You even added your barrier magic onto it, didn't you? Correct. Flamme snapped her fingers, continuing her explanation. Considering that even those materials might break during battle, I added miniature barriers to the lenses and frame. Flamme stretched out her words, setting her teacup down and gazing at Agusheed, who had already removed the glasses. Taking off your wife's gift so quickly, don't you think that's a bit rude? Oh, so pretending to be a married couple has rules like that. Under Flamme's watchful gaze, Agusheed was about to put the glasses back on. But then, a strange smell drifted out from the kitchen, causing both of them to stop. It seems like something got burnt. Agusheed sniffed the air lightly and made the assessment immediately. Flamme realized it too, but instead of moving, she simply looked at Agusheed. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want first? Agusheed raised an eyebrow and casually chose. What's the good news? Flamme propped her head up with one hand, not looking particularly flustered. The good news is, it's only the stew that got burnt. I've prepared lots of other dishes. And the bad news? The bad news is that if the stew is burnt, it probably means that the magic for controlling heating temperature and the magic for emitting cold are out of control. And what does that mean? Most likely, probably, maybe, it's going to explode. Most likely, probably, maybe. Okay, definitely going to explode. The moment Flamme finished speaking, a thunderous explosion erupted. With a deafening blast, the kitchen of their small wooden house was sent flying. And so, the first anniversary for the strongest demon and the most powerful human mage came to a perfect end, with their dinner launched into the sky. Chapter 12, Teaching Frieren. The third year of married life. After finishing her daily lessons with the court mages and assigning her apprentices the task of designing, cooking golems, Flamme picked up the latest research materials and headed back home. What will Agusheed be making today? He seems to have been experimenting with desserts lately. Walking along the nearly empty streets, Flamme began to think about what dinner would be. She never used to think about this before, as she always did the cooking. But ever since that incident during their first anniversary 2 years ago, Agusheed had never let her set foot in the kitchen again. The reason? He didn't want to see the kitchen get blown up into the sky a second time. Flamme had no objections to that. After all, she found out that Agusheed did indeed have a knack for cooking. His food was genuinely a bit better than hers. Just a little bit better. Mercury pudding. Berry parfait. She brushed her hand over the honeysuckle vines coiling around the low walls, softly murmuring the names of the desserts Agusheed might make. These were desserts they used to enjoy during their travels, and Agusheed had even found the recipes from the caravans passing through the capital. While Flamme was lost in anticipation of dinner, something white caught her attention in the display window of a magic shop on the street. Red mirror dragon fang. I remember that this material is ideal for weapon crafting and golem core casings. She quickly pushed open the door, the chime of the bell startling Hakimi, the old store owner's sleepy pet. Lady Flamme. The white-bearded shopkeeper, recognizing his guest, exclaimed and hurried to greet her. He was about to bow respectfully to the Grand Mage, but Flamme raised her hand, signaling him to stop. On the third shelf, a red mirror dragon fang, about the size of an adult's arm, was quietly displayed. Since she had been here many times in recent years, there was no need for bargaining or forced gratuities. When the Raziel gold coins jingled onto the counter, the shopkeeper had just finished wrapping the red mirror dragon fang. He also handed her a small box. This is the material that Lord Agusheed ordered 2 days ago. Since you happen to be here, I might as well give it to you as well. The white-bearded old man sat back down, cradling Hakimi once again, and spoke as if addressing any regular customer. Looking forward to your next visit, Lady Flamme. Flamme smiled faintly, carrying the 2 boxes, one large and one small, out of the magic shop. As dusk settled in, her pace quickened. But when she passed the central fountain square of the capital, she suddenly stopped. At the same time, a white silhouette sitting by the fountain, covered in dust and dirt, noticed Flamme. Flamme, I've come to see you again. The rather bedraggled-looking Frieren greeted her with that statement. So, what exactly happened that made you rush to the capital in such a sorry state? Inside the small house that Flamme and Agusheed shared. Watching Frieren devouring her share of mercury pudding, Flamme gently wiped the dust off her face with a silk handkerchief while curiously asking. But the little elf, enjoying both the pudding and her teacher's care, completely ignored Flamme's voice. She simply stuffed spoonful after spoonful of pudding into her mouth, face brimming with satisfaction. Stupid apprentice. Seeing that Frieren was completely absorbed in the food and treating her questions like passing wind, Flamme sighed softly. Then she put down the handkerchief and grabbed Frieren's cheeks, squeezing them mercilessly. Yammy yo. Flamme. Frieren's muffled protest had no effect, because Flamme completely ignored her pleas for mercy. Aren't you two acting like children? Carrying another plate of mercury pudding from the kitchen, Agusheed separated the 2 troublemakers. He pulled Flamme over to sit opposite Frieren and placed what was originally his own share of pudding in front of her. Since it's come to this, let's eat first. Seeing Agusheed giving his own pudding to her, Flamme didn't continue tormenting Frieren. Instead, she leaned against Agusheed, her mouth slightly open. Flamme, I'm tired. Feed me. Agusheed did not refuse. During their travels, he had gotten used to feeding Flamme when she got lazy. So when Frieren finished her pudding and her brain regained its usual sharpness, she was immediately greeted by an unexpected scene. Agusheed, looking somewhat helpless, holding the plate and skillfully feeding pudding to the Flamme nestled in his arms. Ugh, so cheesy. Having regained her wits, Frieren commented bluntly. But Flamme merely shot her a glare and continued enjoying the pampering from her husband. Now that you've finished eating, let's get back to business. While still feeding Flamme, Agusheed turned to Frieren and asked. What happened to make you rush to the capital in such a sorry state to find Flamme? At his words, Frieren's face took on a look of resigned frustration. She rested her chin in her hands and began explaining why she had come. I was in the Ernst region of the Northern Highlands and encountered a nameless grand demon. That guy chased me for an entire month. I had no choice but to come to Flamme for help, since I couldn't deal with that grand demon on my own. Hearing the words, nameless grand demon, Agusheed stopped what he was doing. Realizing that Frieren had indeed encountered a life-threatening crisis, Flamme also stopped leaning against Agusheed. She sat up straight and looked seriously at her apprentice. A nameless grand demon. What kind of magic did he use? Did he have any particular traits? Flamme asked Frieren carefully about the specifics of the grand demon. He didn't use any magic the whole time. He must be one of the generals of the demon kind. Also, he was incredibly tall, had unbelievably sharp senses, and his strength was greater than all the demon generals I've faced combined. That's it. Frieren recalled the towering figure who could pinpoint her exact location from miles away. And who, in order to catch up, had tanked through a bombardment of magic and even punched straight through a mountain. Even now, she still felt a shiver run down her spine. Not even when facing the throne of basalt had she felt such a strong sense of impending death. After listening to her description, Flamme turned her gaze to Agusheed. The grand demon Frieren is describing, can you identify who it is? At Flamme's inquiry, Agusheed nodded calmly. He then fixed his eyes on Frieren, who was sitting across from him. How interesting, you actually survived an encounter with him. Frieren, I'm truly impressed. Because the description Frieren provided was far too distinct. By the time she was halfway through, Agusheed had already figured out who the nameless grand demon chasing her was. And as it turned out, it happened to be an old acquaintance of his. Because he knew how powerful that demon was, Agusheed did not hold back in praising Frieren. Flamme nudged Agusheed with her elbow, hinting for him to stop teasing and get to the point. Agusheed, receiving the hint, didn't keep her in suspense any longer. He easily stated the name of the grand demon who had yet to truly reveal himself to the world. If I'm not mistaken, the grand demon that Frieren encountered is likely the strongest of the demon generals. The blood-stained war god, Laveri. Chapter 13, Teaching Frieren, Part 2. The strongest of the demon generals. The blood-stained war god. Rivali. Frieren repeated the title and true name of that nameless grand demon. She made up her mind that if she ever heard even a whisper of his whereabouts, she would flee as far away as possible. Completely overwhelming strength. Frieren sighed inwardly, her expression turning serious. Right, I haven't asked, how did you manage to provoke him? After revealing the identity of the nameless grand demon, Agusheed asked the question he was most curious about. Based on what I know about Rivali, he wouldn't usually be interested in someone as weak as you. Let alone chase you for an entire month. Epsilon. Frieren pouted slightly, turning her head in embarrassment. When we met, he really didn't show any hostility at first. But when he realized I was an elf, he started chasing me. That was a lie. Because he knew Rivali too well, Agusheed saw right through it. Met. If Frieren had actually gotten close enough to make eye contact with Rivali, she wouldn't have been sitting here right now. Started chasing you because you're an elf. Rivali, that battle-crazed maniac who only enjoyed fighting powerful warriors, would never follow the Demon King's orders blindly. Are you sure that's how it happened? Agusheed's pointed question made it clear he wasn't buying her story. Seeing Frieren's face flush with embarrassment at being exposed, Flamme couldn't help but laugh. Oh, asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Stupid apprentice, you can't even lie properly. Realizing her lie had been seen through, Frieren slumped onto the table, covering her face. All right. I admit it. What I said was slightly off. Both Agusheed and Flamme leaned forward. Their questioning voices rang out in unison. Slightly. Like how? We didn't exactly meet. I sensed him from a few thousand meters away using large-scale magic detection. And he didn't chase me because I was an elf. It's because I instinctively attacked him with magic when I sensed him. Hearing her confession, Agusheed and Flamme both wore expressions of disbelief. What am I supposed to say to you? Flamme covered her face, once again doubting her choice of disciple. Sometimes I wonder if I completely misjudged you. Stealth, ambush. Frieren, I taught you to always use those methods when dealing with powerful demons. But didn't I also teach you that when facing an unbeatable opponent, your first priority is to run? A sharp flick landed on Frieren's forehead, and Flamme's voice was full of frustration. Frieren. So, what are you planning to do next? After Flamme took her hand away from Frieren's head, Agusheed asked the question. I don't know. Frieren's response was blunt. Faced with the pursuit of a grand demon, she simply chose to give up on thinking. Still haven't decided? Then I can give you some advice. From what I know about Rivali, he's not the kind of demon who easily forgets things. So, for the next few years, you should probably avoid wandering around. Find somewhere safe to hide. About 7 or 8 years should do. By then, he might have forgotten about you. Agusheed's advice made Frieren nod thoughtfully. I see. Arigato. Even though she knew Agusheed's concern was mostly out of obligation to her master, Frieren still expressed her thanks. If that's the case. After a long silence, Flamme finally spoke up. With a firm tone, she looked at Frieren and declared. From today on, you'll stay here, Frieren. Aside from Ciri, who would definitely refuse to take you in, nowhere else is safer than with me and Agusheed. Flamme's words, spoken as the head of the household, carried weight. Agusheed had no objections. I don't mind. Agusheed's answer was short and simple. Frieren thought it over and realized there wasn't really a better option. Guess I'll stay here for 10 years then. Frieren said nonchalantly. After all, it's just a blink of an eye. The very next day after she said that, Frieren regretted it. Early in the morning, while she was still half asleep, Flamme dragged her out of bed and brought her to the heavenly dragon floating thousands of meters above the capital. Then she was tossed over to Agusheed, who had been up early working on decoding the spell book of Sage Uig. A disciple of mine, getting chased by a grand demon like that, aren't you ashamed of yourself for even sleeping? The next few years, I'll be busy with magical research and teaching the court mages, so I won't have time to teach you. So from now on, you'll stay with Agusheed and learn magic from him. After leaving those words and reminding Agusheed to teach her when he could, Flamme flew back down, leaving Frieren, who couldn't fly, stranded in the castle on the back of the heavenly dragon. Sitting at his desk, Agusheed casually acknowledged Flamme's instructions. Then he glanced at the groggy Frieren, who still seemed half asleep. In the mornings, I'm occupied with decoding the spell book. You can wander around this place freely. I'll save the afternoons for teaching you, so make sure you're back by then. Oh, and don't try to run. At this height, if you don't know how to fly, you'll die. He didn't care if Frieren had fully heard him. He didn't care if she responded. Agusheed simply lowered his head and continued decoding the spell book of Sage Uig. And the still half-asleep Frieren only fully woke up an hour later. Flamme's words. She had already forgotten most of them. Agusheed's instructions. She hadn't heard them at all. The only thing she remembered was that Agusheed said she could explore freely. Once she confirmed Agusheed wasn't paying attention to her, Frieren chose to sneak off. But being half asleep when she was brought up here, she didn't know she was on the back of a heavenly dragon. Time passed quickly. When Agusheed finally looked up, it was already noon. Not seeing Frieren in his line of sight, Agusheed waited for her for a while. Half an hour later. After confirming she wasn't just late but had never intended to come back, Agusheed released his magic sense. He found her sitting at the edge of the heavenly dragon's back, staring blankly into the sky. Agusheed quickly arrived at her location. Tap, tap. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Frieren knew Agusheed had found her. This is the back of a heavenly dragon. Why is it staying above iceberg? The young elf asked as she gazed through the clouds at the tiny specks of the capital below. This heavenly dragon is mine. It stays wherever I stay. Agusheed stood beside her, responding calmly. Then, how did I get up here? I remember Flamme dragged me out of bed. Isn't it obvious? Flamme learned the flying magic of us demons. That's how she brought you up here. Then, can you send me back down? Sorry, Flamme's request was for me to teach you, not to let you go. But I can teach you flying magic. If you can learn it like Flamme did, you won't need me to get back down. Finally, Frieren turned her gaze from the ground and looked at Agusheed's expressionless face. Are you that good at magic? I am the strongest grand demon. Stronger than the corrupt sage and that blood-stained war god I encountered. Stronger than the two of them combined. Agusheed's words left Frieren silent. After a long pause, she finally spoke again. I hate demons. Demons killed my whole family. I've heard that from Flamme. Agusheed's tone was still as cold as ever, completely different from when Flamme was around. But Frieren didn't seem to mind. You said you're the strongest grand demon. I also heard Ciri mention you have the most powerful offensive magic in the world. So, can you teach me to a point where I can kill you? For the first time, Agusheed genuinely smiled at Frieren. He could tell, she didn't mean she wanted to actually kill him. What she meant was, she wanted to surpass all grand demons. Agusheed didn't answer her immediately. Instead, he raised his hand and gestured toward the vast expanse of clouds before them. In the next moment, right before Frieren's eyes, the endless stretch of clouds split apart. A single slash, impossible to perceive, cut through the rolling clouds as if nothing in the world could resist it. Whether you can kill me. That will depend on whether you have the talent and determination to support that ambition. Chapter 14, The Little Mage's Birthday. Forgot to schedule the chapter for today. In the 4th year of life in the Imperial capital. The 1st year of replacing Flamme and teaching Frieren. In the valley on the back of the heavenly dragon. Agusheed looked down in disappointment at Frieren, who had once again failed to control her magic and runes, falling from a height of 20 meters. Stupid apprentice. He sighed, snapping his fingers, suspending her in midair right before she was about to crash to the ground. For this disciple who had studied for nearly a year with almost no progress in magic, Agusheed didn't hold back his criticism. I take back all the praise I've ever given you, Frieren. In Frieren's expression of, here we go again. Agusheed once again repeated the same criticism he had said over 100 times. Frieren, you have no chance of becoming a grand mage. Hovering in the air, Frieren showed no trace of shame at being scolded by her teacher. Learning to fly with magic in just 1 year, that's impossible. The little mage lowered her head helplessly. You're clearly asking for the impossible. Even ignoring the massive differences between demon and human magic systems, just the sheer complexity of the flight magic's runes alone. Even the sages of the mythical era couldn't master flight magic from scratch in just 1 year. Listening to Frieren's protests, Agusheed shook his head. Stop making excuses. He immediately gave her a real-world example. Flamme took just half a year to initially master flight magic. Compared to her, I've given you double the time. Frieren. But Flamme is the greatest human mage since the age of myths. Using her as a reference isn't reasonable at all. Frieren mumbled softly, complaining about Agusheed's harsh expectations. But Agusheed heard her and, with a flick of his fingers, gently set her back down in front of him. Using Flamme as a reference isn't reasonable. That's exactly your biggest mistake, Frieren. His tone suddenly grew sharper, causing Frieren to flinch. Agusheed continued. Do you remember the question you asked me about a year ago? Can you teach me until I'm strong enough to kill you? My answer back then was, that depends on whether you have the talent and the effort to support that belief. But over the past year, you've made no progress, there's no sign that you have any potential to surpass the grand demons. Tell me, Frieren, do you believe your efforts over the past year live up to your dream of surpassing all the grand demons? This time, Frieren didn't back down. If there was one thing she refused to let others deny, it was her efforts in magic. She raised her head and met Agusheed's gaze. I believe it does. Her answer was simple. But Frieren was confident that her efforts over the past year were enough to support that claim. To her surprise, Agusheed didn't refute it. He even nodded, acknowledging her words. But in the next instant, he fired another question. Then, Frieren, if your effort isn't the issue, tell me, what is the problem? Is it that I don't have enough talent? No, quite the opposite. You have great talent for learning magic. So if the issue isn't effort or talent, are you saying the problem lies elsewhere? Frieren followed his reasoning and pointed at herself. This time, Agusheed didn't hold back. He answered her directly. Indeed, Frieren, you have always been diligent in your studies. You've never slacked off. And you possess a rare talent for magic that surpasses most people. But you are missing the most important and fundamental quality of any mage. Mindset. Agusheed slowly uttered the word, watching Frieren's face twist in confusion. He continued to explain. Imagination is the foundation of magic, magic is the end product of imagination. And you, Frieren, can you truly imagine yourself mastering flight magic? Frieren answered honestly. I can't. Because magic is based on imagination, not unrealistic fantasies. Given the reality, I know that I can't master flight magic, at least not in the short term. It's like knowing that a normal person can't crush a diamond with their bare hands. Agusheed didn't immediately refute her, instead, he raised his hand. Right before Frieren's eyes, he began casting spell after spell. Killing magic. Spatial transference magic. Elemental replacement magic. One by one, demon-exclusive spells, considered myths by humans, flowed effortlessly from his hands. And finally, he used his own, severance magic. A continuous chain of magic spells completely flattened a small mountain in the valley on the back of the heavenly dragon. Amidst the lingering dust clouds, Agusheed asked her. Can you imagine yourself breaking any of these spells? Just one would be enough. Frieren's small hands clenched involuntarily. After a long period of reflection, she shook her head and answered. I can't. I can't break even one of them. All of these spells, they all belong to grand demons you've known. Frieren, can you imagine yourself defeating them? I can't either. The gap is too huge. Frieren's words made Agusheed chuckle. He repeated her own words back to her. I can't, the gap is too huge. Just from a glance, you give up imagining because you think the gap is insurmountable. Frieren, this is what you lack, the fundamental mindset of a mage. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept away the dust in the air. And then, under the setting sun, he raised his voice like never before and shouted. Frieren. It's not that you can't imagine it, it's that you give up too easily, and that makes it impossible to imagine. At this rate, even if you trained for 1,000 years, you would never surpass a single grand demon. Frieren didn't refute, nor did she respond. Because even though she thought Agusheed's idea of mindset was unrealistic, his power left her with no room to argue. So, in the end, she just clenched her fists, glaring up at the visibly frustrated Agusheed. Flamme and Ciri never taught me this nonsense. Finally, she resorted to bringing up Flamme and Ciri as her defense. But Agusheed scoffed. Flamme. Her teaching method could mass-produce high-level mages, but it couldn't create someone truly exceptional. And Ciri. She was purely lucky that Flamme turned out the way she did. Ciri's teaching was nothing but pure luck. Without even pausing, Agusheed responded. That's because they were both unqualified and never even noticed your problems. And if you think Flamme and Ciri can teach you better than I can. Little mage Frieren was a bit annoyed now. She stepped closer and lightly kicked Agusheed's shin. Then, she angrily shouted up at him. If it weren't for Flamme, you think I would willingly learn magic from a demon? After yelling, she stomped on his foot with all her might. When she was done, she turned around and dashed towards the castle standing in the middle of the heavenly dragon's back. Agusheed didn't chase her, he just stood there, watching her retreating figure. What a stubborn, stupid apprentice. Chapter 15, The Little Mage's Birthday, Part 2. Click. The sound of the homecoming signal echoed. Flamme's fingers curled slightly as she gently closed the spell book resting on her lap. The lingering magic that flowed between its yellowed pages quietly dissipated with the soft snap of its spine. She tucked a strand of light red hair behind her ear and looked toward the doorway. You're back. The soft, warm tone lingered in the air, and Flamme paused her words appropriately. Because standing at the entrance was only Agusheed, all alone. There was no sign of Frieren. Where's Frieren? Flamme put down the spell book and slowly walked over to Agusheed. After looking around and not finding any trace of Frieren, she asked in confusion. She's still in the castle on the back of the heavenly dragon. She locked herself in your room. At least from the looks of it, she didn't want to come down with me. While answering Flamme's question, Agusheed's fingers paused slightly as he loosened his collar. Did you scold her again? Flamme took the jacket that Agusheed was slipping off and casually hung it on the wooden coat rack. Just some proper verbal guidance. Agusheed rolled up his shirt sleeves, the veins on his pale wrists shifting slightly with the movement. Besides, it's been a whole year, and she still hasn't grasped the basics of flight magic. She needs a little pressure. He paused, his steps halting slightly at the kitchen doorway. It's necessary guidance. Flamme sighed helplessly and gently took hold of Agusheed's arm. With a bit of exasperation, she said to him. You shouldn't be using me as the standard to judge her. That's too harsh for her right now. Standing at the kitchen entrance, Agusheed replied. It's you who have been spoiling her too much, Flamme. If she continues like this, it's only a matter of time before she dies at the hands of a grand demon due to her lack of skill. Flamme released his arm and picked up the apron that was neatly placed on the wooden cabinet. But she's still just a child. In time, she'll understand. Agusheed raised his arms, allowing Flamme to wrap the apron around his waist and adjust it. And that's exactly why we have to do this. At her age, I had already become a grand demon. Yet Frieren, she's lived for hundreds of years, and her mentality is still completely immature. She's too naive. She doesn't have the mindset that a powerful mage should possess. Rather than hoping she will understand one day in the distant future, it's better to let her learn now. If she can't understand, then even if she lives for 1,000 years, she'll just be a regular mage with 1,000 years of magic power. As Flamme fastened the apron and smoothed out the wrinkles, her eyebrows raised slightly at Agusheed's words. She placed her hands gently on both sides of his face, smiling as she looked into his always calm eyes. Were you just now worrying about Frieren's future? No. It's only because of you. Because of me. If she were to die for some absurd reason, you'd be heartbroken, wouldn't you? Love me, love my kin, huh? Hearing Agusheed's words, Flamme wasn't sure if she should feel happy or disappointed. But when Agusheed turned and walked into the kitchen, she couldn't help but say something instinctively. But you shouldn't have done it today. Did you forget? Today is her. Right there, Flamme stopped mid-sentence as if she had just remembered something. What is it? Hearing her voice suddenly pause, Agusheed looked back at her. No, it's nothing. Flamme shook her head. A few months ago, she had actually told Agusheed that today was Frieren's birthday. But judging by his reaction, he had clearly forgotten. Hoping he would prepare a birthday gift for Frieren seemed like wishful thinking. But it wasn't surprising. When it came to things that weren't directly important to him, Agusheed was notoriously forgetful. Fortunately, she had anticipated this and prepared 2 gifts in advance. She would simply deliver one of them as if it were from Agusheed. That should help smooth things over between her husband and that stubborn disciple. All right, I'll leave dinner to you as always. I'm going to the Heavenly Dragon to bring Frieren back. Make sure she's in a good mood when you bring her back. And tell her that class continues tomorrow. Agusheed added this last instruction without even turning around. Got it. Flamme responded softly. As she was halfway out the door, she turned back to Agusheed just to be safe and said, remember to make extra crystal pudding. It was Frieren's favorite dessert. Yes, if she ate more of it, she might not be so upset. After reminding Agusheed, Flamme stepped out of the small house. She then activated her flight magic and soared towards the Heavenly Dragon. It didn't take long before she landed on its back. The massive beast turned its head, the scales on its neck refracting a rainbow light that pierced through the clouds. Its enormous eyes stared at Flamme for a few seconds before returning its gaze forward. Standing on its shoulder, Flamme chuckled softly. She reached out and gently stroked the radiant dragon scales. Sorry for the trouble. My little one is being stubborn again. After a brief greeting with the heavenly dragon, Flamme walked toward the castle that she and Agusheed had built together. She stepped onto the stone bricks inside the castle and climbed the stairs to the second floor. After a few turns, she finally stood at the entrance to her own room. Underscore. Knock, knock, knock. Frieren, still sulking. Grand Mage Flamme has come to deliver a birthday present. Chapter 16, The Little Mage's Birthday, Part 3. I'm done with him. He always acts all high and mighty, bullying me. As expected, I hate demons the most. Hate them. I'm running away. Even if it means going to Siri, I don't want to stay with him anymore. That's not happening. Lying on her master's lap, endlessly venting her frustrations, Frieren froze. Flamme, weren't you supposed to keep saying Flamme flicked her lightly on the forehead. My foot. You are absolutely not going to Siri's. She'll spoil you rotten. But I don't want to keep learning magic from Agusheed. His standards are impossible. Frieren hugged Flamme's waist, burying her head against her master's belly, pouting in protest. Flamme gently stroked Frieren's white hair, comforting her like a child. Didn't he already tell you the key to mastering flight magic? You mean that thing he calls a mindset? That sounds completely unrealistic. Frieren rubbed her head against Flamme's stomach, mumbling in muffled frustration. Silly disciple. Flamme ruffled Frieren's hair with a resigned smile. Agusheed actually taught you the exact method to learn and decipher the unreasonable magic of demons. Can't you at least try it his way for once? Frieren shook her head stubbornly, grumbling as she did. Yada, I don't wanna. Frieren. Flamme reached out, pinching Frieren's cheek, looking at her with a chuckle. You really are, still such a child. Frieren. Oh right, Flamme. The gift. My birthday present. Frieren swung her legs back and forth eagerly, asking for a present. Underscore. Flamme, as if expecting this, conjured 2 spellbooks out of thin air. Here, these are your birthday presents from me and Agusheed. The 2 spellbooks are earth manipulation magic from me. And magic to phase through clothing from Agusheed. Frieren rolled over, and the 2 spellbooks Flamme handed her blocked her view. She reached up to take them. Actually, both of these are from you, right, Flamme? Why do you think that? Because there's no way he would actually remember my birthday. If he did, he wouldn't have made things so difficult for me today. Fine, you guessed it. Both are from me. I knew it. I really hate Agusheed. Frieren hugged the 2 spellbooks tightly to her chest, and with her view unobstructed, she saw only half of the ceiling remaining, obscured by Flamme. So she rolled back over and returned to lying on Flamme's lap. What's wrong? Isn't lying down comfortable? Like that, I could only see half of the ceiling. Flamme. All right, are you done sulking? It's getting late. We should go down for dinner. I'm so sleepy. I just want to sleep. Dinner's going to get cold. Seeing Frieren half asleep on her lap, Flamme sighed again. Fine, but you can only sleep for 10 minutes. Any longer, and Agusheed will get angry. Frieren turned to her side, snuggling closer to Flamme's hand. Who cares if he gets mad? Snore, snore, snore. Frieren's own words were interrupted by the sound of her soft snoring. Unconsciously, she held on tighter to Flamme. Mama. It's Master. Mama. I said, it's Master. Mama. Honestly, silly disciple. Come to think of it, ever since the village was destroyed by demons. This was the first time she'd celebrated her birthday. After all, she was the only one left. Birthdays didn't mean anything when you were alone. When everyone was still around, Milliarde would always pull out that dreadful, Emperor's wine, that tasted like poison. Whenever Qual returned from his travels, he would sit by the fire with that ancient sword of his and boast about his made-up adventures. Sarah would bake a huge cake, big enough to fill everyone's stomachs. Evelina would dance under the tree alone, performing the latest steps she'd learned from the humans while everyone watched. There were so many memories, so many of them. But now, everyone was gone. Still. At least she had Flamme this time. Come to think of it, this was probably the first time Flamme had celebrated her birthday with her. In those early years, when she first started training under Flamme, her master spent most of her time researching magic and exploring ruins. Except for the gifts that were always delivered right on time. Flamme had never actually been there to celebrate with her. Well, just for Flamme's sake, I guess I can reluctantly let him join the celebration too. As she was being carried by Flamme, descending from thousands of meters up on the back of the heavenly dragon, Frieren looked up at the stars glittering above. It's not like I forgave him, I'm only doing this because of Flamme. Frieren repeated this in her heart again and again. But when she came back to her senses, they were already at the door of the little house. Click. The sound of the homecoming signal chimed again. Flamme and Frieren pushed open the door. You're late, did you get her to calm down? Agusheed's voice was as steady as always. Drawn by the sound, they first saw Agusheed standing in the kitchen, his back turned to them. And as their gaze slowly shifted down, spread across the entire table were nearly 30 different dishes from all across the unified empire. And at the center of each place setting, a crystal pudding and a berry sundae rested, gleaming beautifully. The first to freeze was Flamme, but it only took her a moment to realize what she was seeing. Oh. Flamme's eyes softened, her voice dropping to a whisper. I guess, he remembered after all. Frieren stood there stunned for a while before turning her gaze to Flamme. After I mentioned your birthday to him half a year ago, I never reminded him again. Flamme gently stroked Frieren's head, her voice tender. When the two finally sat down at the table, looking at the familiar dishes from different regions of the empire, Frieren couldn't shake off a feeling of surrealness. What is all this, Agusheed? She turned her gaze toward Agusheed, who was just about to carry something large out of the kitchen. Isn't today your birthday? As he carried out a massive platter, Agusheed turned back, casting Frieren a curious glance. But, you. Before she could finish, Agusheed brought out a towering giant cake, and the words died in her throat. Flamme noticed her reaction and asked Agusheed curiously. What's that? It looks like Frieren seems familiar with it. Agusheed gently placed the enormous cake in the center of the table, then responded to Flamme. Centuries ago, I saved an elf named Minus by chance. As a token of gratitude, she shared with me all the magic and knowledge she knew. And among those things was this. Apparently, grand cakes like these are an absolute must for elven birthdays. They're traditionally prepared by friends or family as a special birthday gift. Agusheed walked over to Frieren, standing beside her with his usual calm expression. Even if I'm not your master, you are still my disciple. I've always found you to be rather troublesome, and I know you don't like me. But. Agusheed looked down at the silent Frieren and continued. You're important to Flamme. So. Happy birthday, Frieren. Chapter 17, Subjugation of the Imperial Hell Dragon, Part 1. In the 4th year of living in Iceberg, a month after Frieren's birthday, snow fell over the imperial capital. As evening approached, street lamps cast their light upon thick layers of snow, dispelling the gloom that the fading daylight brought. At the same time, it allowed Frieren, bundled up in a blanket, lying in the cozy living room warmed by a burning fireplace, to clearly see the snowflakes drifting outside the window. Through the frosted glass, she quietly watched the snow-covered night in the imperial capital. Frieren, it's time to eat. Agusheed spoke as he placed the last dish of stewed meat on the dining table. He waited for a few seconds, and seeing that Frieren was still dawdling, he urged again. You have tomorrow and the day after off. If you want to watch the snow, you can enjoy it to your heart's content during the break. But right now, come here and eat properly. Hearing she had days off, Frieren's ears perked up a bit. She reluctantly tore her gaze away from the snowy scenery, bundled up tightly in her blanket, and shuffled over to the dining table. By the way, Agusheed, when is Flamme coming back? Frieren used her still basic flight magic, which only allowed her to float up to 5 meters off the ground, to hop up onto the chair. She looked at the empty seat beside Agusheed and asked. A week ago, Flamme had mentioned discovering a new magic theory. However, the theory was still incomplete and required testing with some rare, obscure magic spells. So after notifying Agusheed and Frieren in advance, she had left to find Ciri to borrow those spells. To ensure maximum speed, she even took the heavenly dragon with her. Because of that, Agusheed had been teaching Frieren magic theory lessons in the small house for the past few days. She's already on her way back. At most, 3 or 4 days. Agusheed sensed the position of the tracking magic he left on the heavenly dragon, roughly calculated the distance, and answered. 3 or 4 days, huh? Frieren picked up her knife and fork, carefully placing a piece of stewed meat into her mouth. The tender and juicy meat made her eyes squint with delight, a look that screamed, delicious beyond words. Why? Do you have something planned? Agusheed took a bite of the white bread he had baked himself. He had added too much sugar, it was a bit too sweet. Not really. Frieren shook her head, stabbing a piece of pork chop with her fork. I just wanted to discuss whether you could extend my break until Flamme gets back. Frieren chewed on the tender pork, slowly explaining. After all, those theory lessons you're teaching me are things Flamme already covered ages ago. I know them all by heart. No. Agusheed refused without a second thought. Laziness becomes a habit. So cold-hearted. At least hesitate for a second. Now I'm going to cry for 3 days and 3 nights. You can cry, but you still have to go to class. I hate you. Muttering softly, Frieren gloomily reached for another plate of stewed meat. That one's mine. If you eat that too, it will really be a headache for me. Agusheed looked at Frieren, who was trying to eat his share of the stew, and reminded her appropriately. Urusai. Shut up. Agusheed didn't bother arguing with the stubborn white-haired girl. After all, he had dealt with far more troublesome kids before. Solidar, that was the name, right? Just as he was teaching Frieren because of Flamme, back then, it was because of His Majesty the Demon King's orders and requests that he had agreed to train that particular demon child. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knocking pulled Agusheed out of his thoughts. Who would it be at this hour? Frieren glanced at Agusheed. I don't know. He replied while getting up and walking toward the door. Click. The wooden door creaked open. Standing before Agusheed were 4 court mages, blood still lingering on their lips. Their robes were riddled with holes and tears, not to mention the visible wounds that had yet to heal. Of the 4, the one standing furthest to the right was in the worst condition. His left sleeve hung empty, swaying gently in the winter wind. No words were needed to understand the severity of the battle he had endured. Frieren turned her head for a glance and was visibly shocked. These were 4 court mages, the elite among the Empire's magicians. It was unimaginable what kind of enemy could have wounded them so severely. Agusheed was just as surprised since he recognized them. He had seen them many times during Flamme's lectures. Even the weakest among them was no less powerful than Frieren. What on earth had they encountered to be reduced to such a state? A demon general. Mr. Agusheed, is Flamme home? Upon seeing the door open and Agusheed standing there, the leader of the 4 stepped forward, voice trembling with urgency. But in their hopeful gaze, Agusheed slowly shook his head. Flamme is not here. She left about a week ago for some matters. Disappointment, Agusheed could clearly see the look of utter disappointment that filled their eyes after he spoke. When will she be back? The only woman among them bit her lip and asked, not willing to give up. At the earliest, 3 days. Hearing Agusheed's response, their spirits sank further. How could this be? Of all times. Even though the response was utterly disheartening, the leader of the group quickly composed himself and bowed politely to Agusheed. Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Agusheed. The other 3 followed suit, giving a courteous nod to their teacher's husband to express their apologies. After this, they slowly backed away, ready to turn and leave. But Agusheed's voice stopped them in their tracks. Wait. They froze in place. You, come here. He pointed to the far-right court mage, the one missing an arm, and signaled him to step forward. Me. Amidst the confused looks of his companions, the mage, using his remaining right hand, pointed to himself. Come here. Although puzzled by Agusheed's intentions, the one-armed mage obediently walked up to him. Sir, is there something? Before he could finish his question, Agusheed placed his hand firmly on the mage's left shoulder. Swish. A bright white light appeared out of nowhere, illuminating the snowy night. Under the astonished gaze of Frieren and the 4 court mages, a brand new arm filled the empty sleeve, stretching it out as if it had always been there. Avoid strenuous exercise for now. In about a month and a half, this arm will fully adapt to you. And then. Agusheed patted the mage on the shoulder, his expression as calm as still water as he looked at the group. Tell me what happened and who gave you these injuries. Chapter 18, Subjugation of the Imperial Prison Dragon. Because of his overly low profile and reclusive lifestyle, even the court magicians had forgotten that silent and taciturn man beside the great magician Flamme on the day she returned to the imperial capital was in fact their teacher's current husband, whose sheer magical capacity had once stunned them all. Now, they stood wide-eyed, staring at that seemingly regenerated arm. The 4 astonished court magicians were utterly shaken in their magical understanding by none other than Agusheed himself. Regrowing a severed arm, what kind of? The court magician who stood before Agusheed, witnessing this miracle with his own eyes, did not rejoice over his recovered limb. He just stared blankly at Agusheed, awestruck by the mysterious magic displayed. But Agusheed gave them no time to daze. He repeated his earlier question. Tell me what happened and how you were injured. The 4 court magicians snapped out of their trance. After witnessing that magic, this was the first time they truly realized just how powerful their teacher's husband really was. Your Excellency, you should know why Master Flamme suspended classes a week ago. We court magicians are tasked with patrolling the entire empire within the next 6 months to eliminate powerful magical beasts born in recent decades, ensuring peace and stability across all regions. We four were assigned to patrol the regions of Helen, Farb, and Ditan. At first, everything went smoothly in the Helen region. Until we encountered the Imperial Prison Dragon in the Farb region, which had migrated and tried to take over a town as its nest. You've seen the result. Though the cost was severe, we've managed to trap the dragon temporarily in a canyon. Our barrier can only hold the Imperial Prison Dragon for 7 days. Since reinforcements from other regions couldn't arrive in time, we had no choice but to seek Master Flamme's help. The leading court magician recounted the full situation in a fragmented tone. By the end, he let out a long breath, looking at Agusheed with hopeful eyes. I see. Agusheed nodded, indicating he understood. To lose against the Imperial Prison Dragon, one of the most formidable dragon species, is not surprising. But, they managed to trap it for 7 days together. He glanced at the pitiful student wrapped in a blanket behind him. For a moment, Agusheed didn't want to admit that this student was co-taught by both him and Flamme. But that thought only lasted a moment. Lifting his head, he looked at the bruised and battered court magicians. He then spoke words that stirred excitement in everyone present. No need to worry. Agusheed said calmly. Give me the exact location where the Imperial Prison Dragon is trapped. I'll take care of it. Watching the 4 court magicians leave, overjoyed after arriving in despair. Agusheed put away the map detailing the dragon's location and gently closed the door. I've never seen anything like that before. Agusheed. Behind him, wrapped in a blanket and silent until now, Frieren finally spoke. That man's arm grew back. How did that happen? How did you do that? Agusheed turned around and, while walking toward the wardrobe to pick out clothes, replied. With magic. I know it was magic, that's why I'm asking, what magic was it? Frieren stared at Agusheed intently. Even when Agusheed had once flattened a mountain in front of her, she hadn't been this shocked. Regrowing a severed limb. Even that old priest in the Empire's Grand Cathedral, the world's strongest monk, couldn't do that. Not to mention magicians, who aren't skilled in healing. It's another application of severing magic, I've just never shown you this aspect of it before. Putting on a heavy coat, Agusheed adjusted its collar as he spoke. Severing magic. Frieren abandoned her blanket in shock. She didn't even put on shoes, running straight to Agusheed. You're telling me severing magic can do that? Stop overreacting. I told you, you've just never seen it before. Agusheed's tone remained calm, not even glancing at her. The principle. Frieren grabbed the hem of Agusheed's coat and pressed on. What's the principle behind severing magic doing something like that? Feeling the growing force tugging at his coat, Agusheed finally looked at Frieren. Ciri told you what the full name of my severing magic was, didn't she? Frieren hadn't forgotten. She even remembered Ciri once said severing magic could sever space itself. But regenerating limbs. What does that have to do with severing? Seeing Frieren's confused expression, Agusheed finally gave her the answer. Magic that can sever through all things in existence, that's the full name of the magic I've mastered. And the principle behind restoring that arm is simple. I gradually severed its time back to the moment before it was severed, that's all. Frieren was stunned. Smiley face. What nonsense is that? What do you mean by severing an arm's time back to when it wasn't severed? Sever. Time. Do I look that easy to fool? Severing space is one thing. After all, demons do have space warping magic. But if severing magic could influence time, a domain no known race can touch with magic. Why would Agusheed fear Ciri? One swing to sever her back to a 3-year-old and it'd be an instant win, no. Do I have a reason to lie to you? He turned and magically made the dishes on the dining table float back to the kitchen to be automatically cleaned. Expressionless, Agusheed said to Frieren. I know what you're thinking. He continued explaining calmly. It's not as exaggerated as you think, at least, not something I can do right now. The only things I can sever time on are non-living objects and certain human parts that behave similarly to dead matter. It consumes an enormous amount of magic and concentration, and I have to make direct contact with the target. Which is a fatal flaw in combat. So this technique is completely unsuitable for battle. After restoring the clean dishes and tidying up the place, Agusheed waved his hand again. He summoned Frieren's coat from upstairs and put it on her with magic, then brought her shoes to her feet. That still sounds crazy. Frieren muttered about how absurd severing magic was. Absurd is the right word, but that's all it is. Agusheed commented modestly on his magic. After wrapping everything up in the house, he concluded the topic. Alright, there are less than 4 days left before the Imperial Prison Dragon breaks free. We need to move fast. Okay, then go and come back soon. I'll go sleep upstairs. Good luck. Wait. Frieren tilted her head, momentarily unable to comprehend the word. Yes, we. Agusheed picked up the now magically dressed Frieren with one hand. Flamme's not here. You'll be safest by my side. So. Vacation's cancelled. It's now extracurricular training. Subjugation of the Imperial Prison Dragon. Chapter 19, Subjugation of the Imperial Hell Dragon, Final. On the third day of the campaign to subjugate the Imperial Hell Dragon, with only one day left before it breaks free. On the main road in the Farb region, a rapidly speeding carriage jolted over the gravel. Frieren curled up in the corner of the carriage, burying her face deep into her knees. Her elven ears peeked faintly through her silver hair, drooping with dejection. Her slender fingers twisted the hem of her clothes, practically spelling out "unhappy" across her face. Can I get my holiday back after this is over? Her voice came muffled from between her knees. Agusheed's long fingers traced over the map, tapping a rhythmic beat against the parchment. Ask Flamme when she returns if she agrees. And if Flamme says no. Then class resumes. Canceling vacation. Continuing, classes. Agusheed's emotionless response made Frieren's centuries of suppressed mana surge out of her in a fit of frustration. But the moment her mana stirred, Agusheed turned his gaze from the map. Frieren. His voice was steady as ever, but with a trace of exasperation at the end. Are you seriously trying to outmatch me in magic? The moment he spoke, an overwhelming surge of mana erupted from Agusheed. Though it vanished in an instant, Frieren's mana was immediately crushed. And being so close, she was blown away by the force. Thud. The dull thump of her hitting the wood wall rang sharply in the quiet. Frieren sat dazed, a few stray strands of hair stuck to her forehead, and her sharpness completely knocked out of her. Her eyes grew clear again, her little genius intellect back in control. She quietly curled back into the corner, burying her burning face in her skirt, voice like a whisper. I really do hate you, Agusheed. If Flamme says no, shouldn't you hate her instead? Reopening the map, Agusheed's fingers slid across the red X marking the valley. Flamme is different. Anyway, it's all your fault. The elf peeked out from her skirt and muttered sullenly. How unreasonable. If you think it's unreasonable, then you shouldn't have dragged me along. Still sulking, Frieren suddenly thought of something. Come to think of it, you didn't have to get involved in this. If you hadn't called the court mages back then, you could have completely stayed out of this. It's not like the Imperial Hell Dragon breaking loose had anything to do with you, right? She stared curiously, questioning why Agusheed meddled. Agusheed paused. Morning light carved shadows across his sharply chiseled face. After a moment, he answered. If I didn't go, a lot of people in that town would die. A plain answer, but one that left Frieren more confused. You're saying you came to save people? As a demon, you care how many humans might die. Agusheed rolled up the map and replied with total clarity. It has nothing to do with what you said. Whether they live or die means nothing to me. Why they die, or how many die, I don't care. Frieren stared at him in confusion. Then why save them? Because if I don't, Flamme will be sad. Flamme, sad. So you mean, if you didn't go, Flamme would get mad at you? Agusheed shook his head. No, she wouldn't say anything. She wouldn't impose human morals on a demon like me. But if people died because she left, she'd blame herself. Even if she came back and killed the Imperial Hell Dragon. Seeing the town in ruins, the corpses of people, she would feel responsible. He recalled a burned village in the Rufen region, where they had arrived too late. Flamme had held a dead child in her arms, eyes filled with sorrow as she gazed at the scorched earth. I don't like seeing Flamme sad. So I came. That's all there is to it. Only when they reached the valley hidden deep within the forest did Frieren come out of her daze. You're. She kicked a rock, startling a few owls. You've completely turned into a flam-shaped person. The little elf muttered from behind. By the way, Agusheed, isn't the Imperial Hell Dragon the strongest among the Northern Plateau dragons? Now that the mythic dragons are extinct, yes. It's really strong, right? I remember Flamme saying it's as dangerous as a high-class demon. Yes. So how are you planning to deal with it? If I'm serious, severance magic can slice its head off instantly. Frieren froze. What do you mean, if you're serious? Agusheed glanced back at her. Like I said, the vacation is now extracurricular training. So you're the main attacker. I'll assist. Smiley face. Frieren blinked, then pointed at herself. I'm fighting the Imperial Hell Dragon. Chapter 20, Subjugation of the Imperial Hell Dragon, Conclusion. Gulp. Frieren's fingertips trembled slightly. Even though they were still far from the valley, the acrid smoke rising from within still burned her throat. Are you sure you want me to fight that thing? She pointed at the massive shadow perched on the last remaining cliffside, Imperial Hell Dragon, amidst a molten valley scorched by its wrathful breath. It was the third time she'd asked. Agusheed nodded again. If this is because I said, I hate you, Agusheed, and now you want to send me to my death, then please accept my most sincere and heartfelt apology. Frieren bowed deeply, trying to convey her utmost sincerity. You think I'm taking revenge for your usual disrespect? Agusheed raised his eyes with mild amusement at her serious apology. Aren't you? Frieren bluntly accused him of holding a grudge. But Agusheed denied it. Flamme told me that you once defeated Basalt of the Throne. He casually sat on a boulder by the roadside, flipping through a spell book. But a demon general and the Imperial Hell Dragon aren't even close in scale. Frieren was sure something was wrong with his brain. I never said you had to kill the Imperial Hell Dragon. Agusheed said flatly. Just test yourself. Take this chance to gain some experience fighting dragonkind. Frieren rolled her eyes. I'll die. If you're in danger, I'll sever its head instantly. Agusheed. If I die, I'm going to curse you. His fingertips brushed over a glowing incantation in his spell book, its golden letters reflecting in his eyes. Relax. I won't let that happen. If you died, Flamme would be devastated. He looked up from his book to Frieren. Need me to instruct you during the fight? Frieren sighed and turned toward the valley where the Imperial Hell Dragon was sealed. Please do. Upon entering the containment barrier, Frieren used her limited flight magic to float. She reinforced herself with cold emission magic to resist the valley's heat. But the dragon, once looming on the cliff, was nowhere in sight. She scanned with mana sense, not on the cliff, nor in the sky. Then, the lava pool surged. A massive head burst out from the molten surface. 10 meters wide. A pair of crystalline emerald eyes. Spiraling horns like twisted branches. It was majestic, ethereal, if not for the suffocating aura of impending death. No teacher should assign fighting a dragon as extracurricular practice. She grumbled. But the Imperial Hell Dragon gave her no time to prepare. Its eyes seethed with hatred for humans. Its rage of the past days was ready to erupt. Whoosh. Its wings spread, and mana currents in the valley reversed. It's going to breathe fire. Agusheed's voice echoed in her ears in perfect sync with the dragon's roar. Without hesitation, Frieren cast the grand isolation barrier Flamme had taught her. The dragon's breath roared in. Boom. Though the shield held, the intense heat singed the fringe of her white hair. Hope Flamme or Agusheed has magic to regrow hair. She muttered, backing off quickly. The dragon charged in the chaos. Strengthen the barrier with Flamme's other spells. Agusheed instructed. Frieren stacked. Reinforce physical resistance magic. Reinforce magical resistance magic. Her golden barrier flickered as mana drained rapidly. But Agusheed's judgment was spot on. Crash. The dragon smashed the cliff, hurling boulders like missiles. Her shield held, but the debris obscured her view, and at this range, she couldn't predict its next move. Adjust angle, southwest 23 degrees. Agusheed flipped a page in his spellbook without even looking up. Cast destructive lightning release magic, full power at its wing membrane. Frieren felt like a puppet, but obeyed. Blinding purple lightning struck, spot on. Yet her eyes widened. It barely singed the dragon's wing. Even its wings are this tough. Then the second breath came, far fiercer than the first. Boom. Her shield cracked. She deflected the blast and countered with another lightning bolt, this time at its eye. It only bled a little. Even its eyes are armored. She was ready to flee. But the tail came crashing in. Wham. A desperate barrier saved her from being flung into lava, but she was now right in the dragon's jaws. It opened its mouth wide. She braced. And then it ended. She realized this when the dragon's head, detached, floated past her, its body falling lifeless into lava. He really did sever its head in one strike. She marveled at the sheer power of severance magic. As she drifted down with the falling dragon's head, she heard Agusheed calmly close his spell book. You lost focus. Tried to retreat. And still got hit. I truly don't understand how you survived Lavali the blood-stained warlord. That was different. She sighed. Few magic users could stay calm at this range. If I'd been several kilometers away, I could have run just like back then. She trudged off. Then realized Agusheed hadn't followed. She turned. He wasn't looking at her, but toward the forest. So, that's what happened back then. Agusheed's rarely seen amused expression flickered. With a hint of a smirk, he whispered the name of an old friend. Lavali. Chapter 21, The Bloodstained Warlord, Part 1. Frieren, stun.jpg. Agusheed just said. Li, va, lo. That, the Bloodstained Warlord. He's nearby. And from what Agusheed implied, he's watching us. Wait a second. Then why hadn't she sensed his mana? For a brief moment, Frieren thought Agusheed was just trying to scare her for fun. After all, her mana detection covered 5 kilometers. If Lavali was truly nearby, there's no way she wouldn't have felt even a trace. She sensed him 5 kilometers out last time, otherwise she'd have never escaped. But Agusheed's next words shattered that illusion. He stood up calmly, smoothing the spell book in his hand. His deep eyes fixed on a small hill 10 kilometers away. Lavali, how long are you planning to keep peeking from over there? The moment Agusheed spoke, Frieren felt a surge of immense mana flood her senses. And it was coming fast. No, fast didn't even begin to cover it. It was the fastest thing Frieren had ever witnessed. In just 3 breaths, no more than 5 seconds. She didn't even have time to cast or react. As she instinctively tried to retreat toward Agusheed, that towering figure who had hunted her for a whole month, forcing her to flee from the Etwas Mountains to the imperial capital to seek help from Flamme and Agusheed, landed right in front of her. Boom. The ground near Frieren shattered under black military boots, carving a trench 3 meters deep. A dark red cloak flapped in the wind. Scattered stones exploded into dust from the sheer pressure of his mana. As Frieren's eyelashes fluttered, the wind swept up by a demon lord's pressure flung her bangs skyward. Lavali, the strongest warrior among the demonkind, the bloodstained warlord, stood only 10 meters away. And he was smiling brightly. At this distance, I'm dead, was the only thought remaining in Frieren's blank mind. At that moment, Agusheed's hand gently rested on her head. That usually cold hand now brought a surprising comfort as he pulled her behind him. His familiar figure shielded her. You're scaring my child, Lavali. For the first time ever, the magic sprout found Agusheed's voice and presence truly reassuring. Shocked by Lavali's speed and aura, she instinctively shrank behind Agusheed. Across from them, Lavali paused noticeably at the phrase my child. But only for a second. As a demon, such words held little meaning. He cheerfully looked at his old friend and spoke as if reminiscing. Agusheed, your mana sense really is as sharp as ever. When did you notice me this time? Before you were born. Agusheed had no intention of playing along. So cold. Is that really how you greet an old friend after 100 years? Even worse than Todd's temper. Agusheed said nothing. But Lavali didn't seem to mind. He looked at the severed dragon head of the Imperial Hell Dragon and sighed in admiration. Your spatial severance has gotten this powerful. Even the strongest dragon of the north didn't stand a chance. This time, Agusheed cut him off coldly. Finished with pleasantries. Compared to Lavali's enthusiasm, Agusheed was frost itself. If so, explain why you're here. Coincidence, or something else? He glanced at the white-haired elf behind him. The implication was clear. Coincidence. Lavali didn't even hesitate. And frankly, it should be me interrogating you, Agusheed. He stared at the severed dragon head again. You're the intruder to me. And you took the prey that should have been mine. Following his gaze, Agusheed understood. So you came for the Imperial Hell Dragon? Not exactly. Lavali walked to the dragon's massive head. He grabbed it, tilting it slightly to show the massive crack in its horn. I first found this dragon in the Etwas Mountains. Nearly shattered its horn with a strike, but it fled. I tracked it here from that path. But clearly, I was late. He didn't seem the least bit angry that his target had been taken. You're not going to ask for my icicle cherry blossom tree dragon as compensation, are you? Of course not. Lavali's eyes gleamed as he smiled and stretched. Warming up like a warrior before a fight. No need for compensation. The strongest demon general faced the strongest demon mage. A war-hungry smile stretched across Lavali's face. Agusheed. One Imperial Hell Dragon doesn't compare to the thrill of meeting you again. Chapter 22, The Bloodstained Warlord, Part 2. Faced with Lavali's fighting intent, Agusheed remained unmoved from beginning to end. His index finger tapped lightly on the leather-bound cover of the spellbook. Calmly, he watched Lavali play with the Imperial Hell Dragon's severed head. You want to fight me here? What else? Even after realizing Agusheed had no intention of fighting, Lavali still asked with amusement. In response, a plain, unadorned severance cleave flashed out. Crack. It narrowly missed Lavali, instead slicing clean through the other intact horn of the Imperial Hell Dragon. Naturally, it split in two. I don't think it's necessary at all. Agusheed raised his hand, signaling for Lavali to observe the difference between their attacks. You've never beaten me. And if we really fight again, this time wouldn't be any different. Lavali didn't deny it. He didn't question his own inferiority to Agusheed. He acknowledged that when faced with severance magic, he would fare no better than the dragon. But for a warrior, fighting isn't just about winning or losing. He traced the faint scar he'd once left on the dragon's remaining horn. Then clenched his fingers around it. You should understand that, Agusheed. Ripping off the horn with his bare hands, Lavali looked up. To me, victory doesn't matter. What matters is whether I can fight freely and to my heart's content. Had this been a battle-hardened warrior, they might have agreed with Lavali. Unfortunately, standing in front of him was an emotionless mage. Then you should go find His Majesty the Demon King. Agusheed suggested dryly. With his personality, I doubt he'd refuse you. Spare me. Lavali groaned, seemingly recalling a headache-inducing experience. If I bother His Majesty, Schlacht and Qual will curse me to death. Agusheed raised an eyebrow and offered another truth. Compared to being cut down by my spatial severance, being cursed to death doesn't sound so bad. Besides, don't you always pull back in the end? Just like the last 12 times. Confirming that Lavali was shamelessly serious. Agusheed raised a hand and fired off another severance slash. This one skimmed so close it cut several strands of Lavali's hair. Don't you think that's an unreasonable request? But neither the slash nor the sarcasm seemed to faze Lavali. Quite the opposite, he looked even more delighted. Not at all. After all, we demons never had a thing called shame. As Agusheed considered whether to give the laughing Lavali a spatial severance for real. Lavali suddenly dropped all fighting spirit and lazily reclined on the dragon's severed neck. Forget it. He said unexpectedly. Seems you really have no intention of fighting. In just 100 years, you've become so boring. Squinting, Lavali couldn't help but reminisce. The you from a century ago would never turn down my challenges. Agusheed paused at that, but his expression didn't change. I'm busy now. No time to play with you. You were busy a century ago too. Now I'm even busier. Is that really it? Lavali questioned. Or is it because of that human archmage? What was her name, Flamme? Did she change you? Agusheed raised 2 fingers. Lavali recognized the stance well. It was spatial severance. One more word, and I'll kill you. Lavali sat up, amused to see Agusheed finally show a crack in his facade. Trying to kill your old friend of 300 years over a few words. Brutal. Looks like His Majesty's worries weren't unfounded. That last line finally made Agusheed frown. His Majesty's worries. You didn't know. Lavali easily spilled the Demon King's top secret. Schlacht and His Majesty agree. There's a high chance that you, because of that human named Flamme, will stand against the demon race in the coming war. So to avoid forcing your hand, His Majesty decided to wait until that human dies before launching the full-scale war. Having said all this, Lavali studied Agusheed's expression. That's it. Agusheed asked, showing no emotional response. How laughable. You really think I'd fight for humanity? Lavali couldn't tell if he was serious, so he didn't pursue it. Instead, he asked the question that intrigued him most. Agusheed, is chasing emotion really that important to you? Agusheed didn't answer. Or rather, after hearing what Lavali said about the Demon King's concern. He treated Lavali as if he didn't exist. He turned, took Frieren, still hiding quietly behind him, by the hand. And began walking back toward the path they came from. Not even a farewell. Lavali sat on the dragon's head, calling out to the retreating Agusheed. He didn't expect a response. But to his surprise, Agusheed, just before disappearing into the woods, turned his head slightly. About my child. Thanks for going easy on her, back then. Hey, thank you. But that wasn't necessary at all. Watching Agusheed disappear with that short white-haired elf in tow, Lavali lay back on the dragon's skull and stared at the blazing sun. If I hadn't sensed your mana lingering on her back then, I'd never have followed some half-baked mage all the way from the Etwas Mountains to the human capital. Chapter 23, Agusheed's Worry, Part 1. 4th year of life in the Imperial capital, 2 weeks after the subjugation of the Imperial Hell Dragon. The morning after a snowfall was especially bright. In the depths of winter, occasional sunny days always seemed to bring inexplicable good moods. Even the dogs living in Iceberg were cheerfully frolicking through the streets. But inside the small home shared by Agusheed and Flamme. In their bedroom, Flamme sat propped against the bed, unusually troubled. And the reason for her distress, without a doubt, was Agusheed. He's been acting strange lately. That was the conclusion Flamme had reached after several days of observation. To outsiders, including Frieren, Agusheed's demeanor likely hadn't changed at all. After all, he always wore the same unreadable face, hiding his thoughts from everyone. But how could Flamme fail to notice a change in the man beside her pillow? She rested her fingers on the creased bedsheet, brushing the residual warmth left behind. Recalling the way those always composed arms had suddenly tightened around her in the middle of the night. Flamme furrowed her brows, quietly contemplating. He's troubled. Ever since returning from the Imperial Hell Dragon subjugation, he's been bothered by something. She didn't know the cause. And that was rare. Whether during their 10 years of travel or 4 years in the capital. She'd always been able to understand what weighed on Agusheed's mind. But this time, she had no clue. Did something unexpected happen during the battle? It shouldn't have. Her eyes lowered. Fingertips traced the cool silk bedding, stopping where light met shadow. If something had really gone wrong. Even if Agusheed didn't tell me, would Frieren really have hidden it too? A flash of disappointment passed through her gaze. She lifted a fallen lock of hair and blinked slowly. The silver comb on her vanity table hadn't moved in days. What kind of worry would make him forget to comb my hair each morning? The greatest Archmage of the unified empire lowered her head, sighing quietly over her inability to share her husband's burdens. As the skies cleared, it was suddenly noon. On the back of the heaven vane dragon, Frieren, who had slacked off all morning, returned right on time to the castle. She sat across from Agusheed, who was decoding the spell book of Sage Ewig. The aged tome rustled softly beneath his fingertips. But Frieren didn't feel the weight of those hidden emotions in the ancient runes. So she simply slumped on the desk, lazily waiting for Agusheed to announce the afternoon's lessons. There's no class this afternoon. The voice drifted to her ears like celestial music. She slowly lifted her head, rubbing her eyes and ears, then said, Agusheed, I think I'm sick. I just heard you say something that only appears in dreams, no class this afternoon. You didn't mishear. The pen in Agusheed's hand hovered over a rune, ink forming an irregular dot as he paused. He repeated himself. There's no class this afternoon. So I'm dreaming after all. Frieren yawned and dropped her head back onto the desk. Figures. No class, what kind of nonsense is that for a dream? 5 minutes passed before she realized she wasn't dreaming and sat back up, staring at Agusheed, whose eyes never left the spell book. Really no class? Really? His confirmation didn't immediately fill her with joy. She needed one more clarification. No class means what exactly? Without even looking up, Agusheed paused his quill and said, Flamme seems to want to talk to you. And added, she'll be waiting for you on the heaven vane dragon's left shoulder. In the small home's living room, fire crackled in the hearth, sparks bursting from burning oak. Flamme's fingers tightened unconsciously around her teacup, knuckles pale in the porcelain glow. Frieren, tell me everything about what happened during the Imperial Hell Dragon mission. Having borrowed Frieren from Agusheed for the afternoon, she led the girl back home and began questioning her about those missing days. Flamme had expected to dig through heaps of useless information to find the root of Agusheed's worry. But after hearing just a bit, you encountered the archdemon who once hunted you. What do you mean? He said. The Demon King postponed the war because of me and Agusheed. Wait a second. You're saying Agusheed also acted strange after this archdemon mentioned me? One question after another revealed a terrifying truth. Turns out she hadn't found the reason until now simply because Frieren hadn't told her. Flamme let out a sigh of relief, then grabbed Frieren's cheeks hard. Idiot apprentice. Why would you wait for me to ask about something so important? I forgot. Frieren mumbled through squished cheeks, her logic clear even if her speech wasn't. I came back, got my vacation cut short, and was thrown into non-stop classes. Forgetting to tell you is pretty normal, right? Flamme sighed and released her face, rubbing her forehead at her vacation-hungry student's logic. All right, I won't hold it against you. She stood up and patted Frieren's head. You've got the rest of the afternoon off. Just be back before dinner. Without waiting for a reply, she flew toward the heaven vane dragon. Ugh. Frieren pouted as she watched her fly away, calling it a break. It's just so I don't bother them, huh? Back in the castle atop the heaven vane dragon, Flamme paused in front of the empty study. The quill stood askew in its inkpot, and the spell book of Ewig lay open in the breeze. She reached out to steady the rustling pages, the parchment rough beneath her palm. Not here either. After searching the entire castle and still not finding Agusheed, Flamme closed her eyes and thought about where he might be. Maybe, over there. She looked outside through the stained glass windows, following the trail through the fields beyond the castle, toward the massive ancient tree rising in the heart of the forest. Chapter 24, Agusheed's Worry, Part 2. 300 years ago, I rejected the Demon King's conferment to become one of the 7 collapsed sages, with only a shred of humanity left. After what should have been a perfectly ordinary nap, I forgot everything about once being human. There were no signs, no reactions. I simply emerged from a dream like I always had, slowly opening my eyes beneath the shade of a tree. And from then on, I never again had dreams that belonged solely to humans. It was so calm, so simple, that I didn't notice at first. By the time I realized I had lost my humanity, I no longer had any reaction to it. It was as though this body called Agusheed had undergone a system update. I had become a pure demon. The first time the thought of recovering emotion crossed my mind was not because of a human but an elf named Minith. I met her in a village of elves slaughtered by the Demon King's army. I made no effort to conceal what I was, yet she showed no fear. More than that, she was oddly familiar with me, like we had known each other before. But I had no recollection of her face or name. Out of curiosity, I allowed her to follow me, to be under my protection. This lasted 2 years. During that time, as payment for my protection, she shared nearly all her knowledge with me. Even on the day we parted ways, she still seemed to be waiting for me to remember something. But unfortunately, not even watching her silhouette fade into the distance stirred any memories. Still, she sparked a question. Had I really known her? Was there a piece of memory lost with my emotions, vanished so completely it left no trace? That became my motivation to seek emotion. To retrieve memories I had completely forgotten. But over time, I left that goal behind. Because as years passed, memories became irrelevant. What truly consumed me was the pursuit of emotion itself. Even though 200 years passed without progress, my interest never waned. 80 more years later, I met an interesting human on the northern plateau. And from her, I saw the possibility of reclaiming emotion. That human was named Flamme. Flamme, she was strange. Strange wasn't enough. I'd say insane was more accurate. Her family had been slaughtered by demons, and she should have feared us more than anyone. Yet just because I spared her after she attacked me, she started talking to me, over and over, as if she'd forgotten I was a great demon. Once she heard, who knows from where, that I once had human emotion, she started pestering me to confirm it. When I finally answered yes out of annoyance, she clung to me relentlessly. Volunteered to help me recover emotion. Dragged me from place to place without permission. At first, I thought her actions meaningless, but eventually, I came to believe they might actually work. So I followed her. One day, sitting in a field of blooming flowers, she asked me, "Are you interested in the mythical Oriole?" Of course, I said no. But when she said she wanted to seek Oriole and asked if I'd go with her, I said yes. Because at the time, I truly thought I could find emotion with her. Thus began a 10-year journey. Over those 10 years, we braved inverted pyramids and sky gardens left from the mythical era. We explored the sealed underground crypt of the Mirror Demon, the fallen royal tomb. We crossed the snow-covered Chino Mountains in midwinter, and watched from afar the ruins of a goddess cathedral under a starlit sky. One by one, legends from fairy tales were proven and documented by us. In these countless adventures, I grew used to her presence. At the end of the journey, in the far northern Endi, we found the legendary Oriole. After speaking with one of Flamme's departed friends, we made our way back. Though we had the misfortune of encountering the Demon King, we escaped with our lives. But in the end, the 10-year journey ended, and I still hadn't recovered my emotion. I should have parted with Flamme as I had with countless others. But she asked me to stay, with the poorest excuse imaginable. And so I stayed. I wanted to see if this person could help me find the emotion I had pursued for centuries. Following Flamme's suggestion, I began acting out a contract relationship humans call marriage. Until now. And now, I'm confused. Because after seeing Lever, the day I returned home, to be exact, that night, I had a dream. It was short. No more than 5 seconds. But I know, without doubt, it was a dream. The first dream in 300 years. But it lasted only that night. After that, the dreams disappeared again. This is the root of my confusion, my trouble. What exactly does Flamme mean to me? Tap tap. Flamme walked leisurely down a forest path, like strolling through a garden. The quiet forest had none of the pompous decor of the castle or the grand sculptures of the capital. And perhaps because of that, it brought a peace and calmness. Her mood slowly settled as she walked. Until she reached the end of the trail. Beneath the towering ancient tree. As expected, Agusheed stood there silently. No movement. No words. Just standing beneath the vast canopy, lost in thought. Flamme stepped forward. She crossed the soft earth like a breeze through fallen leaves, coming to his side. She knew Agusheed noticed her. But she said nothing, and neither did he. Time passed. Evening painted the scales of the heaven-veined dragon in gold. Still, neither of them spoke. They stood side by side, breathing together in silence under the tree. Agusheed suddenly realized he'd seen this scene before. Right, in that dream. In the dream, Flamme stood beside him just like this. No words between them. He turned his head and saw Flamme had done the same. Is it beautiful? Flamme asked gently, her eyes soft. Agusheed didn't answer. Instead, for once, he smiled. And even chuckled softly. Let's go, he said. It's time to go home. Chapter 25, The Eternal Youth Magic, Part 1. 5th year of life in the Imperial capital. When the harsh winter of Iceberg was finally swept away by warm northern winds, the peaceful life of the small household of 3 resumed as usual. Flamme's classroom reopened as the court mages returned earlier than expected. Agusheed continued decoding spell books while instructing Frieren as always. If there was anything that changed, it was that Frieren finally made progress with her flight magic. She went from only flying 5 meters to being able to fly 10 meters. At this pace, in another 1,000 years, you might barely touch the heel of the Heaven Vane Dragon. Same old valley on the back of the Heaven Vane Dragon. Agusheed watched Frieren wobbly float 10 meters in the air and gave his assessment out of nowhere. Told you I was making progress. Frieren, floating with pride, puffed up her cheeks and placed her hands on her waist. Foolish disciple, I wasn't complimenting you. Wasn't that a compliment just now? I think even demons could tell I was being sarcastic. So mean. Before Frieren could finish whining, her body began swaying. A sign of flight magic destabilizing. Seeing her losing balance due to her hands-on-hips pose and beginning to fall again, Agusheed merely watched coldly. He stared blankly as the white-haired elf crashed to the ground. Foolish disciple. For the first time, the strongest great demon doubted his own teaching abilities. Come on. You could have caught me. Lying sprawled on the ground, Frieren murmured, feeling betrayed. A poor student must be prepared to be treated differently by their teacher. Agusheed replied with a blank expression. I'm not that bad. It's just that I'm not suited for demon-type magic. See? When it comes to human system magic, I learn super fast. She dusted herself off and tried to defend her learning pace. Human system magic? You dare claim you're quick with human magic? Aside from modern throwaway spells like magic to purify murky water, you can't even learn a single one of the human magic spells from the mythical era I taught you. Agusheed sneered and gave her a side glance. Looking at Frieren's, I don't know what you're talking about, face. He sighed with a mutter of, hopeless disciple, and turned toward the castle. Frieren proudly hummed, declaring victory in her shamelessness. And followed his silhouette home under the sunset. Smack. Still going to talk back? Yoa. No more talking back. Smack. Still going to play dumb? Yoa. No more playing dumb. Smack. Still going to act unreasonable? Wah. Flamme, I'll never act up again. At dinner time in the little house, Frieren knelt before Flamme, who was holding a ruler. Her palms were red from the beatings, held high as she sobbed, hoping for mercy. Smack. Another firm strike, while Flamme ate the berry sundae Agusheed had made. This is your punishment for slacking in your studies. With zero pity, Flamme delivered her discipline. Mama. I was wrong, I'll never do it again. Hearing the word mama, Flamme facepalmed and struck once more. You're even calling me mama, just to get out of punishment. Frieren, how are you ever going to become a proper mage like this? After 5 solid strikes, Frieren was fully awakened. She offered no protest, only tearfully repeated apologies. Agusheed sat across from Flamme, watching the heartwarming scene quietly. When he caught Frieren shooting him a fierce glare, he simply signaled Flamme. And so, another strike followed. I hate Agusheed the most. She swallowed the words halfway, afraid she might not get dinner. Thankfully, after that minor punishment, Flamme let her return to the table. Still, though. Just 2 bites in, Frieren regained her sass and started arguing. It's not really my fault I can't learn those spells. Like those human spells from the mythical era Agusheed taught me. He even mixes up the names and functions of some of them, only remembering the incantations. How is that my fault? Magic is born of imagination. Even if you know the incantation, without understanding its name and effect, you can't use it. So technically, Frieren had a point. But only technically. Those spells I mixed up can be decoded through their incantations. Agusheed, eyes still on his tea, answered plainly. Like the one I gave you a week to analyze. Out of 42 runes, you only cracked 6. And 4 of them were wrong. Before he could finish, Frieren cut in angrily. Can you blame me? What kind of teacher gives their student mythical era spell decryption as homework? You could have just done it yourself since you're fast at it. Why torture me with it? Agusheed calmly sipped the tea Flamme handed him. He slowly raised his gaze to the indignant elf. I didn't redecrypt them because I had no use for those spells. But I had you try because someday, you'll need them. That caught Flamme's attention too. Like what? She asked with curiosity. Which of those mythical era spells you messed up will Frieren need in the future? Volcano activation magic, meteor summoning magic, bone dragon creation magic. Although he couldn't pair the exact spell names and effects with their incantations, Agusheed recalled a few and listed them out. Also torrential rainfall magic, storage magic. And the spell that fixes a mage's physical condition permanently at a single moment in time. Eternal youth magic. Eternal youth magic. Flamme paused, lowering her teacup. Looking seriously at Agusheed. Wait, Agusheed, say that last spell again. He glanced at her, confused by her reaction. Still, he repeated. A spell that fixes a mage's physical state permanently at a single moment in time. Eternal youth magic. Chapter 26, The Eternal Youth Magic, Part 2. 2 days later, in the small snowfields of the northern plateau. Riding a reindeer sleigh with Flamme on the way to the holy snow crystal vein. Also the same site where he first discovered the eternal youth magic. Agusheed finally couldn't hold back his question. Speaking to Flamme, who was nestled in his arms for warmth. It's just a trivial spell. Why are you so interested in it? Who wouldn't be interested? Flamme drew out the last syllable playfully, her face leaning closer to Agusheed. To humans, eternal youth is extremely tempting. Is that so? Agusheed reached out and brushed a snowflake from the corner of her eye. Still, dragging me over hundreds of kilometers in just 2 days is a bit much. He looked at her frostbitten red earlobes and commented. Flamme rubbed her nose against the fur collar of his coat. Burrowing further into his embrace, her chilled fingers warming themselves near his chest. It's your fault. Who told you to have such a spell and never mention it to me? She grumbled, pressing herself even closer to Agusheed. He could only sigh helplessly. Untying the deerskin rope that secured the blanket, his fingers glowing faintly with magic. He paused slightly at the knot, then wrapped them both in a thick camel wool blanket. At the same time, her icy toes found their way against his shin. As she adjusted to a more comfortable position in his arms, Agusheed tried to explain. I've lived since the end of the mythical era, and the number of spells I know is countless. With spells like eternal youth magic, I've even forgotten the correct incantations. Of course, I can't accurately list them all. He sighed again, tightening his hold on her a little more. And you've forgotten, haven't you? I once said I'd teach you the magic from the mythical era, but you refused. I'm the disciple of the great mage Ciri, that's what you said back then. Listening to Agusheed, Flamme pressed her forehead against his neck and retorted. Even so, you should have told me about this spell. Why? Agusheed patiently awaited her reasoning. And Flamme gave him an answer that he couldn't easily understand. Because I'm human. And humans, age. Age. Hearing his puzzled response, Flamme caught his hand and pressed it to her cheek. Look. She guided his fingertip slowly to the corner of her eye. I'm much older than I was 10 years ago. There are wrinkles here. Agusheed lowered his head, seriously examining her face up close. His thumb brushed across her still smooth cheek. Are there? Flamme tilted her head slightly, burying half her face in his palm. In that small shadow, she blinked softly. Though Agusheed's words delighted her, she still corrected honestly. Yes, there are. You look exactly the same as 10 years ago. Hearing that sincere statement from Agusheed, Flamme chuckled bitterly and lowered her eyes. That's a sly thing to say. She unconsciously continued in a low voice. Anyway, I just don't want you to see me grow old. Agusheed's chin brushed against the frosted tips of her hair. And the vibration of his Adam's apple traveled through their close skin. He said. I wouldn't mind. I know. Flamme's voice turned into a sigh. Her fingers clenched at his collar, knuckles pale. But I still don't want you to see it. What wife doesn't wish her husband could always see her at her most beautiful? They embraced in silence for a long time before Agusheed finally broke it. Still, there's no need to go to such great lengths for it, right? I could give you those incantations. You'd find eternal youth magic within 5 years. Flamme, eyes still closed, tapped his chest softly in time with his heartbeat. 5 years is too long. Is it? Agusheed caught her hand and enclosed her cold fingers in his warm palm. In the distance, the cry of a snow owl startled the reindeer, shaking its antlers. The sleigh jostled slightly, prompting Agusheed to instinctively support her lower back. Flamme let out a muffled grunt inside the blanket. For humans, it's a long time, especially considering how long it might take to learn the spell itself. If it's something like curse reversal magic that takes over 100 years of training, it's hopeless. Even so, it's fine. Agusheed lifted her hand to his lips, breathing warm air on it. After all, I already know it, it's just that I forgot the corresponding incantation. He placed her hand back under the blanket and continued. If it really does take over 100 years to relearn it, then I'll just use transfer magic to pass it from me to you. Hearing something she'd expected, Flamme's lashes trembled slightly, like branches bending under snow. Her voice was almost inaudible. That may be, but I don't like taking credit for your hard work. I don't mind. Worst case, I just spend another 100 years relearning it. That amount of time is just a blink for me. Flamme looked up at Agusheed's jaw, wanting to say something more. But the reindeer's bell rang joyfully, drowning out her unfinished words. Together, they looked ahead. The holy snow crystal vein shimmered amid the swirling snow, like a natural crystal maze. The mythical era ruin is here? Flamme asked softly. Yeah, to be precise, it's inside the holy snow crystal vein. The sleigh gradually stopped at the entrance to the crystalline cavern. Agusheed stepped down first, crunching into the knee-deep snow. He turned and reached out his hand to Flamme. She rose slowly, guided by his hand. Did you fully explore this ruin last time? Staring at the glowing crystals, Flamme asked. Not quite. Agusheed scratched his chin, trying to recall. I just cleared the path to the center. After I found the stone tablet inscribed with the incantation for eternal youth magic, I left immediately. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Flamme's face. Since our travels ended, we haven't explored a ruin together again. So, Agusheed. Flamme, holding his hand with interest, asked with a twinkle in her eye. Care for an old-fashioned ruin adventure? Chapter 27, The Magic of Eternal Youth, Part 3. Agusheed, so this mythological ruin was actually a maze, huh? I think if you hadn't blasted 9 detours in a row, it would have been a normal spiral tower descending downward. Agusheed, this main road looks safe. Let's go this way. Safe where? Just feel the mana feedback, you'll know this road is filled with traps, and it's a dead end. Found the stairs to the next floor. Okay, decision made. Let's go back to that crossroads and try a different path. We could have just gone straight to the next floor. Fine, whatever makes you happy. This kind of conversation occurred on every floor of the mythological ruin. Agusheed originally thought he could speedrun this ruin he had previously visited in 10 minutes. But accompanying Flamme floor after floor, wandering around exploring hidden chambers and eerie paths. Occasionally dealing with monsters popping out of nowhere, and disabling infernal traps left from the mythological era. In the end, the two great mages actually spent an entire afternoon clearing the first 6 floors of the 7th-floor ruin. And now, in a hidden chamber not far from the entrance to the 7th floor, Agusheed stood quietly to the side, watching Flamme have a standoff with a motionless treasure chest. This mana signature, is it a mimic or a spell book? This is so tricky. Flamme crouched in front of the ornate ancient chest, hesitant about whether to open it. Flamme, that's a mimic. Agusheed stated this based on his mana sensing. Not necessarily, Agusheed. Your mana sensing isn't always accurate. Flamme turned her head, wearing an expression of, I know what I'm talking about. Even Ciri's mana sensing has a 1% chance of being wrong when judging mimics. Agusheed couldn't keep up with her logic, so he tilted his head and asked. So, there's still a 1% chance that it's a spell book. Flamme, for some reason, sounded unusually confident. But Agusheed still rejected her theory. I'm sure it's a mimic. But with my experience as a great mage, I'd say it's definitely a valuable spell book. Flamme closed her eyes and placed her hand on the chest. As if sensing something unique. Agusheed opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't argue further. He just looked at Flamme, who was about to open the chest, and said helplessly. Let me just say this first, if you get bitten by a mimic, I'm not breaking it from the outside. If your hair gets messed up when you break out from inside, I'm not fixing it either. Hearing that, Flamme hesitated a bit. But in the end, she stuck to her belief. Trust me, it's definitely a spell book. Flamme spoke confidently and slowly opened the ornate chest. And then the mimic bared its fangs at her. Crunch. Before the mimic could bite her, Agusheed's severance magic had already struck. The mimic was cleaved in half and disintegrated into ash. Not a spell book after all. Looks like my intuition does fail sometimes. Flamme rubbed her chin, a bit disappointed. But she didn't seem all that surprised. Agusheed, on the other hand, scolded her bluntly. I told you it was a mimic. I've never seen your intuition be right even once in these cases. Flamme brushed off his criticism. Instead, she asked another question. Didn't you say you wouldn't interfere? Not even a bit flustered, she turned and smiled after the mimic vanished. I didn't want to waste more time on something like a mimic. Agusheed said calmly, watching her smile even after being scolded. How is that a waste? It was fun, right? I didn't find it fun at all. Agusheed responded expressionlessly. Then, to Flamme's surprise, he hoisted her onto his shoulder and walked step by step toward the 7th floor. Put me down. I promise I won't wander off. Flamme, lying on his shoulder, poked the back of Agusheed's head. I'll put you down when we reach the final floor. Agusheed replied as he walked down the steps. In less than 20 seconds, they arrived at the 7th floor, or at least, the entrance. A door made of pitch-black ancient stone blocked their path. If it were an ordinary stone door, Agusheed would have blasted it open easily. But this one was different. At the center of the door was a vaguely familiar giant stone carving of a demon's head, emanating a sinister laugh. Agusheed stopped. What's that? Flamme, peeking through Agusheed's side, curiously asked about the demonic head on the door. A gluttonous demon, sealed by mythological humans to act as the door's unlocking mechanism. This made Flamme even more confused. She knew gluttonous demons feed on mana, but... What do you mean, unlocking mechanism? She tapped Agusheed's back and pressed further. Agusheed placed his hand on the demonic head and explained. This door is made of special rock infused with demon sealing ore from the mythological age. So attack magic is useless. It can only be opened through the demon. The actual unlocking method is to speak the password set by the mythological humans. But you didn't have a password back then, so there's another way. Flamme asked. Agusheed nodded. Then his hand glowed as he pressed against the demon's head. There's a simpler method that doesn't need a password. As he spoke, a surge of mana rushed from his palm into the carving. 1 second, 2 seconds. Under their calm gaze, the ancient stone gate shook from the mana influx. Cracks formed on the demon's carving. With a loud boom, the seal shattered. You just overload the gluttonous demon with mana until it bursts, kicking open the now unsealed door. Agusheed set Flamme down and explained. That's quite the shortcut. Flamme felt his massive, unreasonable mana with awe. But they didn't dwell on it. Because a stone tablet stood at the center of the 7th floor. So this is the incantation for the magic of eternal youth. Agusheed recalled the magic upon seeing the inscribed spell. Flamme tried it out. After 5 minutes, she sighed in disappointment. Just my luck. It's another one like counterspell magic, requires 100 years of training. No sooner had she complained than Agusheed placed his hand on her shoulder. Sorry to trouble you. Seeing him unhesitatingly activate transfer magic, Flamme turned to him and softly said. I told you, I don't mind. Agusheed's tone was as steady as ever. As he said. A century meant nothing to him. Transfer magic was activated. Agusheed used the simplest form, transferring all his knowledge and experience of learning the magic of eternal youth to Flamme. The process was successful. The magic was successfully passed on. Everything should have ended there. But after the transfer was complete, Agusheed looked down at little Flamme, who now only reached his waist, and fell into silence. Though he didn't know what went wrong. His wife, Flamme, had turned into a child. Chapter 28, My Wife Turned into a Child, Part 1. Outside the imperial capital, Iceberg. As always, adventurers and caravans from all over the country formed a long line at the towering city gates. However, unlike usual, today, the line was moving very slowly. Everyone entering the city was subjected to strict body checks. Aside from essential self-defense weapons and medicines, any dangerous magic items or goods were strictly forbidden from entering the imperial capital. Despite the severity of the checks, there was no protest or complaint in the growing crowd. Because everyone knew the reason wasn't the guards being difficult. It was that His Majesty the Emperor's birthday was approaching. Whether a resident of the capital or a traveler from afar, no one wanted any incident to happen around the time of the Emperor's birthday. As the supreme ruler of the unified empire, there were few in the world who could withstand His Majesty's wrath. Sir, may I please see your... The diligent city guard, having just cleared another caravan, habitually addressed the next entrant, a man holding a child by the hand. But when he looked up and saw the face that was unmistakable, known by all even among the reclusive elites of the imperial capital, his voice caught in his throat. Agusheed, sir. That stammering shout stunned not only the gate's guards but also the captain of the watch. Not only that, even some caravans further back erupted at the mention of Agusheed. Is the man up front really Lord Agusheed? Is that the husband of the legendary great mage Flamme? Among the murmurs, some excited voices shouted out. Lord Agusheed. I was the adventurer you and Lady Flamme rescued at Regal Canyon. Do you remember me? Mr. Agusheed, do you recall 8 years ago on the northern plateau, with the rising noise behind and the child wrapped in robes beside him tugging at his hand. Agusheed was starting to feel a headache coming on. "A thousand apologies, Lord Agusheed." The quick-thinking captain of the guard rushed forward, dragging the guard who had shouted and bowing apologetically. "Please forgive his rudeness. He was simply overwhelmed at seeing you." Agusheed raised a hand, stopping the two from bowing further. "It's all right, I don't mind." Though the crowd's frenzy was sparked by the guard's slip-up, Agusheed calmly said to them, "May I enter the city now?" There was no hesitation. The captain of the guard instantly allowed him through. However, regarding the suspicious-looking child beside Agusheed, out of professional duty, he still asked, "Lord Agusheed, may I ask about this young one?" Agusheed paused mid-step at the question. "Do you want to search her?" he asked calmly. "You're joking, of course not." The captain slapped his own forehead, laughing awkwardly. He'd clearly let his mouth get ahead of his brain. Agusheed was not only the husband of great mage Flamme, but also the man who single-handedly defeated the strongest dragon of the north. A mere guard captain had no authority to search someone like him. Even the emperor's nobles and court mages would hesitate to make such a demand. Still. Besides that elf, does Lord Agusheed have any other children with him? As the tall and short pair walked off into the distance, the captain felt a flicker of doubt but quickly dismissed it. He turned back to the adventurers and merchants still watching, and bellowed to rouse the stunned guards. "Don't just stand there. Resume the inspections." Inside their cottage, 10 minutes later, staring blankly at the small master sitting in a chair with a troubled look, Frieren tilted her head and asked Agusheed, "You're saying this is Flamme?" "Absolutely." Agusheed, still wondering why the magic of eternal youth caused this effect, didn't even look up as he answered. And hearing Frieren's question and seeing her skeptical gaze, little Flamme reached out and pinched Frieren's cheek with a sorrowful pout. "Stupid disciple, what's with that rude look?" she said angrily, but in her tiny body, it came across more like a pout. Feeling the familiar strength in her pinch, Frieren was now convinced the little girl in front of her was indeed Flamme, which only deepened her confusion. After little Flamme finished her revenge pinch, Frieren rubbed her red cheek and asked, "Didn't you two go out to find the magic of eternal youth? So how did Flamme end up like this?" Agusheed thought for a while before replying. "It's because of the magic of eternal youth that Flamme became like this." He furrowed his brow, looking at the fuming Flamme clutching Frieren's robe. "But it shouldn't be like this. When I learned the magic of eternal youth, nothing like this happened. So what now?" Frieren, now realizing her tiny master was actually pretty cute, asked. Agusheed stepped forward, picked up little Flamme, and gently placed her on his lap. "My suggestion is to observe for a few days and see. Maybe the effect is only temporary. Flamme might return to normal in a few days." Little Flamme puffed her cheeks. She looked at her rude disciple and her unreliable husband in frustration. Frieren couldn't help but reach out and pat her tiny master's head and asked again, "What if she doesn't return to normal?" "If she doesn't?" With a look from little Flamme. Agusheed removed Frieren's hand and continued, "Then we'll have to call Ciri." Little Flamme nodded, clearly in agreement. That settled Frieren's last remaining concern. She had nearly forgotten, no matter what happened to Flamme, Ciri would back her up. Nothing to worry about. As long as Ciri showed up, everything would be fine. But even after all that, Frieren noticed little Flamme still looked gloomy. She leaned in curiously. "If you've already decided to call Ciri, what are you still worried about?" Little Flamme turned her head and didn't answer. But Agusheed replied for her. "Because before Ciri arrives." With a light smile, Agusheed added, "Flamme still has to teach the court mages their lessons." Chapter 29, My Wife Turned into a Child, Part 2. 5th year of life in the imperial capital. The day after Agusheed and Flamme returned home, the court mages' routine vacation had just ended. Seeing the date on the calendar, they began their journey, walking to class. Bathed in the morning sunlight, they moved at a leisurely pace toward the classroom. Passing one towering wall after another, all formed from bookshelves filled with spell books. The court mages gradually arrived at the room where Flamme regularly gave her lectures. Once they found their usual seats, they silently sat down. Watching the ticking of the clock's hands inch forward, they waited quietly for Flamme to arrive. 1 minute, 5 minutes. No one spoke, but some began to feel something was off. 10 minutes, 20. Still no sign of Flamme, and now the mages wore increasingly puzzled expressions. 30, 35 minutes. As the hour hand crept past 9. All the court mages present came to a unanimous realization. Their teacher, the Empire's greatest magic user, Flamme, was late. You've got to be kidding. I remember even when the Emperor was nearly assassinated, she didn't miss a lesson. I've never heard of such a thing. Lady Flamme being late. So what happened while we were on break? Maybe Lady Flamme has transcended magic itself and been summoned to the Oriole by the goddess. What nonsense. Is there any other explanation? Now that you say it, that does kind of make sense. Or maybe Lord Agusheed and Lady Flamme finally had a child. A child, isn't Miss Frieren their daughter? Come on, how could a human and human have a child that's an elf? Normally a quiet bunch, the court mages were in total chaos. One wild speculation after another churned the classroom into an uproar. But then, footsteps echoed from beyond the classroom door, gradually silencing the room. Step. Step, step. Two distinct footsteps, one light, one heavy, signaled that more than one person was approaching. Click. The door opened. But the person who entered was not their expected teacher. It was her reclusive but overwhelmingly powerful husband, Agusheed, their grandmaster. Wait a minute. There had clearly been two different footsteps. The mages instinctively looked down. And there she was. Minnie Flamme, scowling at them with a tiny frown. Class is starting. She said it just like always. Class. This child is Lady Flamme. What? What? Their shocked outcry nearly blew the roof off the building. Mr. Agusheed, are you sure this child isn't your daughter with Lady Flamme? There's actually a spell that can reverse aging. This is really Lady Flamme as a child. Mr. Agusheed, don't tell me you're into. In a chaotic chorus of curiosity, the court mages swarmed forward, bombarding him with questions. But as the discussion started veering into dangerous territory, a few embarrassed peers dragged certain offenders away. Eventually, they nominated one representative to speak for everyone. Ahem. Mr. Agusheed. The chosen spokesperson cleared his throat and solemnly asked. Can you explain what happened? Is this really Lady Flamme? And if so, how did she end up like this? Agusheed glanced at the Minnie Flamme beside him. Just. As he was about to ask for her thoughts, he noticed her expression darkening by the second. Minnie Flamme smiled as she stepped forward. Under the wide-eyed stares of the students, she casually rolled up the spell book in her hands. Then simultaneously cast clone magic and flight magic. The rolled-up spell book slammed down heavily onto all their heads. 1 minute later, every court mage knelt respectfully at their seats, listening as Minnie Flamme expressionlessly explained. While researching the magic of eternal youth with Agusheed, there was an accident. Although I did successfully learn the magic, I've temporarily become a child. This side effect will wear off in time. That's all. Got it. The court mages all nodded, and then all shook their heads. You. Say what you didn't understand. Flamme pointed randomly to one of her normally well-behaved students. Teacher, does the magic of eternal youth mean what I think it means? The chosen court mage stood and asked timidly. Yes, it's just as it sounds, it's a magic that prevents aging. Hearing Flamme's confirmation. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves, whispers filled the room. No way. I thought reversed aging was already unbelievable. Eternal youth, even His Majesty would crave that. Such a spell was enough to send the entire room into a frenzy. So, they all asked the obvious question in unison. Teacher, can we learn this magic? No. With your talents, it would take you at least 100 years. That was Flamme's answer. She wasn't lying, in fact, she even gave them the spell's incantation so they could try themselves. And when they realized it really would take a century to learn, a new question arose. Teacher, if it takes 100 years to learn, how did you and Mr. Agusheed master it? This time, Flamme lied. Innate talent. That was her answer. She glanced sheepishly at Agusheed, who was standing quietly beside her. Though she hated lying, that answer explained why she had mastered the magic of eternal youth. And justified why Agusheed's appearance wouldn't change in the future. A little white lie for the greater good. As for any doubters, the incantation's right there. If you doubt it, go try learning it. See how long you last. Alright, Q&A is over. Flamme clapped her hands on the lectern and said with meaning. Class officially begins now. Chapter 30, My Wife Turned into a Child, Part 3. Dusk gently poured over the little path Flamme had chosen to return home. The golden slant of the setting sun dyed the stone-paved road in warm amber. Agusheed walked slowly, holding the hand of a slightly drained little Flamme after a lecture with the court mages. Bathed in the afterglow, they made their way toward their cottage. Shrinking really drained my energy too. I need to turn back soon. Flamme muttered gloomily, kicking at pebbles like a real child. She was now barely up to Agusheed's waist. Even though he had slowed his steps considerably, Flamme still had to struggle to keep up. If you wanted to change back so badly, why didn't you just write to Siri from the beginning? Agusheed looked down at her gently as he asked. Who wants their teacher to see them like this and laugh? Flamme shot him a frustrated look. That human sense of shame, is it? The sunset cast a soft orange glow across Agusheed's profile as he murmured to himself. But in Flamme's eyes, that warm hue didn't soften the usual coldness in his grey eyes. She tried to pat his shoulder, only to reach his elbow. And her boots, way too big for her current feet, made a clomp-clomp with every step. Even rolling her pants up 3 times didn't stop her from tripping on the hem. Careful. Agusheed didn't look back, but his voice was as calm as always. His steady hand caught her just before she stumbled. His tall figure cast a long shadow over the little Flamme, completely covering her. Don't treat me like a kid, Agusheed. Flamme sighed softly. She tried jumping to swat a low-hanging oak branch but couldn't even reach the lowest ones. That only frustrated her more. Unseen by her, Agusheed's lips curled ever so slightly. But Flamme, everything about you now is childlike. You could at least try to speak to me like your normal self. Flamme tilted her head up to retort, but tripped again over a raised root from the oak tree stretching into the path. Before she hit the ground, Agusheed's arm shot out, catching her again by the waist. Like picking up a kitten, he lifted her and gently set her back on her feet. Watch the road, he said tersely but didn't let go of her shoulder. Being a kid is the worst. Flamme grumbled after nearly falling twice. Hearing this, Agusheed stopped and pulled a candy from his waist pouch. Want some candy? Flamme also paused, her nose nearly brushing his outstretched fingers. Stop treating me like a child already. And you sound like a grandpa spoiling his granddaughter. Demons don't have a concept of family, Agusheed replied. Then turned and walked again, this time clearly slowing his pace further to match hers. The road widened, and windmills from their district came into view. Flamme tugged at his sleeve suddenly. Carry me. Why? I'm tired. You were bouncing around just a second ago. That was 10 minutes ago. She kept tugging, pouting like a spoiled child. Don't you know children get tired quickly? Didn't you just say I shouldn't treat you like a child? Agusheed stared at her for a few seconds. And then, with a sigh, turned around and crouched down. Flamme didn't climb up immediately. She stood there watching him for a moment. Then giggled softly and clambered up, wrapping her arms around his neck. Agusheed lifted her with ease, as if she weighed nothing. You're kind of heavy, he said. Flamme wasn't offended. She rested her chin on his shoulder, mock resentful. What a rude thing to say about your own wife. She caught the faint, clean scent in his hair. Then rested her head on his broad, warm shoulder, rising and falling gently with his steps. The dusk deepened. The sun glowed more intensely. Flamme yawned, her eyelids drooping. Don't fall asleep. Agusheed turned his head slightly, murmuring to her. We're almost home. Then tell me a story. Flamme clung tighter to his neck, her voice sleepy. I'm no good at stories. Then just say something, like what you were doing while I was teaching today. Agusheed was silent for a while. Just as Flamme thought he wouldn't answer. He spoke. Studying how humans think. As always, trying to understand what emotions are. That's it. That's it. Flamme chuckled softly and leaned in closer to his ear. That sounds so boring. Didn't you miss me? No. Liar. Another silence fell. She could hear his steady breathing and strong heartbeat. The distant cry of birds and the soft crunch of leaves under his feet filled the quiet. Their cottage was close now. In the corner of her eye, Flamme spotted Frieren sitting at the doorstep, slacking off all day. Just then, Agusheed turned and looked at the little Flamme on his shoulder. So are you sleeping with Frieren tonight, or with me as usual? Flamme caught the nuance in his tone. She turned her face and buried it in the crook of his neck. I've said this 1,000 times, stop treating me like a kid. Chapter 31, Seeking Help from the Lonely Old Sage, Part 1. The 5th day after returning to Iceberg, and a week since Flamme had turned into a child. Only 3 days remained until the Emperor's birthday. Since all court mages were required to attend the ceremony, they were granted a full 4-day leave by Flamme herself. Accordingly, Agusheed and his shrunken wife, who had accompanied her daily to lectures, also received a rare break. And so, the mighty mage, now a child, Flamme, unsurprisingly, slept in. As the morning sun filtered through the stained glass window into their bedroom, Agusheed, who had already gone out early to buy ingredients, placed breakfast in the kitchen and pushed open the wooden door to the bedroom as usual. He looked toward the rumpled bed. His gray eyes reflected the sight of little Flamme curled up within the sheets. Her light red hair spilled over the pillow, and her tiny nose fluttered gently with her breath. Unlike her usual intellectual and mature demeanor, her current form was undeniably adorable. Flamme. Agusheed's low voice echoed softly through the room. Little Flamme scrunched her nose and buried her face deeper into the pillow. MMM. She responded vaguely, her voice full of childish drowsiness. Time to get up. Agusheed spoke calmly, gently shaking her tiny shoulder. 5 more minutes. Flamme grumbled and tugged the blanket over her head. Agusheed sighed, yet tenderly pulled the blanket down. Your breakfast will get cold. Can I skip breakfast? Of course, Agusheed denied her request. After much coaxing, Flamme finally opened her eyes reluctantly. She stretched with a tearful yawn, oversized sleeves sliding down her small arms. It's not my fault I overslept, kids' bodies just need more rest. She tried to explain herself with serious tone. But her childish voice only made it sound like she was whining. I know. Agusheed replied shortly, picking up a comb from the dresser. Turn around. Flamme obediently turned so her husband could help brush her long red hair. Trying more new disenchantment spells today? Agusheed asked while brushing, his tone as flat as ever. Flamme swung her short legs, her feet not touching the ground. No. She looked at her tiny hands and sighed. All the disenchantment spells we've tried so far have failed. It means this can't be solved with existing magical theory. In the end, we'll still need my master's help. Agusheed didn't reply immediately. He finished brushing her hair and neatly tied it with a silk ribbon. Then he bent down and lifted Flamme into his arms, expertly, like it was second nature. She wrapped her arms around his neck, nestling close to him. At the kitchen, Agusheed set her in a specially raised chair and started breakfast prep. Slicing bread, frying ham, simmering oatmeal. As always, he moved with practiced precision. Flamme watched his back, legs swinging. Need help. Staying still is helping. Ouch. I do have some cooking skills, you know. You mean the kind that blows up the kitchen? That explosion was totally an accident. They bickered like always. The scent of frying ham soon filled the kitchen. Agusheed placed smaller slices of bread on a wooden plate in front of Flamme. Perfectly sized for her little hands. I'm not a baby. Flamme protested at being treated like a child. Yet her small hands reached for the bread anyway. Are your hands half the size they used to be? Or would you prefer I tear the bread and feed you piece by piece? Agusheed stated plainly and sat across from her to eat his share. When will you write to Siri and ask her to come to Iceberg? He asked, pushing a warm glass of milk toward her. I already sent it last night. Flamme took the cup in both hands and sipped. When do you think she'll arrive? Agusheed asked. Last I saw her, she was at the ancient ruins in the Etwas Mountains. Judging by her usual pace, it'd take her at least a week. A white milk ring formed around Flamme's lips, which she licked away unconsciously. But I did mention my condition in the letter, so she'll probably rush. Agusheed nodded and wiped the milk from her lips with his thumb. But before he could pull back, Flamme grabbed his finger. He looked puzzled at her. Lower your head. Flamme gazed up at him quietly. Agusheed leaned closer, and his gray eyes reflected her delicate, upturned face. He felt something in her stare, and his tense fingers relaxed. A lock of his hair mingled with the soft red beside her temple. She clutched his collar. Her warm breath brushed his neck like a feather in the morning light. Outside, the distant buzz of the marketplace drifted in. And the oatmeal on the plate gave off its final wisp of steam. Clatter. A soft noise from the stairs broke the moment. Frieren, who had just woken and tumbled down 20 steps, now sat groaning, clutching her head, and giving her 2 teachers a, ugh, so lovey-dovey, look. Chapter 32, Seeking Help from the Lonely Old Sage, Part 2. When did my disciple start drifting away from me, I wonder? At the peak of the highest mountain in the Etwas Mountains. Siri, the greatest Archmage in history, who had lived since the mythic era, pondered this question. Standing alone at the summit, her brilliant golden hair swayed gently in the breeze. Before her lay a masterpiece born of the magic of blooming flowers. An endless sea of blossoms stretching out in all directions. Petals unfurled in the sunlight, creating a tapestry that blanketed the mountaintop. Yes, when exactly did it begin? Siri stepped forward, her robes brushing against the flower beds, stirring up drifting petals. Was it 30 years ago? She recalled quietly, fingertips gliding across the floral landscape. Scenes from the past flickered by like a lantern reel. Little Flamme, wide-eyed with joy the first time she cast a spell. Tears of frustration when she was punished for misreciting an incantation and made to copy it 100 times. The mixture of nervousness and determination in her eyes when she asked her first question. In a daze, Siri thought she heard that familiar voice. Teacher, wait for me. She halted, swiftly turning back. But the swaying waves of flowers showed no trace of that small figure who once tumbled through them chasing after her. Always. For Ciri, it felt like always, because 30 years was merely a blink of an eye to her. No. For humans, 30 years is already half a lifetime. Back then, she was still a child who followed me around. Dismissing the thought, Ciri pressed on through the sea of flowers. Then, was it 20 years ago? She looked down at her right hand. There should have once been a small warm hand held tightly in hers. Teacher. That cheerful voice from her memories made Ciri slow her steps. A slightly older Flamme, laughing and tugging her hand excitedly toward a patch of wildflowers she'd grown on her own. Sunlight filtering through the blossoms dappled her round cheeks. Ciri remembered only nodding and commenting offhand. It could be better. But the young Flamme hadn't been discouraged. Teacher is always so strict. She smiled and held out a small bouquet of freshly picked wildflowers. But I like you that way. Like, a young girl's admiration and reverence. So, it wasn't 20 years ago either. Ciri rejected another possible answer. 10 years. No, more precisely, 15 years ago. At last, she found her answer. Master, I want to see the world. Do as you please. I want to try changing the world in my own way, I want to. You've graduated. What you do is no longer my concern. That conversation still echoed vividly. Back then. Ciri told herself she didn't care. She had taken on disciples merely to pass the time. But when Flamme's back vanished over the horizon, she stood at the doorway until nightfall. At the center of the flower field stood a flat rock. Ciri sat on it. From here, she could overlook the entire mountain range, distant human villages rising in wisps of smoke. Flamme must have left for them. For that foolish dream of a world where everyone can learn magic. Left her side, to do things Ciri saw as a waste of talent and time. Utter nonsense. Ciri stood and sighed deeply. She walked again, her robe brushing flower stems, whispering softly. The northern sky was crystal clear, sunlight streaming through thin clouds and rendering petals nearly translucent. Beyond the field lay a steep cliff, and a restless sea of clouds churned below. Ciri closed her eyes. The fragments of her time with Flamme felt close enough to touch. Teacher, why don't you ever smile? That was a childhood question from Flamme. Ciri hadn't answered. Because she believed that child wouldn't understand even if she did. The answer was simple. For those of long life, human emotions burned too bright and fleeting. She had to keep her distance. Even from her own disciple. That was how it should have been. So Ciri told herself, staring into the distance. Yes, it should have been. But Flamme was different. Unlike any other human she had met. Her fiery passion easily pierced the walls Ciri had erected. More than that, she subtly changed Ciri. Look, doesn't that cloud resemble the wave pattern of anti-curse magic? Flamme would say the silliest things about mundane things. Yet perhaps her perspective was that fresh and delightful. A small smile crept onto Ciri's face. Flamme and her so-called Flamme logic. That foolish logic reminded Ciri of feelings long buried in the passage of time. There was a moment when Ciri truly thought about keeping Flamme by her side forever. But it was only a fleeting thought. As Flamme aged, she spent less and less time with her teacher. She had her own journeys and adventures, her own friends and life. Even foolish enough to marry that demon mage Agusheed. Ciri tried to tell herself it was normal. Disciples must grow independent. But whenever she was alone, she'd find herself gazing down the mountain path, hoping to see a familiar figure appear. The last time she saw Flamme was right here. In the Etwas Mountains. Not long ago. Almost as if it were just moments ago. That day, Flamme arrived as a mature Archmage. She came with a magical theory of her own discovery, eager to present it. Teacher, what do you think? Her voice carried both exhaustion and pride. Ciri examined the theory, new within the human system of magic. She marveled at her student's talent and found some flaws in the logic. She meant to point out areas for improvement. But then noticed the wrinkles at Flamme's eyes, and the silver strands in her hair. Human time flowed far too quickly. She was reminded of that once more. Well done. That was all she said. It was also the last thing they said to each other. The evening wind brought the scent of flowers as Ciri closed her eyes again. When had her disciple truly gone? Maybe that question didn't matter. Her disciple had used her as a stepping stone, journeying far beyond. As her teacher, Ciri should be proud of her. Because that was her disciple. Flamme, whom she had personally raised. Whoosh. A faint breeze broke Ciri's drifting thoughts. Without her realizing, a flower petal enchanted with a tracking spell floated into her palm. It was the magical message she had once gifted Flamme. Of course, she knew how to read it. Heh. Looking at the petal's message, a rare smile bloomed on Ciri's ever-serene face. What a foolish disciple you are. Thus mused the greatest Archmage in history. Chapter 33, A Day Trip in the Imperial Capital with Master and Disciple, Part 1. 5th year in the Imperial Capital. The 3rd day after sending the letter to Ciri, which also happened to be the Emperor's birthday. In the small home of the Agusheed family, Frieren unusually woke up early. 3. She carefully folded the bedding, leaving a few restless wrinkles on the sheet with her fingers. Then, tiptoeing, she changed her clothes and descended the stairs. Having endured watching that couple's sweet breakfast moments for 2 days straight, the elf's patience had reached its limit. There's no way I can eat another breakfast at home. Frieren muttered to herself, unwilling to witness another overly affectionate scene at breakfast like the previous days. After 2 days of deep thought, the little mage decided to eat breakfast alone. Click. Gently opening the wooden door, Frieren was about to step outside. But she halted instinctively. Because at the moment the door creaked open, she felt a faint and nearly imperceptible magic. Interesting, you sensed me. You've grown stronger, Frieren. A voice, unfamiliar yet deeply familiar, echoed behind her. Memories of the trauma Rivali recently inflicted surged in her mind. Although she quickly recognized the source of the voice and her overwhelming magic, and realized she had come because of Flamme's condition, the psychological pressure alone left Frieren stiff and uneasy. She barely turned her neck and looked back with a resentful gaze at Ciri, who had suddenly appeared. You scared me, Ciri. Meeting her gaze, Ciri calmly raised a hand. Ignoring Frieren's gritted teeth, she casually pinched her chin. I see. Looking at Frieren's noticeably more vibrant mana compared to a few years ago, Ciri recalled a certain spell and understood the reason. Using constant practice of flight magic to enhance mana control. Using the process of learning murder magic to improve focus and magic sensitivity. You became that demon's disciple, Frieren. The golden eyes of the strongest Archmage in history scrutinized her grand disciple. And with one sentence, she accurately identified Frieren's method and process of growth. Mind your own business, you old hag. Once again, the white-haired elf lost her good mood early in the morning. Boo-hoo. I was wrong, calling you an old hag was my fault. I've sincerely apologized, boo-hoo. Can you lift this never-ending tear magic, Ciri? Wah. While Frieren sobbed and apologized with streaming tears, she also chased after Ciri, who was teleporting playfully around the living room, refusing to lift the spell. This was the scene that greeted Agusheed and Flamme as they entered the living room after waking up. Finally awake, huh? Why are you two up later than Frieren? Looking at them, Ciri flicked Frieren, who had leapt toward her, with a finger, sending her flying. With delight, she gazed at the approaching little Flamme. But upon seeing Agusheed, her expression immediately switched to one that screamed, I could kill you now. You're the one who showed up too early. Little Flamme, still drowsy, rubbed her eyes and replied to Ciri. Though, it's surprising to see Frieren waking up early. Flamme spoke with a touch of genuine surprise. Ciri looked at her small figure and let out a gentle laugh before settling onto the living room couch. Come here. She waved Flamme over, just like old times. Really now, even you're treating me like a kid. Flamme pouted, but walked over despite her reluctance. Then Ciri picked her up and sat her down on her lap like a doll. Her pale golden hair brushed against Flamme's little face as Ciri rested her chin on her head. Gentle and warm. This was what Flamme felt in her master's embrace. But what Agusheed felt was entirely the opposite. The sheer killing intent and disdain in Ciri's eyes locked onto him. Calmly, she raised her gaze to him and said, I already know the gist from the letter. I'm surprised you managed to track down such an obscure spell that even I barely remember. Unbothered by Ciri's murderous stare or cold tone, Agusheed simply patted Frieren's head and casually dispelled the magic Ciri had cast on her. Then, meeting Ciri's eyes, he asked plainly, Since you understand the situation, do you have a way to return Flamme to normal? Flamme, nestled in Ciri's arms, also looked up in anticipation of her master's answer. I do. With one hand propping her face and the other resting on Flamme's cheek, Ciri answered calmly. As an archmage from the mythic era, I of course know how to undo such a spell. But before they could ask further, Ciri continued. Lifting Flamme's tiny face gently, she added nonchalantly. But why change her back? Didn't you seek eternal youth magic so that Flamme could remain young forever? I don't care what form she takes, said Agusheed, but Flamme herself doesn't want to stay like this. At that, Flamme poked Ciri's cheek with a helpless expression. Just like Agusheed said. This isn't the kind of youth I wanted, master. Hearing both their answers, Ciri was unsurprised. She had never really believed Flamme would want to stay like this. Her earlier question had only been a selfish wish. I can change her back. Ciri looked calmly at them both. But we'll do it tomorrow. As Agusheed raised an eyebrow and Flamme sighed, Ciri said so matter-of-factly. Chapter 34, A Day Trip in the Imperial Capital with Master and Disciple, Part 2. Why tomorrow? Or rather, why is Ciri so eager to have the childlike Flamme by her side? Agusheed didn't know the answer, nor did he ask an unwise question. He simply walked calmly down the Empire's Grand Avenue, adorned with colorful flags. Quietly following behind the master and disciple duo as they browsed the streets, paying and carrying their bags. Of course, no one recognized them. The shopkeepers only accepted their money because, in their eyes, the three of them were ordinary folk. That was thanks to Ciri. Because Agusheed and Flamme were simply too well known in the Imperial capital to avoid being recognized during the Iceberg Festival. She used a spell, one even Agusheed didn't recognize, to obscure all three of them. And then, hand in hand with little Flamme, she wandered aimlessly through the human streets. At a modest little antique stall in the festival market, Ciri stopped. Welcome. These are all relics unearthed from the southern region. See anything you like. This necklace. Ah, you have quite the eye, miss. Among all my antiques, that's easily the best piece, you picked it out right away. How much? Since you're clearly knowledgeable, how about 5 lassel gold coins? That's already a very fair price. Too expensive. How about this much? 2 coins, you drive a hard bargain, but at that price, I'd take a big loss. Add 1 more coin, then. Well, you do know your stuff. Fine, I'll let it go. But let me tell you, this piece. Agusheed stood nearby, quietly listening to the haggling between the shopkeeper and Flamme, coached by Ciri. He had no interest in shopping or bargaining, so he never took part in this kind of thing. Only when it came time to pay would he be needed. It had always been this way. As for why all the household finances were under his management, that would be because of all the treasures Flamme had purchased at high prices, now collecting dust in his study and bedroom. Agusheed, come here. Flamme's voice pulled him from his thoughts. She waved at him from the antique stall, signaling him to come over. Then she turned back to keep bargaining under Ciri's guidance. Interesting. Agusheed watched the two of them, both smiling as they haggled, and found himself mildly intrigued. Would an Archmage who had survived since the Mythic era really be interested in antiques? Curious. Could it be a divine relic from the God Age, or perhaps from the early days of the unified empire? Most likely the latter. Ciri probably had a keen eye. She wouldn't bother with common trinkets. Or maybe not. Artifacts from those eras were exceedingly rare. Most were locked away in ancient ruins or labyrinths. Finding one here seemed unlikely. Still, if they truly found something even from just a few centuries ago, that would be impressive. A piece from the last few hundred years that could catch Ciri's interest. Could it be a relic of the only elven empress in the unified empire's 300-year history? Unlikely, but what else could it be? As he approached, Agusheed shook off the speculation. With a rare flicker of anticipation, he reached to examine the antique Ciri had selected. Wait. When Agusheed reached them and picked up the necklace they had chosen. The strongest demon in 500 years. A witness to the evolution of imperial art and culture since 3 centuries ago. Fell silent. Utterly, dead silent. His gaze shifted from the still haggling Flamme to Ciri, who was exuding the smug air of someone certain she'd struck a great deal. It's a fake. Agusheed paused, then delivered the cold truth. He lowered his gaze to the necklace in his palm. His fingers traced the uneven, poorly gold-plated surface, noting the cold, gritty touch of faint corrosion. It's likely a replica based on unified empire antiques from about 4 centuries ago. Turning his head slightly, he looked past Flamme and fixed his eyes on Ciri's raised chin. And it's even worse than that fake vase Flamme once bought and placed in my study. He cast a spell so that only the 3 of them could hear his voice. How annoying. You think your judgment is more accurate than mine? Ciri glanced at Agusheed with a blank expression. Her brow twitched almost imperceptibly, but she didn't turn her head. A lock of golden hair fluttered slightly with the contempt in her nostrils. A mere 500-year-old demon brat dares question me, laughable. But Agusheed didn't waver. In fact, he became even more convinced. And really, he should have known, Ciri's whole lineage had no sense of discernment. Looking at her brazen confidence, Agusheed recalled how Flamme had once acted the same way. When she proudly barged into his study waving around a so-called 200-year-old vase. Only for it to later be revealed as a casual creation by one of her students. Agusheed rubbed his temple and closed his eyes. And then, a long sigh echoed in the ears of Siri and Flamme. I once thought, as a revered sage of the mythic age, you'd have insightful opinions on unified empire antiques and culture. Agusheed lifted the necklace into the morning light. The dull gray of cheap iron peeking through the flaking gold caught Flamme's eye. Or at the very least, that you could distinguish early unified empire gilding techniques. Looking directly at Siri, Agusheed did not hide his disappointment and disdain. But I never expected you to pick out something that doesn't even qualify as trash. From what angle, exactly, did you think this could be considered an antique? Would you guys like a Patreon with 20 chapters ahead? Chapter 35, A Day Trip in the Imperial Capital with Master and Disciple, Part 3. Another piece of junk. I heard my husband say this from behind me. Given how knowledgeable Agusheed is about the last 500 years of unified empire history, I was quite certain his appraisal wasn't wrong. Even without turning around, I could hear the headache and reluctance in his voice. But in the end, he still bought that so-called junk. Because after his argument with Siri, I said, I want this necklace. And just like that, he stopped arguing, fell silent for a moment. Then sighed and headed for the stall owner. And accurately listed the materials and production process of the fake necklace. The stall owner's expression was absolutely priceless after hearing Agusheed's explanation. Not only did he give the necklace away for free, he even slipped Agusheed a straw silver coin, pleading for his silence. Everything Agusheed said was, of course, correct. Siri really had misjudged it. Even though she had survived since the mythic age as an archmage, her eye for antiques was worse than mine. The necklace truly was worthless junk, devoid of cultural or monetary value. But Agusheed still bought it. Because I said, I want it. He had always been like that. No matter what I asked for, he would always indulge me unconditionally. Thinking about this, walking through the bustling market, being led by Siri, I couldn't help but giggle. I turned and glanced at Agusheed's emotionless face. Then, under his puzzled gaze, I blew him a small kiss. Agusheed tilted his head, not understanding the meaning behind my action. But the next moment, Siri's murderous glare forced him to look at her. Could you not keep directing killing intent at me? I haven't done anything to offend you. Agusheed, helpless in the face of Siri's hostility, tried reasoning with her. But Siri said nothing. She just shot him a cold glare, then pulled me along into the distance. After weaving through 6 different markets and visiting 45 shops, the aimless journey brought us to the heart of the imperial capital. There, after scrutinizing a few grand buildings, Siri led us into the Imperial Royal Museum. Today, being the birthday of the current emperor, this museum, which preserved relics of the past emperors of the unified empire, was temporarily open to nobles who came to pay homage. Of course, Agusheed and I weren't nobility. But since no one could recognize us, we simply followed Siri's lead and stepped inside. After touring a few different exhibition halls with Siri, I tugged gently on her sleeve and curiously asked, Teacher, do you recognize these antiques? No. Then why did you bring us here? Because I think this place looks decent. Her gaze skimmed past the artifacts, none even old enough to be a fraction of her age. Her answer was dismissive. Hearing this, I couldn't help but give her a, just as expected, expression. By now, I had figured out the real reason Siri was delaying my restoration. She just wanted to enjoy having me by her side like this, even if just for a day. I sighed quietly and gently held her arm. To keep the day from being too dull and to give her something to talk about. I waved to Agusheed, calling him over again. Agusheed, could you help explain these items to me and teacher? I winked to cue him in. This time, he understood. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and began to explain the exhibits. This is the wedding ring of the unyielding king and his wife from 140 years ago. This gemstone was given by the Iron-Blood Emperor to his wife before his final campaign 200 years ago. This was left by the Sky Queen on her deathbed 230 years ago. This bracelet was handcrafted by the Triumphant King for his queen 300 years ago. With each item Agusheed introduced, Siri's expression grew darker. Because everything he explained revolved around married love. Even if he meant no provocation. It still felt like he was flaunting his relationship with me right in her face. Each explanation only deepened Siri's killing intent toward him. By the time we neared the end of the exhibit, even I was afraid Siri might lash out at Agusheed right then and there. Why did we have to end up in this gallery? If those two start fighting, they'll flatten the entire capital. I slapped my forehead, regretting asking him to do the explanations. But Agusheed, feeling her surging bloodlust, didn't react at all. He had long grown used to Siri's random bouts of hostility. So long as I was present, he knew this old fossil wouldn't make a move. So he simply kept doing his part without pause. until we reached an unassuming display case at the very end. Agusheed stopped walking. And not just him, little Flamme also furrowed her brow as she sensed a faint trace of magic ahead. Only Ciri, who had likely noticed it long before, remained calm. She stared at the final exhibit, and the woman in front of it. Someone she had met only a few times before. Agusheed paused briefly. Then shifted aside, allowing both Flamme and Ciri to clearly see the one standing in front of him. Or rather, the elf. And with complete calm, Agusheed introduced this artifact that wasn't actually part of the display. This is Ophelia Auld, Queen of the Triumphant King, and the only elven queen in the history of the unified empire. Flamme wasn't too surprised. Though she'd never met the elven queen, she had seen her portrait in the palace before. In fact, she was somewhat relieved. At least this small interlude helped shift Ciri and Agusheed's focus. As for Ciri's mood, once she realized this elf wasn't particularly powerful, she quickly lost interest. Am I disturbing you, collapse of nations? Though she couldn't see through Agusheed's disguise spell. Nor could she unravel Ciri's enchantments. The elven queen, Ophelia, still calmly turned toward an otherwise empty space. And softly spoke. Chapter 36, A Day Trip in the Imperial Capital with Master and Disciple, Final. So, you just ignored that so-called elven queen. As they slowly exited the Imperial Royal Museum, Ciri, cradling little Flamme in her arms, looked at Agusheed with interest. When confronted earlier by that fellow elf, Agusheed had simply turned around and walked away without saying a word. He hadn't acknowledged her presence again, even after they'd toured the entire museum. She's just a lunatic. No need to engage with her. Agusheed responded bluntly, clearly uninterested in discussing the matter. Even a demon like you finds her crazy. What did she do? Come on, tell me. Seeing Agusheed out of sorts sparked Ciri's rare curiosity. Partly because she was genuinely interested in what that fellow elf had done. After all, not even Ciri had ever been called a lunatic by Agusheed. But Agusheed didn't look back, nor did he intend to respond. He simply quickened his pace, clearly wishing to drop the subject. Come back. Ciri started to raise her hand, ready to magically drag him back. But Flamme, held in her arms, poked her to signal that she knew. Back during our travels, Agusheed told me. Flamme paused to gather her thoughts and continued. That elven queen came to him 250 years ago, seeking so-called immortality magic and resurrection magic. Because she'd heard from some great demon that Agusheed's severance magic could interfere with time. Ciri raised an eyebrow. This was getting interesting. And so she gathered nearly all the forces of the Empire at the time to try and capture Agusheed alive. And then the Elven Queen, along with all of the Empire's forces, was completely crushed by Agusheed. That's how he earned the title Collapse of Nations. Crushing the entire Empire single-handedly 250 years ago. Ciri wasn't shocked. She was well aware of Agusheed's power. But seeking immortality and resurrection. Ciri murmured the words, putting them together with the Queen's identity. She could more or less guess what drove that elf to such delusional fantasies. Love. How laughable. Though she scoffed inwardly, as they strolled toward the Western District. Ciri casually glanced at Agusheed's retreating back. Then she looked down at the little Flamme in her arms. I, Archmage Flamme, will spend the rest of my life teaching him what love is. Those foolish words once blurted out by Flamme echoed faintly in her ears. If such a day ever comes, then what would that demon? Her thoughts suddenly stopped. Ciri shook her head, brushing aside that fleeting nonsense. Even she found her own musings laughable. Teaching a demon what love is. Heh. What a joke. Dusk fell as they walked the road home. Agusheed had left Ciri and Flamme far behind, showing only his back. An old, long-sealed conversation echoed in his mind. Ophelia Auld. Queen of the Unified Empire, correct. Why do you covet my life? Because I, heard you possessed magic that could interfere with time. So, I challenged you to battle. I see. Just another mage driven mad by the pursuit of power. Take your people and leave. I'll spare your lives this time, don't come again. No, it's not power. The blood-soaked Elven Queen had collapsed in front of Agusheed that day. Even as her emerald eyes dimmed and she faced the overwhelming might of the strongest demon. She still refused to let go of his ankle, gripping tightly. I just wanted to borrow your magic to save the one I love. What did you say? Please, I beg you, use your magic to save him. Even if, it means killing me. Save your lover, kill you. Your lover, was he injured, sick? He gave up 20 years of his life, for me. It was the only time in my life I felt truly loved. I beg you, no matter what it costs, please save him. He lost his lifespan. You mean your lover is dying of old age? Please. To bring back someone whose life is simply running out. That kind of magic is beyond me. Such a frustrating memory. Agusheed rubbed his forehead and muttered softly. That memory from 250 years ago inexplicably irritated him. It frustrated him more than any mind-affecting spell. He had clearly ended that conversation as concisely as possible. Yet, why did that memory still? In that moment of turmoil, absent-mindedly, Agusheed noticed the ring on his left ring finger, the one Flamme had placed there. 250 years ago, when Ophelia Alt had pleaded with him. Her blood-stained hand had also held a ring, similar to his, though more worn and faded. So agitating, maybe I didn't tell Flamme everything. To be honest, I'm a little curious now. Could you tell me the full story of what happened between you and that fellow elf? Preferably, the whole thing. Ciri's distinct chuckle snapped Agusheed out of his reverie. He turned to see Ciri, now holding Flamme again, standing right behind him. Could you not provoke me right now, please? Agusheed's frustrated tone made Flamme tense up in her arms. But before she could react, Ciri grinned, her golden eyes glinting with amusement. Oh. Are you challenging me? That sentence made Flamme realize. The thing she feared most was about to happen. Ciri gently set Flamme down and took a step closer to Agusheed. They now stood barely half a meter apart. Want a fight? She smiled as she stared at Agusheed, who clearly had no intention of backing down. Then let's fight. And so, to the challenge of the greatest Archmage in history. The strongest modern demon gave his answer. Chapter 37, A Meteoric Salute, Out of Respect. At 10,000 meters above Iceberg. On the colossal body of the heavenly veined dragon, vast enough to rival half the imperial capital. Two figures stood among the broad mountain ranges to the southwest. The battle between the strongest Archmage in history and the strongest modern demon was on the verge of eruption. Far from the battlefield, at the top of the castle built upon the dragon's back. Little Flamme and the Frieren she had brought along were watching the tense scene unfold. Aren't you going to stop them, Flamme? Frieren turned her head toward her miniature master sitting beside her. Although she had never seen Ciri in combat, she had heard plenty from Flamme about their great master's ruthlessness. As for Agusheed, there was no need to even mention it. Frieren had witnessed with her own eyes how the northeastern mountains on the heavenly veined dragon's back had been gradually flattened under Agusheed's magic over the years. If these two really fought, even the residual shockwaves might kill the dragon beneath them. How would I stop them? Flamme puffed her cheeks in exasperation, holding her face with one hand. Master has wanted to fight from the start. And Agusheed, for some reason, suddenly got impulsive today. She kneaded Frieren's cheeks in frustration as she spoke. If I forcibly separated them now, both would just end up angry. So I might as well let them go at it. With Flamme's tiny hand still pinching her, Frieren asked, muffled. Aren't you afraid Agusheed will get killed if Ciri slips up? I've heard him say more than once, I'm no match for the Demon King or Ciri. Flamme simply smiled at the naive question. She let go of Frieren's face, turning her head. She used magic to gaze at Agusheed's tall back in the distance. Remembering the final battle at the northern edge of the continent during their 10-year journey together. When Agusheed faced the Demon King. Flamme chuckled softly, then asked. Frieren, did Agusheed ever tell you why he is regarded as the strongest great demon among his kind, where only power matters? Frieren shook her head. Now that she thought about it. Though Agusheed had told her he was the strongest, he'd never explained why. He's called the strongest great demon because he once challenged the Demon King. And in direct combat, forced the Demon King to one knee. To one knee. The ruler and strongest of all demons, forced to kneel. Frieren looked in shock at the two figures about to clash. Especially Agusheed, who remained calm from start to finish. As long as Ciri doesn't aim to kill, Agusheed will be fine. Stretching with her tiny frame, Flamme then cast her original barrier of isolation spell, fully encasing the heavenly veined dragon's real body. Smiling slightly, she winked at the stunned Frieren beside her. So don't worry. He absolutely won't die. Should I let you have the first move? From several dozen meters away, Ciri calmly retracted the stormy magic swirling around her. I'll just stand here, won't dodge, won't block. Hit me with your best shot, how's that? Mockery. Pure, unfiltered contempt. But Agusheed didn't react to the insult. Instead, he nodded lightly, even asking calmly. So no matter how excessive it is, I can go all out. Ciri smirked, her eyes glinting with joy. Give it your most savage. At her words, Agusheed vanished. He didn't flee or retreat, but rose, higher into the sky. Above the clouds, below the firmament, Agusheed summoned his vast, oceanic magical power. The opening strike of the battle had begun to charge. Magic to increase own magic output. Magic to accelerate magic recovery. Enhance single attack power spell. Enhance single attack penetration spell. All attribute defense spell. All attribute special attack spell. All attribute agility spell. Magic to see through defensive weaknesses. Barrier of isolation. Curse reflection spell. In under a minute, hundreds of enhancement, defense, anti-curse, and anti-detection spells were cast by Agusheed. Ciri, despite this blatant power-up that bordered on cheating, didn't move. She stayed still, just as promised. Only the smile at her lips widened. Finally, as Agusheed completed his last buff, his magical power peaked. The strongest demon was ready to unleash his full-force strike. Old hag, let's begin. Smiling faintly, Agusheed raised his arms to the sky. His power surged toward unreachable heights. A meteor to start, out of respect. 700% power, spell of meteor summoning. Ha! He exhaled softly, mist forming before his eyes. Receive. He clasped his hands, the impact echoing. The judgment of 7 stars. At his final word, as Ciri smiled and the observers stared skyward, the sky tore open with a roar. Something unstoppable crashed down from the heavens. Within moments, the first meteor pierced the sky. A dark red tail streaked across the sky, leaving heat and fire. Air twisted and cracked. Ciri looked up, flames reflecting in her pupils. A smile tugging at her lips. The second and third meteors followed. They didn't fall simultaneously, but staggered in elegant sequence. Each aimed precisely at Ciri's position. The ground quaked. Not from impact, just the sheer wind pressure. Her golden hair billowed in the turbulence, clothes flapping violently. Still, she didn't move. The fourth meteor came next, larger, cloaked in nearly white flame. Ciri squinted and extended one hand. Not to block, but as if to touch something fragile. Before she could act, the fifth and sixth meteors fell, spiraling together like twins. The shock compressed the air into shrill howls. Mountains on the heavenly vein dragon's back cracked. Ciri's laughter was swallowed by thunder. And then, the seventh meteor descended. Slower. Larger. Its pitch-black surface veined with molten magma, like a miniature sun. At last, Ciri raised her hand and reached forward. She looked up at the incoming inferno. Her grin, feral, ecstatic. Chapter 38, Clash of Magic. The elf who had survived since the mythical era, one who had mastered nearly every form of magic. The strongest archmage in history, Ciri. What kind of inhuman power did she possess? Until today, no one could answer that question, no one except her disciple, Flamme. Because since ancient times, whether human or demon, no one who had witnessed Ciri fight seriously had ever lived to tell the tale. But after today, there would be 2 more people who knew the answer. Agusheed and Frieren. The strongest modern demon and a peacetime magic user would today witness firsthand the sheer absolute might wielded by the legendary mage of the mythical era. What would Ciri do when taking a full-force strike without dodging or defending? This was a question Agusheed had pondered countless times. Would she use destructive thunder release magic or hellfire release magic to block it head-on? Or rely on heaven wind summoning magic or rock shield protection magic to tank it directly? Each possibility flashed through Agusheed's mind, only to vanish an instant later. The regret from 150 years ago of never seeing the strongest archmage's full power. Let me make up for it today. He murmured quietly, his eyes fixed on the 7 meteors crashing down. But the expected deafening explosion never came. Because the moment Ciri raised her hand, a shockwave, born purely of released magic power, ripped through the air. And instantly pierced all 7 meteors. As the meteors were cleaved in half, the shockwave burst outward and reduced them all to dust. When the smoke and magic cleared, what Agusheed saw was Ciri's ferocious grin. What was that supposed to be? Just scattering magic like that, does it even count as a spell? Besides, you used more magic in that single strike than my total mana pool. Ciri said nothing in response to Agusheed's sigh. How funny. So you get to buff up, but I'm not allowed to flatten you with pure numerical superiority. With no pause, both had already predicted the next clash. Almost simultaneously, Agusheed in the sky and Ciri on the ground extended their hands. Heaven Wind summoning magic. Reverse Heaven Wind magic. The feast of magical collision had begun. Boom. 2 opposing storms collided the instant they formed. One a forward-flowing tornado, the other a backward-whirling vortex. Together, they enveloped the entire mountain range within their eye. Grinding. Clashing. Canceling. Obliterating. The sky screamed. Rocks shattered. The two storms tore at each other with relentless fury. The deafening blast echoed once more. In the violent collision, both storms were annihilated. But without the slightest hesitation, before the eye of the storm had even faded, the two combatants gathered their magic once more. Hellfire release magic. Judgment light release magic. The moment fire and light collided, countless holy light crossblades were consumed by roaring flames. The kilometer-wide inferno surrounding Agusheed burned all attacks into ash. But crack! A beam of judgment light sliced through the fire barrier at a speed faster than the eye could follow. Then it curved. Drip! A faint cut appeared on Agusheed's right cheek. A droplet of blood fell to the ground. Agusheed narrowed his eyes. Ciri calmly asked. Continue. Continue. Even though the tide was turning against him, Agusheed had no intention of stopping. Earth manipulation magic. Disintegration wave magic. Round 3 of magical collision. Boom. Another explosive crash echoed from their magical clash. Atop the castle, Frieren, protected by Flamme's barrier of isolation, instinctively hugged her arms tighter. Back and forth, round after round. Are they seriously fighting? Before her doubt fully left her lips, Flamme explained with interest. They're still in the testing phase. She watched with amusement as her teacher and husband fought. Then turned to explain to Frieren. These spells look flashy, but they're not real killing moves. Boom. Just during that short conversation, the fourth clash had already begun. The shockwaves and dust of battle reflected in the young mage's eyes. When yet another mountain was flattened by their spells, Frieren instinctively clung to her tiny master. Are they monsters? Hearing this, Flamme patted her white hair. Monsters. The white-haired elf heard her laugh softly. Then saw her gaze settle on the battlefield, her tone terrifyingly calm. At this level, they're not even being serious yet. Chapter 39, that's right, Agusheed won. Who is the strongest magic user besides me and the Demon King? Ciri murmured as she was momentarily stumped by a childhood question from Flamme. Faced with the expectant gaze of her disciple whom she had taken in. Though she had never considered this question before, Ciri unusually quieted her heart and slowly recalled all the mighty individuals she had encountered through the ages. Probably Agusheed. In the end, the strongest Archmage in history hugged her disciple and gave her answer. And over the next 20 years, Flamme would ask that same question to many powerful magic users she encountered. But among them, whether it was a great demon about to die by her hand, or an elf rescued from the Demon King's army, the answers were surprisingly consistent. Depends on the situation. But if it's my personal opinion, probably Agusheed. Definitely Agusheed. Although if that martial monk of my race could use magic, there might have been some suspense. Later, during her journey with Agusheed, Flamme asked him the same question. She remembered that Agusheed had fallen silent for a long time, as if carefully pondering something. Probably someone other than me and Schlacht. Under the night sky of the Volume 50 basin, the strongest demon gave his answer. That's very different from what everyone else says. Lying on Agusheed's lap, Flamme sighed, thinking he was just brushing her off. Then she cleverly rephrased the question. Agusheed, do you think any magic user could defeat my teacher if she wasn't fighting seriously? Probably not. After all, that old hag is the only one who can rival His Majesty the Demon King. Then what about you? Let me think. If she's not serious, meaning she's not using lethal intent, would you lose? I'd win. The instant the 5th round of magical clash ended, staring at the dissipating destructive thunder release magic in front of him, Agusheed knew there was no need for further probing. It was time to get serious. Severance magic. Activated. Thousands of slashes appeared around Ciri, completely sealing off all escape routes and blind spots. Even though her heaven-span mirror anti-magic guarded her closely, the gleaming mirrors shattered within moments. Crack, the mirror broke. But just as the severance slashes were about to reduce the entire mountain to fragments, Ciri had already vanished. Unblockable slashes. Your magic surprises me every time I see it. But like I said 150 years ago, if you can't hit, it's meaningless. Ciri's voice came from the mountaintop to Agusheed's side. She sounded almost disappointed. You still haven't fixed that flaw after 150 years. If this is all you've got, it's far from satisfying. She gazed at Agusheed descending slowly from the sky and sighed with regret. Then, snick. A fine line of blood appeared at her neck. The faint sting from what felt like a razor's touch brought a smile back to Ciri's lips. She looked straight at Agusheed, whose finger was still lifted, and asked with subtle excitement. How did you do that? She gently wiped the blood away, instantly healed. But she was clearly savoring the feel of that strike. Even if your slashes don't carry magic signals and can't be sensed. How did you hide their trajectory? I didn't. You couldn't detect or react to it because it appeared directly beside you. Agusheed explained calmly, retracting his finger. As you said 150 years ago, if I can't land a hit, it's meaningless. So from that moment on, I've focused on improving my magic. As he spoke, his gaze flicked to a strand of Ciri's golden hair. Which, like the attack, had been sliced clean through midair. As you can see. He held out his hand and continued. Now, under my control, it has a guaranteed hit effect. To be precise, so long as the target is within my magic sensory range. The slash can materialize at will. Ciri's lips curled upward, intrigued. She fingered the end of the strand that had been cut. Guaranteed hit slashes. She echoed with amusement, golden eyes glimmering with rare curiosity. She pondered for a few breaths, then lifted her head, smiling brightly. I see, I see. Such a creative refinement. I'm starting to feel glad I didn't kill you back then. Ciri praised casually, but suddenly. Still, it has its flaws, right? These slashes must demand extremely high precision in magic control. In other words, facing multiple targets at once would be overwhelming, wouldn't it? In that case. She raised a hand. Magic surged silently into the air. Duplication magic. In an instant. Countless versions of Ciri appeared across the landscape like illusions. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Eventually, over 10,000. Some floated high above, others stood atop peaks. And some appeared less than an inch from Agusheed himself. All with identical smiles fixed on him. Now, who can your guaranteed hit really strike? Thousands of Ciri spoke in unison, their layered voices echoing across the battlefield. Agusheed's brow furrowed. He scanned the area. To his magic sense, every one of them had the same presence. Even the flow of mana was indistinguishable. Indiscernible. As expected of the greatest mage in history. Maintaining tens of thousands of clones while making none distinguishable. Impressive, as always. Agusheed murmured, raising his finger again. But if Ciri could spot the flaw instantly, did he not already anticipate it? Of course he had. Long ago, when he developed this spell, he foresaw this scenario. And in all these years, he had prepared a countermeasure. If precise targeting was impossible, then remove precision altogether. Strike everything indiscriminately within sensory range. That was the ultimate evolution of his magic. Severance magic, total law. It rivaled even the famed spatial severance. The cost. Nearly all his mana. But it would suffice. Because right after this move came his finishing blow. Agusheed's fingertip paused, and then. Severance magic, total law. Activated. No hesitation. No reserve. His magic surged like a tidal wave, slashes no longer targeting individual enemies. But becoming a storm that engulfed everything within 30 kilometers. Crack, crack, crack. Under Ciri's increasingly wide grin and astonished gaze. Air tore apart, invisible slashes rained like a monsoon. Earth, mountains, sky. All shredded and reduced to ruin. Peaks crumbled into rubble, which then disintegrated further into dust. The ground shattered like glass, rift spreading to the horizon. Clouds were sliced. Airflow disrupted. Even light distorted among the chaos. And at the eye of this annihilating storm, all of Ciri's clones vanished instantly. They burst like bubbles, offering no resistance. The only one left was the original. And to her, Agusheed prepared his ultimate technique. Spatial severance. Had Ciri been prepared, this spell wouldn't have worked. That's why Agusheed didn't open with it. But now, while she reeled from that storm, even Ciri couldn't react in time. Agusheed never intended to kill her. So this strike avoided all vital points. Spatial severance. Activated. The moment the blow landed, victory was decided. The record of the strongest. Etched into the back of the dragon. That's right, Agusheed won. Chapter 40, Sorry for failing to satisfy you, Lady Ciri. In the small cottage's living room, with the drip-drop of water echoing from the bathroom, Agusheed sat on the sofa, gazing up at the ceiling, and let out a long sigh. Even though 30 minutes had passed, the image of Ciri's index finger resting between his brows still lingered vividly in his mind. You. The voice from his lap drew Agusheed's gaze downward, Flamme, small and perched there. She tilted her head slightly, looking up at him with a hint of worry. It's been a while since it ended. Why do you still look so deflated? Agusheed absent-mindedly smoothed her tousled red hair. After a moment of thought, he said softly while staring at Flamme's face. A bit of frustration, I suppose. Upon hearing that, Flamme's eyes widened in disbelief. Frustration. She raised her right hand, placing it lightly above his forehead, questioning gently. You're kidding, right? That was the first time I've ever seen Master injured that badly. But Agusheed simply shook his head, eyes fixed on her petite face. I promised you I would win. Looking at his serious expression, Flamme sighed. That was supposed to be a joke between us. She folded her hands in front of her, trying to explain. A joke, huh, is that what you thought? His question made Flamme fall silent. She knew he had taken that offhand conversation to heart. Knowing it was a dead-end topic, she gently cupped his face to redirect the subject. So, what did you think of the power of the greatest Archmage in history? Agusheed lowered her hands, leaned back against the sofa again, and looked at the ceiling. Recalling the battle over and over in his mind, he finally replied. Still as irrationally strong as ever. I forced her to use her full power. He paused for a moment and then slowly closed his eyes. But even then, I doubt she was ever truly serious. It was like sparring with the former Demon King all over again. Flamme, thoughtful, poked his chest and asked. So did you gain anything from that fight? Gain. Agusheed repeated the word, then said slowly. If anything, it reminded me of how thrilling battle can be. Flamme shivered and hugged him tighter. Thrilling, can't relate. If it were me, I'd just be scared. Agusheed chuckled softly. Anyway, it was a truly fun battle. Cleared my head of all worries. He lowered his head to look at his tiny wife holding him tight. Flamme looked up too. After a brief gaze, she asked curiously. So, do you think Master was satisfied? Agusheed showed a slightly helpless expression. Who knows, but if I failed to entertain her, then I really must apologize. Click. The sound of the bathroom door creaking open interrupted their conversation. They turned to look as Ciri, barefoot and robed, stepped out. Hee hee. Apologize. Ciri grinned dangerously as she approached. You've got some nerve. I almost died because of you. She stopped in front of them, letting her fingertip trail along the shallow scar on her chest. Even she couldn't quickly recover from the wound left by spatial severance. I hate to admit it, but you really might have won back there. Ciri tapped her chin and gave Agusheed an appraisal. Honestly, your tactics were clever. Had it been the old me, I might have actually fallen for it. But unfortunately, your perception of me is stuck 150 years in the past. Agusheed furrowed his brow, pondering her words. Is my understanding outdated? He looked up, staring into Ciri's gleaming golden eyes. So, you found a counter to spatial severance during these 150 years? Ciri smirked, then pointed at Flamme, still curled up on his lap. Isn't the answer right there in front of you? Huh. Wait, why am I getting dragged into your mutual admiration game? Following her teacher's gaze, Flamme pointed at herself in confusion. Me. She didn't understand, but Agusheed suddenly did. Flamme. So that's it. You used barrier of isolation to counter spatial severance, didn't you? Ciri didn't answer, but her silence confirmed it. Can you explain the principle? Heh. Even though your slashes can't be blocked, they can be sealed within the barrier of isolation. Agusheed rubbed his temples, showing fatigue. What an outrageous method. The mana needed to do that would be astronomical. Ciri raised an eyebrow and waved her hand dismissively. Just a bit. Easy for you to say. Agusheed looked down at Flamme and sighed. Even the creator of barrier of isolation, Flamme, couldn't pull that off. Faced with that irrefutable fact, Flamme puffed her cheeks. She glanced at her teacher, then weakly thumped Agusheed's chest. Can you two not rope me into your nerd talk? It's really hurting my pride. Hee. Ciri reached out and gently cupped Flamme's chin. Spending a relaxing day with her young disciple, ending with a refreshing duel. This unexpected detour in Flamme's life wasn't so bad after all. It's been a long time since I had such an enjoyable day. Ciri dropped her hand, then turned toward the door under the couple's watchful gaze. Master, where are you going? Sensing something, little Flamme looked up, ready to stop her. But Ciri just shook her head without turning around. Halfway to the door, she suddenly halted, like something had just struck her. Ciri turned her head and looked at her disciple, still in child form, perched on Agusheed's lap. Flamme. She called softly, then raised her right hand high and snapped her fingers. As Flamme stared in confusion, a glow burst from her body. And the next moment, a shriek of pure mortification nearly tore off the roof. Master. Flamme's clothes, fitted for a child, had burst apart on her now adult body sprawled over Agusheed. Having resolved the issue, Ciri smirked mischievously. Then she turned and, without looking back, waved over her shoulder. I'm off. Chapter 41, A Day in the Life of a Married Couple, Part 1 Morning. Year 5 of their life in the imperial capital. As spring quietly departed with the accident that had befallen Flamme, the blazing summer of Iceberg arrived, accompanied by morning sunlight spilling freely through the window. Bathed in that light, Flamme furrowed her brow. Soft rays filtered through the lace curtains above and kissed the corner of her eye. She instinctively curled toward the warmth, feeling a slight tug at her hair. You're lying on my hair. Still half asleep, Flamme murmured in a honeyed tone tinged with drowsiness. She groped for the strands of rose-colored hair trapped beneath her husband. But instead, her fingers brushed against Agusheed's left hand resting on her waist. Her fingertip traced the silver band on his ring finger. That made Agusheed's arm around her waist stiffen for a moment. Sensing her movement, he shifted slightly, letting a few strands of her hair slip free from the crook of his arm. Feeling those freed strands, the half-asleep Flamme instinctively turned over. Agusheed loosened his hold in sync with her movement, only to pull her back in the moment she tried to pull away. As a result, when she turned, her back pressed naturally against his chest. His body wasn't particularly warm, but in this season, it gave off a gentle heat. As the morning sun grew stronger, the room began to heat with summer's breath. Flamme started to clearly feel the warmth of Agusheed's body through her thin nightgown. She wriggled a little and nudged him with her elbow. You're hot, move away. She muttered, but her voice carried no real protest, more like a sleepy cat being fussy. Agusheed let out a sleepy grunt, but instead of letting go, he held her tighter. Then, gently, he pulled her fully back into his arms. Resting his chin on top of Flamme's head, even his soft breathing lulled her into drowsiness again. She could hear his steady heartbeat from behind. Knowing she couldn't escape, she turned over once more. His collar was slightly open, and Flamme's nose nearly touched his collarbone. Nestling forward in her sleepy haze, she curled back into his chest. Agusheed, hold me. That drowsy whisper finally made his brow twitch. He wrapped both arms around her waist, pulling her fully into an embrace. The gesture was surprisingly gentle, completely unlike his usual manner. Flamme took the opportunity to bury her face in the crook of his neck, breathing in the scent of parchment and cedar ink. 5 years ago, when they first married, Agusheed had hugged her like he was handling a fragile artifact. Now, his palm rested calmly on her waist, unmoving. His warmth seeped through the linen nightdress, gently warming her. It tickles. She scrunched her shoulders, her hair brushing against his jaw. Agusheed immediately moved his hand, instead slipping his fingers into her tousled hair. Feeling his steady pulse, Flamme burrowed even deeper and planted a light kiss on his neck. Don't start. Her soft kisses traced his neckline, gradually waking Agusheed. He let out a low sigh from his throat and tightened his hold. It's not even dawn yet. Still with his eyes closed, he traced her cheekbone with his thumb, voice raspy against her ear. Then he reached for the fallen blanket and draped it back over them. Only much later, when the morning breeze lifted the sheer curtain, did Flamme finally awaken under Agusheed's gaze. When did you wake up? Her voice was hoarse with sleep. She rubbed her eyes and poked at his chest with her fingertip. Just a little before you. Really? She clearly didn't quite believe him. But with eyes still half closed, she gazed at Agusheed's ever-unreadable face for a while. And, as usual, nestled closer to him. Morning kiss. She whispered. Her tone had that familiar blend of sincerity and softness that was uniquely hers. Agusheed sighed. That familiar, helpless sigh of his. Hurry up. Seeing he hadn't moved, Flamme prodded again in a low voice. So Agusheed slowly lowered his head. He kissed her lightly and precisely, like completing a morning routine. Just a soft touch. Nothing more. But Flamme wasn't satisfied. She leaned in again, her fingers threading through his dark hair. As Agusheed yielded, his palm gently found the back of her neck. He let her lead, but at the sweetness of the kiss, he briefly hesitated. His hand slid down her back, pulling her closer. The moment was both long and brief. And when they finally parted, both were slightly out of breath. Flamme leaned into his chest again, her rose-colored hair brushing his jaw. Time to get up. Agusheed placed his hand on her arm wrapped tightly around him and whispered. But Flamme shook her head and buried her face back in his neck. Let's sleep a bit more. Her muffled voice carried the spoiled stubbornness of someone who just woke up but wanted to return to sleep. Agusheed didn't reply. He simply held her tighter. As sunlight slowly climbed the bed canopy, casting mottled shadows over their entwined forms, Flamme's breathing settled again, as though drifting back into dreams. Recalling the dreams that had lately become clearer and more frequent. Agusheed lowered his gaze in silent contemplation. And at last, he looked at his sleeping wife and gently combed her hair with his fingers. Just like always. Just like every moment before. Chapter 42, A Day in the Life of a Married Couple, Part 2 Noon. It was noon. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, Iceberg, in the village of Lavina. Beside a gently flowing stream, a little girl doing laundry stared absent-mindedly. Her dull gray eyes blinked slowly. She was staring dazedly at a couple cooking outdoors not far from her. It wasn't because she envied their fine clothes, but because the older girl sitting on a large rock by the river was waving a skewer of grilled fish at her. After checking there was no one else nearby, the little girl pointed at herself. And once Flamme nodded in confirmation. Her throat went dry as if choking, unable to speak. To be honest, she had no idea why this noble-looking couple would greet her so warmly. But the vigilance from a childhood as an orphan kept her frozen in place, ready to run at any moment. Seeing the little girl refuse to approach no matter what, Flamme glanced at the delicious grilled fish in her hand. Then turned to look at her husband's blank expression. Agusheed, she declared with certainty. It's your fault. That stiff face of yours scared her. Agusheed sighed and calmly refuted. I don't think I'm the one who scared her. If anything, the suspicious-looking one is you. He looked toward the wary little girl still standing in place, spotting a few wild berries and half a piece of black bread tucked beside her faded skirt. Agusheed picked up a grilled fish and stood up under Flamme's gaze. He pointed to the berries at her waist, then to the grilled fish in his hand. We're short on fruit for lunch. Can we trade for some? His tone was cold and awkward. But the little girl seemed to accept it. As the smell of grilled fish wafted toward her, she gulped and gave a firm nod. The trade was smooth. Agusheed and Flamme gained a handful of wild berries. The girl, meanwhile, ran off with the fish and stopped about 20 meters away. See. Clearly it was you who scared her. Agusheed commented flatly after the demonstration. Ouch, that hurts. Flamme sighed, realizing she had worse rapport than her demon husband, and leaned against his shoulder. Agusheed handed her another grilled fish and asked softly. Why the sudden urge for a picnic? Normally, on days off, you love supervising Frieren's magic practice around now. Flamme took a bite of the mouth-watering fish and answered in contentment. Frieren keeps complaining I don't give her enough vacation, and today I just wanted to be alone with you. So, to have the best of both worlds, I came up with the brilliant idea of a picnic. Agusheed lightly shook his head at her inexplicable joy. It sounded like a flimsy excuse, but somehow perfectly in character for Flamme. He picked up one of the wild berries they traded, not caring about its appearance or type. The taste was as sour as expected. Flamme, is there something about this village that interests you? He glanced at the ordinary village in the distance and the unremarkable little girl nearby. What? Flamme tilted her head, seemingly not catching his meaning. You picked this spot for the view, right? He bit into the berry again. But I don't recall us ever coming here before. So, what's the real reason you had to visit this place? Caught red-handed, Flamme sighed. I feel like I have fewer and fewer secrets from you. She sat up on the rock, kicking her legs lightly. Agusheed said nothing, quietly watching her. Half a minute passed in silence. Flamme, flustered by his gaze, nudged his shoulder. Actually, there's no special reason. She rested her head on her hand and looked toward the distant smoke rising from the village. A few days ago, I stumbled upon one of Ciri's travel journals while sorting old books. Agusheed raised an eyebrow and set the berry down. Did it mention some unique scenery around here? Flamme nodded slightly, eyes landing on the simple river before them. In the mythic era, according to her notes, when the sun reached its highest point, the river would be enchanted by a mysterious magic. If you infused it with mana, it would record the image of the mage. She paused, absently twirling a strand of hair. Of course, the spell probably faded after all these years. But for some reason, I just wanted to see it. Agusheed followed her gaze. The quiet stream showed no trace of magic. You wanted to leave your image here, why? It was a question Flamme expected. She chuckled softly. She turned and looked at her unchanging husband. Because I want to be remembered. She smiled and placed her hand on his cheek. Just like when I put up statues of myself while traveling. I want my appearance and story to live on. Agusheed said nothing, silently watching her. He was about to turn away. But her next words froze him. More importantly. Flamme looked gently at her oblivious husband, legs swinging lightly. I don't want you to be alone in the future. Chapter 43, A Day in the Life of a Married Couple, Part 3 Good night. Inside the cottage at dusk. Frieren swallowed a bite of stew dripping in rich sauce and gently set down her knife and fork. The silver utensils clinked lightly against the porcelain plate. She chewed slowly, her curious eyes flicking between the silent pair across from her. Though she was glad they had given her a full day off. Frieren couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. As always, the little mage's intuition was spot on. But unfortunately, neither of the two adults seemed willing to explain things to a child. Agusheed didn't even lift his head. After swiftly finishing his dinner, he returned to the bedroom without a word. Even Frieren had never seen him this unnervingly quiet. No way. Did you two have a fight? She boldly voiced her suspicion to Flamme. Silly disciple. Flamme idly traced circles along the rim of her teacup, causing tiny ripples on the surface. She smirked faintly at Frieren's question. A fight? What gave you that idea? Because he hasn't said a single word to you all evening. Frieren replied naturally, holding up her fingers as if listing examples. Usually by this time, the two of you would have started bickering about something. And normally, he would have waited for you, right? Still smiling faintly, Flamme shook her head, quietly denying Frieren's speculation. So, it's not a fight. Then what is it? Frieren leaned forward on her elbows, her eyes wide with curiosity. You're not old enough to understand yet. Adult matters aren't for kids to pry into. Flamme swiftly crushed her student's curiosity with one line. She popped the final piece of stew into her mouth and chewed slowly. Under Frieren's pouty glare. Flamme stood and gently tapped her on the forehead. Frieren, right now, you wouldn't be able to understand the answer. There you go again. How can you be so sure I won't understand if you don't even explain? Frieren's stubbornness was, as ever, unyielding. Flamme's hand paused, and her reflection shimmered softly in the tea. Because just like with magic, our worries right now are beyond your imagination. This time, Flamme chose not to explain, even bit by bit. With a flick of magic, the dishes floated to the kitchen and began washing themselves. She walked toward the bedroom, then suddenly turned back. Frieren. Flamme's voice was soft, her words carrying a heavy sincerity. If someday in the future you find yourself wanting to understand humans more deeply, then maybe, at that time, you'll understand how Agusheed and I feel right now. I don't want you to be alone in the future. That foolish line Flamme blurted out at noon still lingered in Agusheed's ears. He lay alone in the bedroom, staring silently at the ceiling. Alone. In 5 centuries, the times he wasn't alone were the exception. Most of the time, Agusheed had wandered the world aimlessly, trying every method imaginable to regain his lost emotions. Flamme. He murmured the name that had only accompanied him for 15 short years. Agusheed closed his eyes heavily, deep in thought. Click. The bedroom door creaked open as usual, and Flamme quietly approached the bed. A soft magical lamp cast a gentle glow across the room, outlining the curve of her husband's face in warm light. Still thinking about what I said today? Her voice was softer than usual, as if afraid of disturbing the weight in the room. Agusheed didn't respond. He merely opened his eyes and turned his head slightly. Seeing he wouldn't speak, Flamme didn't press him. That unspoken understanding had always existed between them. Agusheed's eyes followed her graceful figure, until she stopped before the coat rack. A silhouette he knew all too well. Her swan-like neck shimmered like a pearl beneath the lamplight. The sash of her robe was tied in a neat bow at her waist. Help me. Her voice was neither a command nor a plea, it was simply habit. Agusheed sat up and slowly reached toward her back. The moment his fingers touched the sash, Flamme's breath caught. He moved carefully, letting the silk ribbon slide free. The robe slipped from her shoulders, revealing the delicate white shirt beneath. Agusheed turned to hang the robe. And when he looked back, Flamme was already facing him. In the dim light, her eyes were as deep as emeralds at twilight. He noticed her lashes trembling slightly. But Flamme said nothing. She simply stepped closer, erasing the last bit of distance between them. Her cool fingertips brushed his cheek. Agusheed felt her touch, neither flinching nor returning it. Then, Flamme gently cradled his face in both hands, her touch firm yet tender. She leaned down and rested their foreheads together. A gesture more intimate than any embrace. Good night. Burying countless unsaid words once again, Flamme whispered to her husband. Chapter 44, The Potion That Only Dissolves Clothes, Part 1. 6th year of married life. On a sunny morning, inside the study of the castle atop the sky-veined dragon's back, Agusheed was, as usual, working on deciphering the spell book of the sage Uig. His fingers lightly traced the faded runes on the old parchment. He frowned unconsciously, puzzled by the meaning behind a few of the symbols. Uig. Why would a sage from the mythological era use such phrasing in a spell book? Or, did I make a mistake in my translation? Suspecting a possible misinterpretation in his decoding, Agusheed occasionally marked the margins with his quill. Sunlight filtered through the window, spilling across his desk. And onto Frieren, who was half dozing in a chair across the room. She was curled up in an oversized armchair, covered with the custom mage's robe Flamme had tailored for her. Her silver hair spilled loosely over the armrest, her body tucked into the cushions. Snore, snore, snore. Tiny snores slipped from the corner of her slightly parted lips, rising and falling with each breath. The sound wasn't loud, but in the otherwise silent study, it was disturbingly intrusive. Rustle. With a page freshly deciphered, Agusheed gently turned to the next one in the spell book. He paid no mind to his disciple's disruptive presence. He didn't even think to wake her. Years of living together had made him used to it. What used to annoy him now passed as background noise. Proof enough of just how much Agusheed had tolerated for his foolish disciple. Ignoring the ambient noise, he continued his work. The only movement aside from occasional page flips was the slight shake of his head when a symbol baffled him. Yet the faint scratch of his quill stirred Frieren from her light slumber. Her eyelids twitched open, bleary and annoyed. She turned toward the noise. Agusheed, your writing's too loud. I can't sleep. The scratching stopped. Agusheed's quill paused over a Divine Era rune. Frieren. This is my study, not a place for naps. For his shameless disciple who didn't know the meaning of boundaries. He continued scanning the page without lifting his head. You should be grateful I haven't tossed you out for disturbing my work. Faced with a statement she couldn't refute, Frieren rubbed her eyes and mumbled. Can't help it. She yawned and stretched lazily. If I don't nap now, I won't have energy for class this afternoon. At that, Agusheed finally looked up. Watching his perpetually sleepy disciple, his calm eyes showed faint exasperation. He set down his quill and sighed. If you're really that tired, Frieren, why not go sleep properly upstairs instead of dozing off here? Because this room is the most comfortable place to nap in the whole castle. She murmured while stroking the red-scaled dragon leather cushioning of the chair, then snuggled deeper. Agusheed shook his head and picked up his quill again. Go sleep upstairs. Flamme just changed the sheets in her room, try not to mess them up. Realizing from his tone that he was serious, Frieren pouted. Then slowly crawled out of the chair with a big stretch, her silver hair glittering in the sun. Geez. Can't you dote on your cute disciple the way you dote on Flamme? She grumbled as she shuffled toward the door. When Flamme naps in your lap in the study, you put your work down without a word. Another word and I'll hang you from the sky vein dragon's horn. Agusheed answered curtly, already back in his spell book. Frieren took that as a joke and trudged up the spiral stairs. With Flamme not around at the moment. The stairwell was unusually quiet, her slippered steps echoing softly against the stone. She pushed open the oak door at the end of the second-floor corridor. This was Flamme's private room in the castle for resting during travels with Agusheed. The curtains were half-drawn, sunlight gently spreading over the navy bedspread. Frieren practically dove into the bed, burying her face into the lavender-scented pillow, breathing in the lingering fragrance. She exhaled contentedly, ready to return to sleep. Just as her consciousness began to drift, her drowsy gaze caught a faint glint of purple peeking from the wardrobe. The color was subtle, nearly translucent, but striking against the dark wood. Frieren blinked, curiosity quickly overcame sleepiness. What's that? She recalled Flamme never being fond of purple, let alone putting something so bold in plain sight. Curiosity awakened. Frieren got up and padded barefoot across the soft carpet toward the wardrobe. As her favorite disciple, Flamme probably won't mind me taking a peek, right? She muttered to herself, soothing her guilt with flimsy reasoning. Holding back her excitement, she gently slid the wardrobe door open. Behind a row of neatly hung robes, she found a glass vial filled with an unknown liquid standing quietly in the corner. The bottle was clear, but the liquid inside shimmered with a dreamy lavender hue. Frieren carefully lifted it and held it to the light. There was no label, making it impossible to tell what kind of potion it was. But as she gently swirled it, the movement of the liquid sparked a memory. She furrowed her brows, pressing a finger to her temple, trying to recall. Then suddenly, a vivid memory surfaced. It was years ago. Flamme, grinning mischievously, held a similar bottle in her hands. This is... Frieren gasped, nearly dropping it. She quickly caught it with both hands, heart pounding. A potion that only dissolves clothes. Chapter 45, The Potion That Only Dissolves Clothes, Part 2. As evening approached, after finishing the day's lessons and sending Frieren back home, Agusheed returned to the castle on the sky vein dragon's back. Having made significant progress in deciphering that day, he planned to organize his notes in the study before heading downstairs to cook. The sunlight had turned orange-red, casting long shadows through the stained glass windows onto the study floor. Agusheed carefully recorded his discoveries on dedicated parchment. Faint scratch-scratch sounds of his quill accompanied his notes. But just as he finished organizing, he was called by the early returning Flamme. Agusheed. Flamme's voice held rare excitement, as if expecting something. She pushed open the study door with a gentle smile, stepping forward briskly. The sunset's glow rimmed her soft red hair in gold. She crept up behind Agusheed, then covered his eyes with both hands. "Why are you home so early today?" Unstartled by her playful ambush, Agusheed replied calmly, reaching up with a hand. He meant to remove her mischievous hands, but instead felt her lips grazing his earlobe. "Coming home early of course means I planned it." Flamme's warm breath brushed his ear, her voice low, edged with secret joy. "I prepared a surprise for you, will you come see?" Her words made Agusheed lower his raised hand. He didn't refuse, choosing, as always, to indulge his playful wife. Truthfully, he wasn't particularly interested in surprises. But if Flamme wanted one, he wouldn't say no. "Close your eyes." She still held his eyes covered, commanding like a game between children. Agusheed sighed but complied, keeping his eyes shut. Then he felt her take his hand and lead him out of the study. Blindfolded, he still knew this castle like the back of his hand. It had been their home for over a decade. Turn right, 15 steps, up the stairs, turn left. They were heading toward Flamme's bedroom. "Don't peek," she whispered, excitement shining through her words in a way even Agusheed noticed. Such childishness. Though he said so, he never opened his eyes once. 20 more steps. They stopped at Flamme's bedroom door. She released one hand to open the door, the other still covering his eyes. He heard the slight squeak of hinges. Then she gently pushed him into the room. "Stand right here." No moving, and no sensing with magic. She reminded him again, then hurried to the wardrobe. Toward the little prop she'd hidden to enhance their marital intimacy. She'd come home early just to pull off this plan. Imagining Agusheed's helpless reaction made her giggle. "What's got you so happy all the way here?" he asked softly from behind. She stifled her giggle. Clearing her throat in feigned seriousness, she touched the wardrobe door gently. "Just wait and see." Flamme smiled and opened the wardrobe. However, when she reached for her carefully stashed purple vial, her hand found nothing. Huh. She froze, squatted, and began searching more carefully. "Did something go wrong?" Agusheed asked quietly. "Nothing, wait a second, and don't open your eyes." Though she said all was fine, she couldn't locate her clever little tool anywhere. It was gone, vanished. She'd bought this rare potion from an out-of-town trader just yesterday. And even checked it this morning. How could it suddenly disappear? Agusheed. "What surprise did you want to show me?" His weary sigh came from behind again. "Frieren is still waiting for us downstairs." "Just a bit longer." His prompt made Flamme frown deeper. She nearly searched every inch of the wardrobe. But the vial of the potion that only dissolves clothes had completely vanished. "It's been 5 minutes." Agusheed finally reminded her gently, a trace of amusement in his voice. "Can I open my eyes now?" Flamme bit her lip. Having confirmed the potion's disappearance, she immediately suspected one person. Frieren. She had to be the culprit. Agusheed would never enter her room uninvited. But now wasn't the time to argue. After a pause, Flamme drew a deep breath and switched tactics. She stood, turned to her still blinded husband. "You can open your eyes now." Her voice regained its usual cheer. He obediently opened his eyes. And saw Flamme standing quietly by the wardrobe. With a look of mild frustration, otherwise her usual self. Agusheed scanned the room. Nothing looked different, the bed neat, curtains half-drawn. Even the sunset stripes on the wall were unchanged. "So, your surprise is?" he asked, puzzled, arching an eyebrow. Flamme didn't answer. Instead, she padded forward in feline steps. Before he could react, she suddenly pushed him. Unresisting, Agusheed tumbled onto the soft bed. "I don't think this counts as a surprise." Though he began to protest, his words were cut off. Flamme straddled him, already undoing his robe's first button. "But this is the surprise." "What, don't you like it?" He sighed helplessly, wrapping his arms around his wife's waist. "You really are." His attempts to stop the mischief ended in a gentle kiss from above. Warm, tender, impossible to resist. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the room grew darker with their entwining shapes. They lay side by side, Flamme's head on Agusheed's neck. She breathed heavily, fingers playfully twirling a lock of his black hair. "Speaking of that, Agusheed." She spoke suddenly, her tone thoughtful. "Did anything special happen today while I wasn't there?" She raised her head, peeking at his calm, emotionless face. Other than Frieren napping in your room, it seems like a normal day. He replied lightly. Now that he knew the culprit was indeed that foolish disciple, Flamme huffed softly. But Agusheed didn't press further. He always respected her mood. Flamme eased back into his embrace. The castle trembled gently. The sky-veined dragon shifted its vast body, as if even it sensed its two masters' feelings, adding a light-hearted tremor to this intimate moment. Chapter 46, The Potion That Only Dissolves Clothes, Part 2. I'm so hungry. Flamme and Agusheed have been upstairs forever, when are they coming down? Frieren, waiting at home, complained, her stomach growling. She'd already snoozed on the couch for 3 hours since Agusheed brought her down, and Flamme and him were still nowhere in sight. Huddled on the living room sofa, her silver hair a mess, Frieren rubbed her empty belly and glanced at the magical clock. 8 p.m. A gentle breeze of the season blew through the window, but it did nothing to soothe her hunger. Another runaway day, she murmured, burying her face in a pillow, lost in a daydream, packing a little bag, stomping away from the imperial capital, while Flamme and Agusheed chased after her, begging her not to go. Just then, the sunny smile of the blood-stained god of war flashed in her mind, petrifying her as it had when she saw it close up. Her runaway thoughts evaporated in an instant. At her 101st sigh, footsteps sounded outside the door. Her pointed ears perked up, and she sprang up, running barefoot, tup-putta-putta-pa, to the door. Creak. Agusheed pushed it open gently, and Frieren almost launched into asking him to hurry and cook dinner. But Flamme, stepping out behind him, grabbed Frieren by the collar. Frieren, Flamme hoisted the little silver-haired elf off the ground, glaring fiercely at her clueless disciple. Though Frieren's tangled red hair and embarrassed cheeks made her look harmless, Flamme was definitely mad. So Frieren panicked, kicking her tiny legs frantically, putting on an innocent face, Yame Dio. Flamme. But Flamme, unsympathetic, repeated her name deliberately. Frieren. Twice uttered with crystal-clear intent. Frieren sensed her fury, and froze. Flamme, don't go overboard, Agusheed called out at that moment, offering her a way out. But then he added, grimly, you can break one of her legs, but have to keep the other for school tomorrow. With that, he wisely retreated to the kitchen, leaving the battlefield to his mentor and disciple. Flamme snorted and marched Frieren back to her bedroom. Frieren, dangling like a limp kitten, thought about how to escape the impending punishment, eyes darting around fretfully. Bang. Flamme kicked the door shut behind them. Locking eyes with Frieren, she placed her hands on the little elf's head and asked bluntly. Where's the potion bottle from my room? What potion? Responded Frieren, still playing innocent. Huh, with a single sneer, Flamme's eyebrows shot up. She counted out loud. 3. I really don't know, Frieren pleaded. 2. Flamme, you must have misunderstood. 1. Before she could react further. Smack. A sharp sting spread across Frieren's butt. Ow, she yelped, eyes wide in shock. Where's the potion? Flamme demanded, then struck again. I don't know what potion, ow. Another strike followed, harder. Purple. The one that only dissolves clothes. Ugh. Flamme ground her teeth. On the next blow, Frieren broke and shakily pulled the bottle from her pocket. Dummy disciple. Flamme sighed with relief, checked the bottle, still intact, then pocketed it. Hands on her hips, she glared at Frieren sobbing on the bed. Why'd you steal my stuff? Frieren nursed her sore behind and sniffled. I was just curious. That doesn't make stealing okay. I didn't steal, I just borrowed it. She argued. And it's suspicious you'd hide such a strange item in your wardrobe, isn't it? Frieren tilted her head. Why would Flamme buy it? She countered sharply. Flamme cleared her throat to cover her embarrassment. It is part of my latest magical research. Liar. Frieren pressed, if it's for research, why hide it deep in the wardrobe? Her words caught Flamme off guard. Okay, it's actually a gift for Agusheed. A gift. Frieren arched an eyebrow, still hunched. Would Agusheed be into a potion that dissolves clothes? She pressed. Men are easy to please with things like that, Flamme fibbed smoothly, dodging any adult details. Really? Frieren narrowed her eyes skeptically. She then observed Flamme's flushed face and messy hair, curiosity rekindled. So, what were you two doing up on the dragon so long? And why are you both glowing and wild-haired? She's not old enough, Flamme responded, covering Frieren's nose teasingly. Watching Frieren teetering for words, Flamme moved to shut the topic down. Seems you didn't learn your lesson yet. Wait. Flamme, haven't you hit her enough already? MMPH. MMPH MMPH. After round of educational spanking, Flamme finally led weepy Frieren out. In the kitchen, dinner aromas, golden bread, buttery mushroom soup, vegetable salad, were arranged neatly. Agusheed glanced at Frieren, teary-eyed, and Flamme, smiling, silently patted both their heads. Time to eat. Frieren, still rubbing her sore backside, plopped into her seat, but jumped right up again. Agusheed, do you have a magic that instantly cures pain in my butt? Of course not, so Frieren ended up half-standing at dinner. Flamme feigned ignorance, but her upward smile gave her away. This brief domestic scene drew to a close in its familiar, warm way, if only it weren't just a memory. Chapter 47, Interlude, The Former Residence. 59 years before the Sensiki era, the first year of the hero's journey. 100 kilometers from the Volume 50 basin, high above the skies. A massive shadow drifted slowly amidst the sweeping clouds. Wings vast as mountain ridges stretched outward. It was an almost fully grown Oriole dragon, adjusting its flight path under someone's direction. Boom. The wing membranes pulsed, stirring layers of cloud waves. Below, the land transitioned from rolling hills into a flat basin. From this bird's-eye view, the Volume 50 basin seemed within arm's reach. Whoosh! A gentle breeze flowed over the Oriole dragon's back, bringing the crisp scent of a distant forest to the castle perched at its center. Another tranquil day passed slowly in this castle floating among the clouds. And here resided Agusheed, who was now taking a stroll through the garden built by Flamme herself. Bathed in morning light, he walked along the stone path mischievously laid by Frieren years ago. As for his mood, it was neither good nor bad. He removed his glasses, wiped off the morning dew, then placed that age-worn object of a millennium back on, gazing into the horizon. And then, not far now from the Volume 50 basin. Recalling the dream from the night before, Agusheed let a faint smile emerge. A rare detour. Let's go see that little cabin again. So thinking, he gently rubbed the silver ring on his ring finger. For a moment, the skies felt clearer. Until a voice rang out behind him. Hey! Where do you think you're going? The shrill voice of Aura, a fellow greater demon, questioned from behind. Crack! Her words were met with a sudden severance magic slash. The invisible arc sliced by the neck of Aura, the decapitator of the 7 sundered sages. A few strands of hair fell alongside a faint trace of blood, shimmering in the morning light. I said, you're grounded. And on the Oriole dragon, don't ever show yourself in front of me. Agusheed's flat voice rang cold in Aura's ears. She reached up with a delicate hand, feeling the magical sting left on her neck. A fleeting hint of fear passed through her emerald eyes, quickly replaced by stubbornness. Aura gritted her teeth and took a step forward, her skirt brushing over the gravel with a light rustle. But if I can be here, doesn't that mean you never really meant what you said? Suppressing her fear, she lifted her chin with feigned boldness. After all, you are my master now. My life, my death, aren't they yours to command? Agusheed turned slowly, his glasses reflecting light that masked his eyes, making him even more unreadable to Aura, this ancient kind she had never heard of. You think you're clever? He scoffed, his voice heavy with the exhaustion and contempt of a millennium. That spell didn't work not because you're smart, but because I simply don't care enough about you. Aura winced. Not caring. To a greater demon who thrived on domination, it was a more brutal wound than any insult. Her fists clenched tightly, white-knuckled. If you don't care. She forced herself to keep speaking, though her voice trembled. Then why not set me free, as one of your kind? Before she could finish, a tidal wave of mana surged from Agusheed. A colossal force that crushed down like a landslide. Aura's legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the stony path. Sharp pebbles dug into her soft skin. Blood slowly seeped, soaking her dark dress. Set you free. Agusheed never once looked at her from eye level. He gazed down at her coldly from above. That's not even a funny joke. Each step he took toward her seemed to weigh on her chest like stone. When he finally stopped before the kneeling sage of Severance, his shadow completely swallowed her small frame. To dare say you would defile the corpse of my dead wife. Agusheed grabbed her chin roughly, his voice low and dangerous. If not for Schlacht begging for your life, saying you might be useful to him in the future, do you think you'd still be alive? Thinking back to that day half a month ago, Aura felt dizzy. Given another chance, she would never have sought out the tomb of that human Archmage to break through the Growsome stronghold. Damn it. That information came from Todd and Qual. Why didn't they ever tell me there was a greater demon over 1,000 years old protecting it? You're going too far. Aura forced herself to lift her head, her voice trembling with fear. We're the same kind. You think I've gone too far? Agusheed cut her off coldly, glancing at her once. That icy stare was enough to freeze the blood in Aura's veins. If that's what you think, then end yourself, Aura. I was wrong. Aura shrieked. Before the command fully left his lips, she flung herself onto the ground. Her forehead struck the gravel hard. Blood trickled down her flawless face, mixing with the red at her knees. Please forgive my rudeness, my lord. The humiliation tore through her pride like a viper's fangs. As one of the 7 sundered sages, handpicked by the Demon King himself, she had never bowed this low to anyone. Not even the Demon King required this level of submission. But now, survival trumped all pride. Heh. Agusheed sneered as he gazed at the trembling aura. He had seen countless kin crumble like this in the face of death over the past 1,000 years. Get back to your cell. Agusheed said coldly before turning away to look back at the sea of clouds. Aura fled in desperation. She didn't dare use magic to heal her wounds. Blood dripped freely as she scurried along the gravel path. With a flick of his hand, Agusheed used a cleaning spell to wipe away the bloodstains. He walked forward a few steps more, then tilted his head and smiled slightly to himself. Nice weather today, don't you think? He spoke to the air beside him, as if chatting with someone unseen. Let's go see the cabin we built together back in the day. It should still be intact. No one answered. Of course, Agusheed knew that. So he simply murmured to himself. The castle began to shift gently among the clouds. The Oriole dragon turned toward the edge of the Volume 50 basin, flying toward an ancient forest. That forest held one of the few beautiful memories buried deep in Agusheed's soul. It was where he had first met Flamme. And naturally, it was also the very place where he and his departed wife once lived. Chapter 48, The Inescapable Dream. Agusheed walked alone, slowly, along a forest path in the Volume 50 basin. Unhurried. Unrushed. Step by step, just like he did 1,000 years ago when he walked with her. The rustling of fallen leaves filled the air, dry twigs snapped softly underfoot. But Agusheed paid them no mind. He was simply retracing their steps. Walking through every place they once stopped together. Ancient trees, flower beds, lakes, and the bronze statue she left in a clearing of the forest. Reaching out, he brushed the fallen leaves from Flamme's statue. His finger lightly touched her face, and for a rare moment, he looked absent-minded. Memory surged like the tide, bringing back their very first meeting. Why didn't you kill me? Why would I kill you? Because you're a demon, I'm human. And I even attacked you with the intent to kill. Killing intent, hey. Tell me, human, would you kill a stray puppy for barking at you on the road? I'm not a puppy. I know. Just a metaphor. Same meaning. Killing you means nothing to me. So I won't. It's that simple. You're the strangest demon I've ever met. A born executioner who avoids killing. Do demons like you even exist? In his memory. Back then, he looked at the kneeling Flamme, silent for a few seconds. The girl's emerald eyes stared directly into his own, making him turn away. You talk too much. I spared your life, now get lost. If I don't, will you kill me? I already said, killing you means nothing to me. So, even if I don't leave, you won't kill me. If you're not afraid of dying, then try it. Interesting. Even when I push you like this, you show no intent to kill me. Nameless greater demon, I'm starting to get curious about you. Strange human. Thanks for the compliment. Say, to satisfy my curiosity, could you tell me your story? After all these years, has strange become a compliment among humans? Also, I don't want to see you again. Leave. If you don't tell me, I'll stick to you and cry for 3 days and nights. Whatever. The wind swept through, lifting leaves into the air, and the memory faded. Agusheed gently shook his head and let out a laugh to himself. Every time he recalled his not-so-romantic first encounter with Flamme, he always felt annoyed at how stiff he'd been. He cleaned the stains from the statue with magic, then resumed walking along the familiar path. On both sides of the path stood tall stone markers, each engraved with achievements from legendary labyrinths they had conquered. The highest of them all was the famed Tomb of the Fallen King, where the water mirror demon had been sealed. You could have instantly defeated those 2 clones. Why did you risk yourself to save me? Why, Agusheed? I just hate seeing humans or fellow demons die in front of me, that's all. You care more for others' lives than your own. Of all the ways to survive, you chose the hardest one. Agusheed, you really aren't like a demon at all. Recalling that conversation, Agusheed's finger gently traced the engraving on one of the stones. He etched their legacy into his very body. Now that I think about it, maybe it was that unconscious choice back then that made her truly decide. He passed the monument, murmuring his guess. Though no one could confirm if he was right. If it were Flamme, even if he was wrong, she'd probably just smile and kiss him. Then gently say, correct answer. Agusheed kept walking forward. Each step deliberately avoided the leaf piles Flamme used to hop on. The small house wrapped in giant trees was just ahead. The great isolation barrier shimmered in the air. Beside the great tree stood the ancient sign Flamme had written. No entry without teacher's permission. Frieren and dogs stay out, Omega. Though rotted and worn, it still welcomed him back. It's been a long time. Thanks for protecting this place. Without obstruction, he passed through the barrier. He restored the old sign, then stepped to the front door of the cabin. It was exactly the same as when he left it 200 years ago. Which also meant, his foolish disciple still hadn't lived up to Flamme's expectations. Pushing open the door, the interior was just as familiar. A notebook left by Flamme. A wooden bed handcrafted by Agusheed. A desk Frieren once used for studying. That was all the house contained. But these humble items held countless unforgettable memories for Agusheed. He stepped forward and opened Flamme's notebook. On the first page was the familiar warning. Agusheed, no peeking, which made him stop flipping further. Even now, he still couldn't go against her wishes. He put the notebook back. As he turned toward the wooden bed, a faint voice echoed in the breeze by his ear. Agusheed, I love you. He turned back to the desk, the image of Flamme sitting there vivid in his mind. She turned pages in her notebook, and out of nowhere, said those words. Then looked up at him, her face filled with hope, while he had only responded with silence. I was such an idiot. You said that, knowing I wouldn't understand, just to burden me. Back then, she had rested her chin in her palm, frustrated. But that affection never faded. Agusheed. What can I do to make you understand that I love you? He never answered. Yet Flamme never seemed disappointed. Instead, she became more hopeful. Looking toward a much farther future. Agusheed chuckled softly and walked toward the bed. He lay down stiffly, just as he used to, and slowly closed his eyes. Hey! Agusheed. In a field of blooming flowers, he saw Flamme turn toward him. With that timeless smile, she reached out to her clueless husband. Tell me our story again. I don't quite remember. Agusheed gently took her hand and sat beside her. He felt her lean gently on his shoulder, rubbing his chin softly against her pale red hair. Holding tightly to the hand he never wanted to let go, he replied. This story might take a long time to tell. A very long time. He even hoped the world would remain like this. Forever. For eternity. Waking for just a moment, Agusheed closed his eyes once more. And returned to his inescapable dream. Chapter 49, Journey and Oriole Dragon Care Diary, Part 1. Year 6 of life in the Imperial Capital, year-end. During the annual New Year's dinner. Flamme stood up amidst the surprised gazes of her husband and disciple. With hands confidently on her hips, she spiritedly announced her plans for the winter break. Traveling. Agusheed cast his gaze at Flamme, who hadn't consulted him about this plan at all. He strongly suspected this idea had just popped into her head. Meanwhile, Frieren, busy stuffing her face, didn't hold back either. After popping the last raspberry into her mouth, she questioned bluntly. Flamme, you totally just made that up, didn't you? The silver-haired elf stared at her unreliable teacher, ears twitching in light exasperation. Stupid disciple, how dare you question the great mage Flamme's decision? It's decided. You lose your break. You'll be studying magic even while traveling. After casually laying down her punishment for Frieren, Flamme shifted her gaze to her silent husband. Agusheed, do you agree? Putting down his fork and knife, Agusheed replied quietly. I'll go along with you. Frieren, now seething with resentment after losing her break, threw Agusheed a look of disdain. She pouted and muttered. There you go again, Agusheed. Are you sure you're not just a golem that follows 100% of Flamme's commands? But Agusheed didn't even look up, ignoring her jab entirely. Ugh, so lame. Grumbling under her breath, Frieren puffed her cheeks in protest. When she saw the couple quietly starting to discuss their destination, she finally slammed the table and stood up. I protest. Her silver hair swayed with her dramatic motion. Flamme, this is totally unreasonable. You're stealing my break without permission. Objection overruled. Flamme smiled cheerfully, tapping Frieren on the forehead. That's what you get for doubting your teacher's authority. One more word and I'll have Agusheed call Livale to eat you. The moment Flamme mentioned Livale, Frieren, who had been fuming, immediately deflated. Like a kitten caught in the rain, she slumped back into her chair, dejected. Even so, she continued mumbling inaudibly under her breath. Agusheed watched the teacher-disciple bickering and allowed himself a faint smile. He sipped his tea as Flamme eagerly spread out the map to plan their route. How about the central northern Etwas Mountains? This season is perfect for hot springs. Flamme's finger traced along the map as she made her first suggestion. The Oriole dragon doesn't like the weather there. It'll be unhappy. Agusheed rejected the idea calmly. Then how about the Grand Strait to the south? I remember the coastline there is super pretty. You leveled a mountain during monster cleanup there. I doubt we'll be welcome. Right, then. Frieren rested her chin in her hands, watching the two exchange suggestions. Until Flamme's finger paused over a spot on the map, Volume 50 Basin. Oh, how about here? Her eyes lit up with nostalgic joy. Volume 50 Basin, if I remember right, we once built a little cabin there during our downtime. Agusheed's movements briefly paused. His gaze landed on the familiar name. Volume 50 Basin. He remembered it vividly. It was where he and Flamme had met in their youth and lived together for a time. A cabin nestled deep within the forest. A small flower field out front, rustling softly in the evening breeze. All right. This time, Agusheed didn't object. His voice was even gentler than before. Frieren, always observant, noticed the subtle change in atmosphere. Detective Frieren tilted her head, glanced at her parents, and asked curiously. You two live there? No duh. Why else would we have built a cabin? Flamme rubbed Frieren's head, her eyes tinged with fondness. Not only did we live there, that's where I met Agusheed. Frieren blinked, suddenly more interested in this trip. Well. Drawing out her words, she turned her head with a reluctant expression. Since you're both so set on it, I guess I'll go too. So, the living room now held this scene. At the table, Agusheed cleared the remains of the New Year's meal. Flamme, pointing to her hand-drawn and cherished parchment map, planned a travel route. Frieren leaned over the edge of the table, chin on her hand, feigning reluctance. But her eyes kept flicking toward parts of the map she'd never seen. If it's Volume 50 Basin, we can take this route. Flamme's fingertips slid along the mountain ridges. At the Oriole Dragon's full speed, we'll get there in less than 10 days. Agusheed had no complaints. And this time, neither did Frieren. She simply raised her little hand and timidly asked. Since we're already traveling, can I get my break back? Nope. Why not? Flamme chuckled, pinching her cheek. Because teacher loves you. Frieren swatted her hand away and pouted in a corner. Seeing her sulk again, Flamme only smiled. She ruffled her disciple's fluffy white hair and clapped her hands, as if remembering something. Oh right. I nearly forgot. There are still some strange spells I collected in the attic of that cabin. Frieren's ears perked up. She tilted her head. Seriously? When has the great mage Flamme ever lied to her adorable, foolish disciple? Frieren gave a reluctant hum like, that won't win me over, then hopped off the sofa. She scurried into the kitchen for food. Agusheed, also. Her words stopped as soon as she entered. She found Agusheed standing silently at the window, having finished tidying up. Agusheed. She called softly. There are some raspberries in the left cupboard. Take them if you're hungry. Though he answered plainly, Frieren didn't move. She stepped forward. And through the reflection in the window, she saw a rare, gentle expression on Agusheed's face. It was the first time she had seen such softness on the usually stoic men. Which made her even more curious about the cabin they spoke of. Volume 50 Basin, are you really looking forward to going back? Her words made Agusheed lift his gaze slightly. Just then, a snowflake lightly touched the glass in front of him. Pure, pristine, stirring countless thoughts. Agusheed's eyes passed through it, seeing far beyond. And he gave his disciple a quiet, simple answer. Yeah. Chapter 50, Travel and Heaven Vane Dragon Care Diary, Part 2. Changed the name from Heaven Oriole Dragon, Heaven Vane Dragon. The journey began the morning after Flamme made her decision. Agusheed's family moved quickly. They hardly needed to pack any luggage. The continent on the Heaven Vane Dragon's back had everything they needed. The castle's stored clothing and supplies were sufficient for their daily needs. So after Agusheed informed the Heaven Vane Dragon about the journey, the family boarded the Heaven Vane Dragon on schedule that morning. Thus began their 2-month winter trip. First day of travel, morning. The lazy winter sunlight spilled across the Heaven Vane Dragon's broad back. In front of the castle, Frieren wrapped her coat tighter and slowly followed behind Flamme. She had just been dragged from her warm blankets by Flamme and was still drowsy. Flamme, why did you wake me up so early? Even Agusheed would let me sleep in during the morning. Frieren yawned, her silver white hair fluttering gently in the breeze. Silly disciple. Flamme chuckled to herself but continued walking forward without looking back. Just follow me. Since I called you out, there's a task for you. Frieren pouted, listening to Flamme's riddles while reluctantly taking steps forward. Because the Heaven Vane Dragon had lowered its flying altitude, rarely staying above the clouds. The garden outside the castle was now covered with a thin layer of snow. Snow-covered petals sparkled with tiny flashes of light in the sunlight. After taking a couple steps in the snow, seeing Flamme's completely unguarded back ahead, Frieren got a mischievous idea. The little magic sprout carefully bent down and gently formed a snowball. 1, 2, 3. Finding the right moment, Frieren was about to throw the snowball. Then she saw Flamme suddenly turn around. Thump. A snowball the size of a sandbag hit her squarely in the face, making her plop down in the snow. Don't laugh, Flamme. The white-haired elf looked indignantly at her grinning teacher and shouted loudly. Hee hee, silly disciple. Flamme continued laughing, and under Frieren's glare, she innocently looked up at the sky. As if the snowball created with magic that never loses at snowball fights hadn't come from her hands. Flamme, if you keep doing this, you'll lose me eventually. Frieren brushed the snow off herself and spoke again with full resentment. But instead of Flamme's comfort and apology, another 5-meter-wide snowball came flying at her. Flamme. When the little sprout gets angry, it's terrifying. Terrifying enough that even though she never hit Flamme once from start to finish, she still chased Flamme the whole way. The two of them playfully fought their way through the garden. Before they knew it, they had reached the edge of the dense forest outside the castle. The trees here had grown much taller than Frieren remembered. Thick trunks were covered with a layer of snow, neither too thick nor too thin. Occasionally, Frieren could see a few squirrels jumping among the branches. Where exactly are you taking me? After being pelted with snowballs by Flamme the entire way, Frieren finally chose to give up the chase. She had realized that Flamme was deliberately leading her to this place. Silly disciple, haven't we already arrived? As Flamme's words fell. In Frieren's mana detection, a familiar magical power came from nearby. It was Agusheed's mana. Almost no need to identify it. Because in Frieren's memory, only Agusheed and Ciri possessed such enormous magical power. Agusheed, what is he doing? Frieren looked in the direction of the mana fluctuations and asked Flamme with confusion. You'll know when you come over. Flamme took Frieren's hand and step by step pulled her toward the Heaven Vein Dragon's shoulder area ahead. Passing through several towering trees and crossing 2 already frozen streams. Frieren vaguely saw Agusheed's tall figure. And in front of him, a ferocious dragon head as massive as a mountain range. Agusheed stood beside the Heaven Vein Dragon's enormous head. Between his hands, he held a brilliant orb of magical light. In Frieren's sight, that light flowed like a living thing in his palms. Sometimes expanding, sometimes contracting. The rising and falling rhythm emitted mana fluctuations that made Frieren's heart skip a beat. So, Flamme, what exactly is Agusheed doing? Following Flamme's footsteps and stopping, Frieren turned her head and asked quietly. The Heaven Vein Dragon needs additional mana supplementation when flying at high speeds. Flamme pinched her cheeks, answering her confusion. Agusheed is feeding it with his own magical power. Feeding the Heaven Vein Dragon. With food. Frieren was somewhat surprised and opened her mouth, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. In fact, after living and studying on this floating island for so long, this was the first time she learned that the Heaven Vein Dragon needed artificial feeding. In her impression, this massive creature had always been self-sufficient. Agusheed, I brought Frieren. Flamme extended her hand and gently waved toward her busy husband. Bring her over. Agusheed said while slowly pushing the mana orb in his hands toward the Heaven Vein Dragon's slightly open giant mouth. That light, large enough to fill half the dragon's mouth, slowly slipped in. As it was swallowed into the throat, the Heaven Vein Dragon contentedly let out a deep, rumbling hum. Frieren even felt the continent beneath her feet vibrate slightly. But both Flamme and Agusheed looked completely used to it. After freeing herself from Flamme's grip, Frieren curiously stepped closer. Hum. The Heaven Vein Dragon seemed to notice Frieren's gaze, and its massive eyeball turned. Its sky-blue pupil contracted and then rapidly expanded. As if examining this strange yet familiar little elf from top to bottom. Frieren's fingers twisted together somewhat unnaturally, and she unconsciously stepped back half a step. But soon, she gathered her courage and walked forward again. Does it only eat magical power? Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked Flamme and Agusheed. No, it can eat anything, even rocks and poisonous fruits can serve as snacks. Agusheed pushed another mana orb into the dragon's mouth while answering his disciple's curiosity. It's just that injecting magical power is the simplest and most convenient method. What does it like to eat? Green apples, blueberries, grapes, it likes most fruits. Of course, it's even better if they're eaten with mana orbs. Listening to Agusheed's answer, Frieren nodded thoughtfully. She moved her gaze back and forth between Flamme and Agusheed. Just for a moment. Detective Idagawa Frieren roughly guessed that task Flamme had mentioned. You're not going to make me feed the Heaven Vein Dragon, are you? Frieren pointed at herself, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. Very clever. Flamme smiled gently and patted her little head in praise. Can you please stop exploiting me? Just practicing magic every day is already tiring enough. Although she was indeed somewhat interested in caring for the Heaven Vane dragon, Frieren, whose free time was already limited, still tried to refuse this task. If you take care of the Heaven Vane dragon, those classes can be cancelled. Flamme's words echoed like heavenly music in Frieren's ears. Really? Frieren suddenly raised her head, her face full of expectation. Really? Agusheed on the other side nodded for Flamme. This was my suggestion to Flamme. After all, feeding the Heaven Vane dragon can also improve your mana control. Of course, the prerequisite is that you don't starve the Heaven Vane dragon to death. If it gets hungry, it becomes very angry, and even I have trouble calming it down. Frieren immediately straightened her back and confidently patted her chest. In that case, leave it to me. Don't worry, I definitely won't let it go hungry. Patreon out now at patreon.com/michaeltranslates. 20 advanced chapters. Chapter 51, Travel and Heaven Vane Dragon Care Diary, Final. 4th day of the winter journey. In the study on the 2nd floor of the castle, steaming mist slowly drifted out from the window. The fragrance of black tea permeated the entire study. Without a doubt, Agusheed and Flamme were sitting together drinking afternoon tea. Their movements and gazes were quite synchronized. Both were using farsight magic to observe Frieren, who was feeding the Heaven Vane dragon. The Heaven Vane dragon nearly starved to death because of her. Holding his warm black tea, Agusheed, who had been silent for a long time, said this. For 2 whole days, the Heaven Vane dragon didn't get a single proper meal. If I hadn't secretly gone to feed it every night, the Heaven Vane dragon would have gone on strike long ago. Flamme didn't speak. She just suppressed her laughter while looking at her helpless husband. She drew elegant arcs in her teacup with a silver spoon, stirring the rose-colored tea. If that's the case, then why are you still making Frieren feed the Heaven Vane dragon? Setting down her teacup, Flamme playfully poked Agusheed's face. She drew circles on her husband's face with her finger, tilting her head as she continued. Although her total mana could theoretically maintain the Heaven Vane dragon's minimum sustenance. But in terms of mana control level, Frieren is completely inadequate. Agusheed didn't deny this point. He even provided more precise numbers. Indeed, Frieren's level of mana control is truly pathetic to behold. According to my estimates, she loses more than half her power just in the process of releasing mana. Flamme's gaze followed Agusheed's perspective, turning once again toward Frieren. Then she happened to see her holding up a small orb she had formed, trying to feed it to the Heaven Vane dragon. But not only did the Heaven Vane dragon not accept it, it closed its eyes in exasperation. Whoosh! The Heaven Vane dragon let out a heavy snort. Although this wasn't aimed at Frieren at all. And it wasn't because it was targeting her, but simply because the Heaven Vane dragon was in a bad mood. Even so, the little magic sprout was still knocked over by the residual force of the gust. She puffed out her cheeks while rubbing her bottom, then got up and pathetically kicked the Heaven Vane dragon's scales. The consequences were obvious. Since those scales were several times larger than her entire body. The white-haired elf predictably began hopping around holding her little foot. Look, the current Frieren is completely hopeless. Moving forward and sitting on her husband's lap. Flamme nestled in Agusheed's arms and spoke softly. But she saw her husband shake his head. His expression serious, he rarely took the initiative to praise that silly disciple. Flamme, haven't you noticed? Frieren has already improved. Agusheed extended his hand, and under Flamme's interested expression, a tiny mana orb began to gather, mimicking the mana orb Frieren had formed a few days ago. Rough and crude, this was Frieren's level a few days ago. The Heaven Vane dragon was purely using her mana as mouthwash back then. Flamme touched her chin, carefully observing the mana orb in Agusheed's hand. Then, under such close-range mana detection, she could clearly sense that the mana orb in Agusheed's hand was beginning to change. Subtle, almost imperceptible. But definitely there, and it was guiding the mana orb toward a more complete state. This is what Frieren can do now. The Heaven Vane dragon this time isn't unwilling to eat, but because this wouldn't even fill a gap between its teeth, so it's too lazy to open its mouth. Having said this, Agusheed calmly dispersed the mana and closed his palm again. If I'm not mistaken, Frieren might be a genius at this. Embracing Flamme's waist, Agusheed continued to express his views. Of course, although her talent doesn't even reach half of yours or mine. But if she can continue like this, maybe she really could become a great mage in the future. Flamme smiled slightly, then rested her head on Agusheed's shoulder. Those words, if you said them directly to Frieren, she would probably be very happy. If I told her these things, she would get a big head. You're still the same as always, you could praise her occasionally. Regarding Agusheed's consistent contradictory nature, Flamme only offered symbolic persuasion. Then she asked the question she was curious about. Speaking of which, Agusheed, I didn't notice this when I was teaching Frieren. How did you discover that she has talent beyond ordinary people in this area? After asking this question, Flamme could clearly feel that Agusheed's mood became less pleasant. In fact, he even showed some indescribable distress. But finally, after a long pause and a sigh, Agusheed gave Flamme the answer to her question. Because of killing magic. Agusheed clearly didn't want to admit this point, but had to tell the truth. Among the magic I've taught Frieren, she has the highest completion rate with killing magic. In fact, you could say that this magic's compatibility with Frieren is absurdly high. Agusheed's words didn't immediately register with Flamme, because the term, killing magic, was too bizarre and sensitive. Even Flamme showed a surprised expression. Wait, Agusheed. Flamme placed one hand on her forehead. Then gave Agusheed a let me process this gesture. After several seconds of mental struggle, Flamme looked seriously at Agusheed's emotionless face. The killing magic you're talking about isn't the one I'm thinking of, is it? It's exactly that one. Qual's killing magic. That magic created single-handedly by Qual. Simple and efficient at killing, requiring only mana control. Killing magic. Agusheed closed his eyes, and Flamme could actually sense depression in his words. How ironic. My disciple happens to excel at learning Qual's magic. If that guy found out, he'd probably laugh his head off. Flamme heard her husband say this, as if he felt that something about being a teacher had been defeated. However, it was natural for him to think this way. Recalling the unbearable past between Agusheed and the corrupt sage Qual that he had told her about during their travels, Flamme shook her head, a few strands of red hair gently scattering. This is actually a good thing, isn't it? After all, who knows? In the future, Frieren might surpass Qual in killing magic. Regarding Flamme's fantasy, Agusheed didn't hold much hope. You're always so optimistic, Flamme. Qual losing to Frieren. I can't imagine such a scene. Flamme didn't refute her husband's words, because she actually had serious doubts about Frieren's talent for combat as well. However, in the end, looking at Frieren who was still sulking with the heaven-veined dragon in the distance, Flamme still lay in her husband's arms and praised her softly. But she's already doing quite well like this, isn't she? And compared to combat, this child is actually more suited for academics. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 52, Interlude, A Date Along the Way, Part 1. 7th day of the winter journey. The heaven-veined dragon carried Agusheed's family to the airspace above Regal Canyon. Having been thoroughly annoyed by the little magic sprout these past few days, it naturally went on strike. In the castle's study, Flamme sat quietly in Agusheed's usual seat. She held tea in one hand while carefully reading through a magic book from the mythical age with the other. Flamme passed the idle winter time bit by bit like this, peacefully waiting for her husband to return from handling the conflict between the heaven-veined dragon and Frieren. This process didn't take very long. At most half an hour later, Flamme heard the sound of the study door being pushed open. Click. Attracted by the sound but not lifting her head, Flamme feigned composure, her fingertips hovering over the newly opened page of the magic book in her hand. You're back. Flamme's questioning voice was soft, carrying some of Winter's characteristic laziness. She turned another page of the spell book and gently set down her teacup. What happened over there? How exactly did Frieren provoke the heaven-veined dragon? Flamme, who asked this question, still didn't look up. But with careful observation, one could notice that the corner of her eye constantly followed the figure that had just appeared at the door. Still the feeding problem. Agusheed stepped into the study, bringing with him the cold air of Regal Canyon. The hem of his black robe still bore snowflakes left by Frieren's recent prank. As he spoke, Agusheed removed his dragon leather gloves. Frieren got a mana orb mixed with fruit stuck between the heaven-veined dragon's teeth. After using his gloves to brush the snowflakes from his coat's hem, he continued. This has left the heaven-veined dragon listless, so we'll probably have to rest here for a day. Flamme nodded without complaint or expression, but her book-turning movements clearly slowed down. The parchment pages fell slowly, drawing soft arcs in the warm indoor air. What about Frieren, didn't she come back with you? Flamme asked her husband softly. Frieren was afraid you'd spank her, so she asked me to take her to the town below to lay low. Agusheed undid his coat and hung it on the brass coat rack. Following her request, I've already sent her to the magic shop in the town below. She said by evening you should no longer be angry, so she asked me to pick her up tonight. The fireplace flames crackled along with Agusheed's voice. Flamme finally looked up, closing her book with more force than usual. She shook her head, looking at her husband who was rolling up his shirt sleeves. So you've already been down there, how was it? Does this town have any special features? Flamme tilted her head, supporting her face with her arm. Under the fireplace's glow, her dim shadow fell across the leather book cover. No. In his quiet response, Agusheed walked to Flamme's side. Flamme consciously moved aside, leaving space for her husband. Without hesitation, Agusheed sat close to Flamme. After taking a sip from Flamme's teacup of black tea, he continued describing what he'd seen below. The town below isn't large, and due to the season, very few shops are operating normally. Very quiet. Flamme took the teacup from Agusheed's hand and took a small sip herself. Extremely quiet. Agusheed answered calmly, then naturally asked about his wife's plans. Flamme, are you asking because there's something you want to do? Nothing in particular. Flamme reached out to put the magic book back on the shelf behind her, responding casually. I should say, ever since the holiday started and I no longer have teaching troubles, I've been quite idle. That's good. Hearing her husband's low response, Flamme's fingers brushed across the bookshelf, selecting another magic book to read. Her slender fingertips paused for half a second on the gold-embossed cover of a particular magic book. Without much hesitation, she pulled out the book. This was Magic That Makes Stone Sculptures Dance Automatically. It was also Agusheed's birthday gift to her in their 3rd year of marriage. What about you? What are you doing today? Flamme sat back down beside Agusheed with the magic book, turning her face slightly toward him. The firelight bathed Agusheed's profile in warm orange. He was looking down, organizing yesterday's decoded translations, not noticing his wife's slightly pursed lips when she said this. Same as before. Agusheed's voice mixed with the rustling sound of paper. Nothing more than continuing to decode Sage Uig's spell book. He was about to pick up his quill pen when his raised wrist was pressed down by Flamme. His wife's robe sleeve knocked over the ink bottle, and deep black ink spread across the parchment. Didn't you understand what I meant? Flamme looked sideways at her romantically clueless husband. I just said I was very idle. Her tone sounded calm, but it faintly contained helplessness. Now tell me again, when I ask you, what are you doing today, how should you answer? How would you like me to answer? Seeing Agusheed, who still didn't understand the deeper meaning of her words, Flamme released his hand. Instead, she grabbed the front of his shirt and gently pulled it toward herself. Keep me company. Looking into her husband's confused eyes, Flamme said calmly. As her words fell, the study suddenly became extremely quiet. Even the fireplace flames stopped crackling. Agusheed was silent for a long while. Long enough that Flamme couldn't help but loosen her fingers from his chest. But just as his wife was pulling back, Agusheed reached out and grasped the back of her hand. That's not a problem. However, although I can stay by your side every moment of the day. Even so, we should at least find something to do. Quite satisfied with Agusheed's response, Flamme breathed a sigh of relief. She withdrew her palm and touched her chin. That's true. Flamme's fingertips tapped her chin rhythmically. Thinking about what she and Agusheed should do together. Kissing. They couldn't keep kissing all day. Then sleeping. That wouldn't work either, a human mage's fragile body couldn't handle it. TSK. In that case. Flamme muttered softly, and after deciding what to do. With a smile on her lips, she suddenly moved her head toward Agusheed. All right, I've decided. She moved upward, her cheek brushing against her husband's skin, her lips almost touching his earlobe. Agusheed. Let's go on a date. If we can get to rank 80 in Power Stones, I'll release 3 extra chapters. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 53, Interlude, A Date Along the Way, Part 2. The first stop of their date was the flower garden courtyard in front of the castle. Because this place was protected by a grand isolation barrier. No matter what the weather was like, it would never affect the flowers here. Therefore, during the cold winter snow season, this courtyard, built by Flamme and Agusheed using magic of blooming flowers, could be called a dating paradise. Not only did it combine a romantic environment with beautiful scenery, but it was also dotted with many rare famous flowers that the couple had collected from around the world. If any normal married couple or lovers were standing here, they would probably feel their affection warming up. But unfortunately, when the husband is an unromantic grand demon, no matter how passionate and gentle his wife is, he cannot feel this sentiment. What, are you dissatisfied with the place I chose? Walking side by side on the corridor through the vast sea of flowers in the courtyard, Flamme looked at Agusheed's face, which hadn't shown much emotional change from beginning to end, and asked, Do I look like I'm very dissatisfied with this place? Regarding his wife's inexplicable question, Agusheed looked down and asked. Flamme chuckled softly, lifted her skirt, and walked forward on the path covered with flower petals. Her carefully chosen white dress complemented the blooming flowers around her. Where her skirt brushed past, the petals trembled slightly, releasing an even richer fragrance. You do. Sunlight filtered through Flamme's light red hair as she turned her head and answered softly. Agusheed clasped his hands behind his back, his black robe motionless in the breeze. He looked around. The magically bloomed flowers in the courtyard really couldn't be considered much of a scenery in his eyes. However, he hadn't developed any so-called dissatisfaction in his heart because of this. Very much like it. I just think this place is no different from usual. After all, everything here was created by us together. Agusheed's voice was low and steady, as casual as discussing the weather. Hearing this, Flamme stopped walking and turned slightly to face her husband. We're on a date right now. Talking like that really kills the mood. She laughed softly while reaching out to brush away a petal that had fallen on her husband's shoulder. Did I upset you? Agusheed's eyes reflected his wife's helplessness, and he fell silent for a while. Then, under his wife's hopeless gaze, he opened his mouth as always and said, "Sorry." Agusheed's apology was only half finished. But Flamme's fingertip had already gently touched the corner of his mouth. You mustn't say such things to a girl during a date. Brushing over those predictably tense lips, Flamme slightly curved her mouth. A husband who only apologizes will be disliked by his wife. Regarding Flamme's romance lesson, Agusheed nodded thoughtfully. So there's such a saying. In that case, have you already started disliking me? Looking at her husband who indeed took her words completely seriously. Flamme mischievously tilted her head, pretending to think. Not yet. But if you don't make me happy soon, it won't be long before I start disliking you. Agusheed caught his wife's hand that was gradually sliding from the corner of his mouth to his chest. He gripped Flamme's wrist, letting her fingertips rest on his chest. How should I make you happy? Agusheed asked very seriously. It's simple. Flamme's answer was very gentle, with a hint of coquettishness. After secretly using magic to make the surrounding flowers bloom even more brilliantly, she continued to tell her husband. You just need to smile at me more. Agusheed frowned and thought for a moment, as if this was a problem that required careful consideration. Must I smile? You must smile. After a moment's hesitation, Agusheed mechanically moved the corners of his mouth, trying to make himself look less stiff. That's too perfunctory. We're on a date, at least pretend to be happy. Flamme sighed, her fingers unconsciously twirling a strand of her hair. But Agusheed was very frank, honest to the point of cruelty. But I don't feel very happy right now. He reached out to catch a falling petal and gently crushed it between his fingertips. A faint magenta stained his pale fingers. Idiot. Flamme murmured softly, her voice mixing helplessness with indulgence. She suddenly stepped forward, closing the distance between herself and her husband. Then slowly stood on her tiptoes and placed a light kiss on Agusheed's cheek. The floral fragrance from Flamme's hair and the warmth from her lips were transmitted to Agusheed's cold skin. After a moment of surprise, he saw Flamme step back half a step and raise her eyebrows. Are you a little happier now? Flamme's question made Agusheed blink unnaturally. He reached out to pinch his wife's soft, warm cheek. His movements were practiced but didn't contain any other inappropriate emotions. I just find it inexplicable. Inexplicable. This word didn't make Flamme very happy. She puffed out her cheeks and helplessly kissed Agusheed's cheek again. Then, looking at Agusheed who still had an inexplicable expression on his face, Flamme rubbed her temples and said with some exasperation. Your performance is really too much. Faced with your wife's initiative kiss, you should be happily covering your face and falling to the ground. Agusheed lowered his head. Although he felt Flamme was just being unreasonable, he still accommodatingly responded. If you had said so beforehand, I could try to cooperate with you. Flamme fell silent. After embracing Agusheed's neck and stubbornly kissing him again, she complained softly. That's why I say you're an idiot. Agusheed didn't refute. He just continued to accommodate Flamme, whether in actions or words, until he accompanied her to the end of the flower sea. Agusheed, who thought Flamme's so-called date had ended here, was about to say he wanted to go back to decode the spell book. But Flamme's next action made him abandon his plan. Let's go, we're going to the next location. Flamme hooked onto Agusheed's displaced fingers and pulled him toward the deep forest. So there's a next one? Agusheed asked. Of course. Flamme slowed her pace, her fingertips caressing the back of her husband's hand. We're dating for the whole day. It would be too boring to stay in just one place. According to your plan, how many more places are we going? Agusheed's words made Flamme revisit her plan. Let me think. Just for a short while. Agusheed heard Flamme begin to narrate the places she planned to go, word by word. From the flower garden courtyard to the central ancient tree. From the heaven vein mine to the heart lake. Oh right, there's also. Listening to everything except the first one. All the other places were where he liked to be alone and lost in thought. Agusheed looked at his wife, who was still eloquently describing her plan, and spoke softly. Flamme, I always feel you know me too well. Hearing Agusheed's words, Flamme showed a matter-of-fact expression. Isn't that normal? We've been living together for almost 20 years. Almost 20 years. This number was so brief that it couldn't stir any waves in Agusheed's heart. Just barely under 20 years. Agusheed spoke in terms that short-lived species would find difficult to understand. Flamme, I've only just reached the stage of knowing you superficially. 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 This rather cruel statement didn't make Flamme show any disappointed expression. She just reached out and gently caressed her husband's face. Looking at Agusheed's deep but emotionless eyes. Flamme, with excitement that Agusheed couldn't understand, raised the corners of her mouth and smiled faintly. I see. Agusheed, so you already know me superficially. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 54, Becoming His Unfading Dream. Strolling leisurely through the forest path. Flamme held Agusheed's hand as they walked through the soft snow toward the central ancient tree. Second stop of their date, arrival. Flamme noted silently in her heart. Then, with a turn, her white dress swept across the snow, making a soft rustling sound. Agusheed, do you remember why you first brought me here? Flamme suddenly asked, the white mist from her breath lingering briefly in the air between her and her husband. Brushing away a few snowflakes that had settled on his coat. Agusheed looked up at this giant tree he had planted himself, which now towered into the clouds. The second year of our travels. After a brief recollection, Agusheed paused and continued. You were unable to sleep peacefully because you had been affected by a curse from the nightmare pot. Flamme smoothly picked up where Agusheed left off. So you brought me to this place you like to use for spacing out. Then you let me lie on your lap, saying I wouldn't have nightmares that way. Agusheed nodded. What Flamme said didn't differ from his memory. However, he still appropriately added some necessary details. Your last sentence wasn't complete. I had you lie on my lap because that way my curse reversal magic could cover you. A completely unnecessary detail supplement. That was Flamme's assessment. She reached out and dissatisfiedly tapped Agusheed's chest. Adding that ruins the romantic and beautiful atmosphere in my words. Agusheed instinctively was about to apologize as usual. But remembering what Flamme had reminded him about in the flower garden courtyard. He pulled back the sorry that had already reached his lips. Then, after thinking for a while, he tactfully said the opposite. Are you teaching me how to do things? Flamme was stunned for a moment. In just an instant, she realized why her husband would say such a thing. But she still couldn't help but chuckle softly. Because she understood Agusheed too well. Hearing him say such words really gave Flamme a strong sense of contrast. Saying that will also make girls dislike you. Flamme shook her head as she spoke, while releasing her husband's hand. This time she didn't explain too much, because the more you explain such things, the more confused they become. Following the original route, she jogged to the base of the tree. Flamme turned around lightly, making her skirt flutter in a beautiful arc. She patted the natural depression between the tree roots where Agusheed usually sat, reminding him. Agusheed, come over here, sit in the same place. Agusheed didn't refuse. He maintained his slow pace and walked over gradually. When he sat down, Flamme immediately lay down straight as she had before, pillowing her head on his lap. At this moment, a wind suddenly blew through the forest, and snowflakes from the ancient tree's branches gently fell. A leaf with thin snow drifted down, and Flamme reached out to catch it. Then, with her eyes closed, she skillfully pinned it to Agusheed's collar at his chest. Don't move. Stay like this for a while, she said while embracing her husband's reassuring waist. So Agusheed didn't move. The two remained silent under the tree. This continued until Flamme opened her eyes again. Announcing their departure for the third stop of their date, the Heaven Vein Mine. Half an hour later, looking at the dark cave entrance where blue light could faintly be seen flickering inside. After refusing the suggestion to use illumination magic, Flamme pulled Agusheed into the mine wrapped internally with pale blue crystals. Generally speaking, as a husband, in this kind of environment you should hold me tightly. Flamme's suggestion was immediately followed by Agusheed without a moment's hesitation. And because walking while holding Flamme was too slow, Agusheed simply picked her up at the waist and carried her through the winding mine tunnels. I give your reaction and actions full marks this time. Of course, it would be even better if you didn't need me to remind you next time. Flamme laughed softly as she poked Agusheed's perpetually unchanging expressionless face. The two gradually went deeper into the main mine tunnel. The darkness was slowly dispelled by the ethereal blue glow emitted by the crystals. The inner walls of the mine were embedded with naturally formed mana crystals. The deeper they went, the denser the crystals became. And in the core area, the entire tunnel was shrouded in a dreamlike blue halo. Flamme's white dress was reflected here like a pearl in the deep sea. She said nothing, just wandered through this blue sea while embracing Agusheed. Until finally passing through the winding mine tunnel and arriving at the suddenly open end. Without a doubt, the fourth stop of their date, Heart Lake, came into view. This was a naturally formed heart-shaped lake on the Heaven Vein dragon's body. When she first saw it, Flamme was amazed by this natural wonder. However, arriving here this time, it was Agusheed who was surprised. Because in his sight, beside the fishing platform covered with thick snow by the frozen lake, 2 fishing rods were quietly leaning against the wooden railing. When did you prepare these? Agusheed looked at the obviously newly placed fishing equipment and asked his wife in his arms. Yesterday. Flamme got down from Agusheed's embrace and said with obvious pride. However, she didn't mention that she had Frieren secretly bring them here. Nor did she mention that having Frieren stay below for a day was actually her idea. Flamme stepped forward and lightly picked up the 2 sets of fishing gear. After casually using Hellfire release magic to melt the entire lake's ice layer, she turned back and handed one of the fishing rods to Agusheed. Do you know how to fish? I have magic that makes fish automatically take the bait. No magic allowed today, only the most ordinary methods. Why? Because we're on a date, so you have to follow my arrangements. Agusheed didn't argue with Flamme anymore. The result was 2 hours later, with their fish basket still completely empty. It became Agusheed stopping Flamme from using magic to cheat at fishing. I'm not playing anymore. This was Flamme's self-abandonment after being caught cheating. After saying this, she threw both fishing rods into the lake. Then, as the dim sunlight above the clouds slanted westward, she pulled Agusheed to the final stop of today's date. The top of the Heaven Vein dragon's head. The massive dragon head remained motionless before them, half closing its enormous dragon eyes. When Agusheed and Flamme stepped onto its skull, the Heaven Vein dragon only exhaled a warm breath, with no other reaction. Is it still angry at Frieren? Flamme touched this old companion's head and asked Agusheed, who understood it best. No, it's just sleepy. Even though the fruit stuck in its teeth has been removed, it will still affect its sleep for the day. Flamme couldn't help but smile. She somewhat regretted having Frieren do such a thing for today's free time. But at this point, thinking about it was useless. She slowly relaxed her body and walked forward a few steps. Agusheed, let me dance for you. Agusheed heard his wife say this with such lack of self-awareness. In his memory, although Flamme's personal dancing was a bit better than court dancing, it was only a little bit better. He wanted to refuse, but when the words reached his lips, they became just one short word. All right. Agusheed stood in place and responded softly. Hee hee. Flamme laughed knowingly. Then, in gentle murmurs, she sang folk songs to accompany herself. She began dancing in front of her husband, a dance that was neither elegant nor showed any aesthetic appeal. Flamme knew her dancing wasn't beautiful. But she just wanted to dance for Agusheed. Because she had once asked about the content of those dreams that occasionally appeared but fleetingly in Agusheed's mind over the years. Without exception, the answer always included her presence. From beginning to end, she was the only scenery in Agusheed's dreams. So, Flamme wanted to use her brief life to leave Agusheed with more unforgettable brilliance. To stay in his heart forever in this way. To become his unfading dream. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 55, Magic is amazing, isn't it? Despite experiencing some small interludes. On the 10th day of their winter journey, the Heaven Vein dragon safely arrived at their destination, Val Basin. Due to the Grand Isolation Barrier, the forest cabin's location wasn't obvious to mana detection. But none of this was a problem for its creators. Soon, Agusheed and Flamme brought the little magic sprout to their former residence. So small, so shabby, and there's no way 3 people can live here. Looking at this house that was obviously just the size of an ordinary bedroom, Frieren twitched her ears and complained quietly. Flamme raised her eyebrows with some helplessness and anger. But this was quickly replaced by a mischievous smile at the corner of her mouth. She coughed lightly and crossed her arms over her chest, putting on a serious appearance as she answered Frieren's impolite question. First, this place is shabby and small because it's just a house we 2 built in our spare time. Second, silly disciple, when did I ever say you'd be living inside? Frieren, ? The white-haired elf looked at Flamme with disbelief. As well as Agusheed standing behind her, who maintained an attitude of indifference throughout. Hey, that wasn't serious just now, was it? Frieren questioned with slight surprise. Then, after receiving cold stares from both husband and wife, she began putting on a pitiful expression as she looked at her human teacher. Flamme, you wouldn't be cruel enough to make me sleep outdoors. Flamme squinted without answering. But her slightly curved lips and subtle expression gave Frieren the answer. You really are thinking that way. Frieren puffed out her cheeks and stamped her feet angrily. Flamme, even though I have a good temper, doing this will make me very angry. Seeing her disciple who was adorable even when angry, Flamme finally couldn't maintain her serious expression. After bursting into laughter with a puff, she reached out to ruffle Frieren's hair and continued joking. But Frieren is an elf, shouldn't elves be good at living in the wilderness? Enduring Flamme's palm's roughness while listening to her stereotypes about elves. Frieren shook her ears, maintaining her pouty expression. Good at wilderness living. Flamme, do you think elves are savages? Aren't they? Flamme covered her mouth with her hand, looking at the little magic sprout with feigned confusion. Her light tone was as if she was surprised to hear something strange and bizarre. Of course not. Frieren barely even thought before directly refuting her teacher's stereotype. But teacher always had me sleeping outdoors before. Flamme pinched her small face and continued questioning. That's because even among elves, Ciri is a special case who belongs to primitive people. You can't lump a young elf like me together with that old hag. Old hag. If Ciri heard you call her that, she'd kill you, Frieren. Who cares about her? Frieren complained quietly. Then she turned to look at Agusheed, who had remained silent the whole time. Agusheed, you wouldn't have the heart to watch your cute disciple sleep outdoors, would you? Watching this mother-daughter pair who liked to bicker, Agusheed sighed silently. Then, shaking his head gently, Agusheed's large hands grabbed both of them by their collars like picking up kittens. He separated the bickering pair, ending this farce. Frieren dangled her legs in the air, her white hair falling like a waterfall. Meanwhile, Flamme laughed heartily, completely ignoring her own embarrassing situation of being lifted. Flamme's talk about making Frieren sleep outdoors was naturally a joke. Since they brought Frieren here, they naturally prepared a place for her to stay. 3 hours later. Frieren sat dazedly in the unreasonably spacious living room inside the small house. Looking at the interior structure that was exactly identical to their iceberg home. The white-haired elf fell into deep thought. Especially when she discovered that the boot she had left at the iceberg house was right by her feet. Agusheed's magical abilities once again caused the little magic sprout's brain to crash. Incredible. Agusheed, how did you do this? You clearly just moved our iceberg house here. Don't tell me this is also a different application of severance magic that I haven't seen. Frieren's questions came one after another, but out of responsibility as a teacher. The busy Agusheed still gave her an answer during his free moments. This is the result of combining space displacement magic with spatial severance from severance magic. I left a spatial severance in our iceberg house beforehand, then used it from this forest cabin. This way I can infinitely shorten the spatial distance between the two houses. Finally, I just need to use space displacement magic to completely connect the two houses. Under Frieren's expression of, "What the hell are you talking about?" Agusheed finished explaining. Although he knew it would be difficult for Frieren to understand with her intelligence, he didn't explain further. Because he was about to start cooking dinner. So he couldn't waste time on this now. If you really can't understand, just think of it as spatial teleportation. After giving Frieren a rough summary at the end, making the principle as easy to understand as possible, Agusheed turned and walked toward the kitchen. Oh right, Frieren. As if remembering something important. Agusheed turned to the still-dazed white-haired elf and instructed. The spatial severance I left is located in the vacant guest room. Don't approach it casually out of curiosity. Although I didn't give it any killing power, that spatial severance also leads to other places where I've left marks. Agusheed spoke with a warning tone, earnestly saying. The inverted pyramid, the fallen royal tomb. Those places where I've left marks are not places the current you can wander into recklessly. If you accidentally fall in, you might even lose your life. Having finished explaining what needed attention, Agusheed continued into the kitchen and began preparing tonight's dinner. And Flamme had just finished bathing, emerging from the bathroom half-wrapped in a bathrobe. Looking at the dazed Frieren on the sofa, she naturally knew what kind of cognitive shock this silly disciple was currently experiencing. Because she was the same way when she first saw Agusheed's miraculous magic. And at the end of their last journey, when she and Agusheed encountered the Demon King in Endi. Agusheed had also used this move to successfully escape from certain death. Frieren. Flamme walked to her silly disciple's side, softly calling her name. Trying to pull Frieren back from her shock. But it was obviously unsuccessful. Hee. Gently poking Frieren's dazed face, Flamme chuckled softly. Magic is amazing, isn't it? Rank 80 is close, if we touch 80 or less, you get 3 extra chapters. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 56, The So-Called Spatial Severance, Part 1. 11th day of the winter journey, a valley at the edge of Val Basin. After another routine lesson, Frieren didn't run home cheerfully to find Flamme as usual. Instead, uncharacteristically, she tugged at the corner of Agusheed's coat, signaling for him to wait a moment. Agusheed cooperatively stopped walking, his black coat fluttering in the cold wind. He turned around and looked down at the hesitant little magic sprout. Frieren was gripping tightly onto the corner of his dark coat, her knuckles slightly white from the effort. Agusheed, can I ask you a few questions? Having suddenly become interested in space displacement magic. But after studying it for a day without understanding even the basics, Frieren asked quietly. Her attitude was rarely sincere and proper. How interesting. This is the first time I've seen you actively ask questions in class. Agusheed looked down at this student who was usually absent-minded. Then he touched her white hair and added. What do you want to ask? About demon magic. Frieren looked up, meeting Agusheed's palm as she spoke. I understand. Go ahead and ask. Agusheed nodded lightly, signaling for her to continue. In the demon magic system. Frieren took a deep breath, white mist scattering everywhere in the snowy ground. Setting aside artificially created magic like killing magic and flight magic. She paused, her emerald pupils looking at Agusheed with curiosity. Magic like space displacement magic that's innately possessed and incomprehensible, how did you learn it? You know, not only me, but even Flamme is completely confused about this. Frieren's voice was full of incomprehension. After all, according to what she heard from Siri. In terms of magical theory, Flamme wasn't inferior to Agusheed. So why could Agusheed easily learn things that even Flamme couldn't understand? Regarding Frieren's question, Agusheed didn't even need to think. Do you want to reference my experience? Agusheed first asked back, then slowly shook his head and frankly said. Although I don't want to discourage you, Frieren, referencing my experience won't work. Why? Frieren stretched her boots that were sunk in the snow while persistently asking. Because you don't know severance magic. Agusheed calmly glanced at Frieren and stated the most direct reason. Hearing about that damn severance magic again. The white-haired elf's expression froze. Her mouth twitched slightly, then she murmured incredulously in a low voice. Agusheed, don't tell me severance magic has even more incredible applications. Agusheed reached out and caught a falling snowflake. In front of Frieren, he silently split the snowflake in half in his palm. Although severance magic does have some applications you haven't seen, it's not because of that. Agusheed continued. Let me ask you, Frieren, why can't you learn most demon magic? Because I can't understand or imagine it. Frieren answered without hesitation, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes. So the reason I can learn that magic is exactly opposite to yours. Agusheed raised his hand, and an invisible slash cut through the snow-covered rocks in the distance. The rocks split silently in half, the cut surface smooth as a mirror. Because severance magic can sever all things. So while severing those magics, I can naturally understand them through this process. Hearing such an outrageous answer, Frieren sighed disappointedly. More and more ridiculous. Your severance magic completely defies common sense. But this is my innate magic and talent. Agusheed's answer remained calm, as if he had heard countless similar sighs. Then Agusheed, is it possible for me to learn your severance magic? After a brief disappointment, Frieren asked a question she herself thought was impossible. Yes. Agusheed answered briefly. I knew there wasn't. Frieren wore an unsurprised expression, but just as she lowered her head, she suddenly realized something was wrong with Agusheed's answer. Huh. Frieren suddenly looked up at Agusheed in front of her. Agusheed, I think I just heard you say yes. Correct. I hope you're not comforting me or joking with me. Agusheed's expression was very serious. He calmly repeated the golden phrase he had always used to pressure Frieren. Frieren, you must understand that in the world of magic, there are no absolutes. No absolutes, then how specifically should I learn it? Very simple. According to my calculations. Agusheed looked up at the increasingly gloomy sky, as if calculating something. You just need to continuously endure my slashes for 1,000 years without interruption, and you should barely be able to get started. 1,000 years. Continuous slashing. Could anyone really survive under such conditions? Hearing Agusheed's ridiculous requirement, Frieren mercilessly complained. I think if I did that, I'd be buried much earlier than I'd get started. There's also a simpler way. This time Frieren was somewhat skeptical of what Agusheed called simple. It won't be another learning method that would kill me, will it? Frieren warily stepped back half a step. This method doesn't require you to endure slashes, but to observe slashes. Agusheed explained to Frieren. He lightly drew his finger through the air, leaving a silver trace that disappeared instantly. More precisely, observing spatial severance. What do you mean? As long as you can capture the complete trajectory of spatial severance by intuition at close range, then you can get started. Agusheed spoke while condensing a slash at his fingertip that made Frieren's whole body tremble. Let me ask, relying purely on intuition to capture, how many times would I need to observe spatial severance at close range? Over 100,000 times. 100,000 times. Well, the number of slashes Agusheed normally used to level a mountain was more than this number. That doesn't sound like too many. Under normal circumstances, within a day, I can only guarantee that the first 3 spatial severances can be executed with 100% accuracy. Given that Frieren didn't have a very clear understanding of spatial severance, Agusheed stated bluntly. This is the first time I've learned that you can't execute spatial severance at will. Of course, you must know that spatial severance is my most lethal technique. So continuous use requires extremely high standards for my own condition. Agusheed flexed his wrist, joints making slight sounds. What's the most you've ever executed at once? Frieren asked curiously. My record. Let me think. Agusheed closed his eyes to recall, and after confirming the number, he gave Frieren a response. 10 times. He opened his eyes, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. Even his brow showed a rare trace of fatigue. Just good luck. Frieren heard Agusheed say this so modestly. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 57, The So-Called Spatial Severance, Part 2. 10 spatial severances in a short time. This was Agusheed's current highest record. And this record, he had achieved exactly 3 times in 500 years. From most recent to oldest. The most recent was over 10 years ago when encountering the Demon King in Endi. The middle one was 150 years ago when Ciri came looking for him. The earliest, and first time, was 300 years ago when he single-handedly invaded the Demon King's castle. Agusheed didn't hide any of this from Frieren. When talking about these past events, he appeared quite calm. So much so that Frieren couldn't see any trace of fear or pride on his face. As if surviving from the hands of the world's 2 strongest mages wasn't anything remarkable in Agusheed's eyes. I say, Agusheed, isn't your expression a bit too indifferent? Frieren couldn't help but stand on her tiptoes and wave her hand in front of her teacher's face. Her fingertips almost touched Agusheed's long eyelashes. But Agusheed didn't even blink from beginning to end. Fighting the Demon King and Ciri with full force, and surviving. The white-haired elf's brow furrowed deeply, her voice gradually rising. That's quite remarkable, isn't it? Her small face was slightly flushed, emerald eyes flickering with incomprehension. Frieren's assessment didn't change Agusheed's view of those past events. He simply gently touched the white-haired elf's hair. As his fingertips passed through her soft strands, they stirred up a few tiny snowflakes. With a hint of weariness toward those memories in his gaze, Agusheed said softly. Remarkable, perhaps it appears so in your eyes. His faint voice was almost drowned out by the howling wind. But Frieren still heard him clearly. But for someone like me who dislikes conflict, such things only bring me distress. Dislikes conflict. Hearing Agusheed's words, Frieren felt momentarily dazed. Agusheed dislikes conflict. You've got to be kidding. Then what about that battle she witnessed not long ago? An entire mountain range on the Heaven Vein Dragon's back was leveled by Ciri and Agusheed. This is called disliking conflict. Seeing Frieren's doubt and confusion, Agusheed calmly explained. I dislike conflict because I hate death, and I hate killing even more. His voice was low and firm, a shadow flashing through his eyes. But this doesn't mean I don't get irritated, nor that I don't need somewhere to vent my emotions. Venting emotions. The little magic sprout nodded with half understanding, then continued asking based on her speculation. Agusheed, when you were so impulsive with Ciri that time, was it because you needed to vent your irritation? Frieren tilted her head, her silver white hair floating in the wind. Yes. Agusheed answered briefly. He lightly tapped Frieren's skull with his finger, making a dull sound. But the white-haired elf wasn't paying attention to that now. Having gotten an answer to one speculation, Frieren didn't stop there. Remembering what Agusheed had just mentioned, Frieren's eyes lit up. She freed herself from the large hand on her head and suddenly moved closer to Agusheed. What about when you actively attacked the Demon King's castle? Agusheed. The little magic sprout lowered her voice as much as possible, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Was that also because of irritation? Hearing Frieren bring up that dark chapter of his past. Agusheed gently shook his head, denying Frieren's guess. From the white-haired elf's perspective, her demon teacher's expression showed subtle changes for the first time. Without making Frieren wait long, Agusheed gave her an answer. Looking toward the distant forests and mountains, he replied softly. That time was because of anger. Anger. This word made Frieren freeze for a moment. Agusheed said. Anger. after confirming she hadn't misheard. Frieren looked at Agusheed with some astonishment. She unconsciously stepped back half a step, her boots making a crunching sound on the snow. The white-haired elf asked Agusheed back with an incomprehensible tone. Anger. Her voice rose slightly due to unprecedented surprise. Agusheed, you actually get angry sometimes. Agusheed sighed deeply, white mist dispersing from his lips. He reached out to brush away the accumulated snowflakes on Frieren's shoulders, his movements incredibly gentle. I simply haven't shown anger in front of you and Flamme. Agusheed's voice suddenly became ethereal and distant, as if reminiscing about something. 300 years ago, when I still retained some humanity. Anger was almost an everyday emotion for me. Frieren's brow furrowed even more. She stepped forward, her boots sinking into the soft snow pile again. Why? Agusheed didn't answer immediately. He lowered his head and asked his disciple, whose family and friends had all died at demon hands. Frieren, let me ask you, do you hate my kin who live by killing? Even without asking, you surely know the answer to that, right? Then what do you think? Agusheed's voice suddenly became low and struggling. He spoke with an emotion that even made Frieren feel oppressed. When I, who despise killing, see my kin taking others' lives, what kind of feelings do you think I harbor? Frieren opened her mouth but couldn't answer immediately. Believe me, Frieren. Agusheed's voice was so quiet it was almost inaudible. The killing and cruelty you've witnessed doesn't amount to 1% of what I've seen. You suffer because of that killing, naturally, I also harbor anger. And the target of this anger is His Majesty the Demon King, who sits high in the demon castle. Frieren's eyes widened slightly. She never expected Agusheed's reason for anger to be something like this. So you disregarded the power gap and attacked the demon castle alone. Although she could understand Agusheed's reason for anger, Frieren couldn't figure out why Agusheed would make the decision to single-handedly invade the demon castle with such a vast power difference. Frieren. I was young then, truly young. Agusheed's voice intertwined with a certain nostalgia and helplessness. So young that I believed there was no mage in the world who could defeat my severance magic. Whether it was those grand demons rumored to wield various powerful magics or the Demon King himself. At that time, I didn't regard any of them as a threat. This answer was somewhat unexpected for Frieren. She looked up at this stern teacher who could be described as low-key, trying to reconcile Agusheed's image with his younger self. Agusheed, were you really that blindly confident before? Hee. Frieren. Agusheed reached out and tapped Frieren's head again. If you could instantly take down 4 grand demons with 4 spatial severances in one encounter at age 200, you would become just as confident as I was then. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 58, Interlude, Solo Invasion of the Demon King's Castle. 300 years ago, the old Demon King's castle. Draped in an unremarkable black cloak, a tall and gaunt figure walked slowly toward this place through the rustling cold wind with heavy steps. He didn't hide his tracks, nor did he conceal his massive and conspicuous magical power. So naturally, the mages and demon generals guarding the outermost perimeter of the Demon King's castle all consciously began to distance themselves. They watched from afar at this unknown stranger, although they could feel the barely suppressible rage and hostility emanating from him. From beginning to end, no one dared to step forward to stop or fight him. This wasn't because of cowardice, much less fear. Rather, they were following the code that belonged to demonkind itself. Demons were a race that believed in magical supremacy, and one that placed individual life above all else. So, whether out of respect for magical power or cherishing of life, they had no reason to block or face an absolutely undefeatable existence. Even the Demon King and the various grand demons wouldn't blame them for retreating. Because at this moment, that being who released his magical power, covering the entire Demon King's castle, made all grand demons feel a deadly threat. This feeling, it's an unfamiliar kinsman, what's going on? Who exactly is this? Interesting, aside from His Majesty, this is the first time I've seen such outrageous magical power. Where's Schlacht? Didn't he foresee this sudden situation? Stop talking, let's prepare. We're probably about to have a fight. The communication between the 4 grand demons remaining at the Demon King's castle happened in an instant. Then the next moment, they began rushing toward that undisguised presence in their magical perception from their respective positions. But their speed was far from fast enough. At least absolutely not as fast as that unknown intruder. At this rate, that intruder would definitely disturb His Majesty the Demon King's peace before they arrived. This thought occurred not only to the grand demons, but also to several mages and generals who were rare among demonkind for their absolute loyalty to the Demon King himself. So, as expected, they violated the natural code that demonkind followed, recklessly choosing to step forward and block him. Unknown kinsman, stop. You cannot go any further. Ahead lies His Majesty the Demon King's bedchamber. Nameless Lord, please do not attempt to challenge His Majesty's authority. The first two mages to approach, who could be considered high-ranking among demonkind, called out to stop him. But it had no effect whatsoever. That figure completely treated them as air, still continuously approaching. There was no choice. Even though the unfamiliar kinsman before them was definitely one of the absolute highest-ranking beings. The two mages now had no choice but to act to stop him. However, they didn't succeed. Or rather, the moment they conceived the thought of blocking that figure in the distance. An ordinary slash that couldn't be detected by magical perception. Whose trajectory couldn't be observed. And which couldn't be blocked by any defense, had already bloomed across their chests. Vivid blood flowers flashed and vanished. Although the slash completely spared the two mages' lives, it undoubtedly caused them to completely lose any ability to act. But the blocking of this unknown figure hadn't ended there. The instant the two mages lost their ability to resist, 3 demon generals had already approached that figure. This would definitely work. Because the kinsman before them was undoubtedly a mage. And once a mage was approached by warriors, the result naturally needed no explanation. The 3 demon generals secretly breathed a sigh of relief, choosing to deal with the mage rather than blocking the warrior's approach. It seemed the kinsman before them was simply powerful in magical power alone. This was their thought at that moment. But the next moment, their faces were covered with absolute horror. Because this figure draped in a black cloak made no blocking movements whatsoever. He simply showed contemptuous eyes, then continued forward, completely ignoring everything. Crack. The moment the attack was about to land on him, invisible slashes caused the demon generals to lose consciousness instantly. They fell straight to the ground. From beginning to end, he didn't even raise his hand. Just by moving his eyelids, he subdued all guards except the grand demons. But to say those who stepped forward to block him were completely useless would be going too far. Because they did indeed make this unknown figure distracted for a moment. So, thanks to their efforts, just as this unknown figure was about to step onto the final step, the first grand demon remaining at the Demon King's castle finally arrived at the scene. Standing in the shadow of the giant door leading to the palace interior, blocking that unknown figure's path. I've never heard of such a powerful being existing among our kinsmen. What's your name? Why are you trespassing in the Demon King's castle? The grand demon who mastered space displacement magic asked without panic. His brief observation of that slash just now made him discover that although the slash couldn't be blocked, it could be completely avoided using space displacement magic. Since he had a compatibility advantage over this kinsman's magic, there was no need to rush into battle. First use words to stall him. Wait for everyone to gather, then take him down together, that would be good. This was the last thought of the grand demon who mastered space displacement magic before losing consciousness. An instant spatial severance directly severed all the space displacement magic surrounding him, leaving him with a hideous bloody mark from his left shoulder to right waist. If you want to fight, then fight. What's with all the nonsense? The unknown figure kicked the grand demon fallen before him aside like a roadside dog. Then was about to slice open the giant door in front of him. But the sudden appearance of 3 more figures made him divert his attention again. Stop here, kinsman. You've shown no killing intent from beginning to end, nor have you delivered fatal blows. This shows we still have room to talk, doesn't it? We don't want to hurt you, much less commit the despicable act of 3 against 1. If you stop here, we'll also stand down. How about it? I can feel that last strike took a great toll on you. You probably can't use that technique many times, right? Surrender. You have absolutely no chance of victory. 3 warnings and attempts at persuasion came almost simultaneously. But that unknown figure still had no intention of acknowledging them. However, he finally stopped walking. Do you scum always talk so much nonsense? Calm yet arrogant words rang in the ears of the 3 grand demons. Then, under their astonished gazes, that unknown figure turned his head with a sneer. Facing them, he slowly raised 2 fingers. Without warning. And with no way to block it. 3 strikes in an instant, all 3 hits landing. The 3 grand demons suspended in midair were brought down by those invincible spatial severances in a single encounter. Instantly losing all consciousness and ability to resist. Don't want to hurt me, surrender, you weaklings really are quite laughable. That unknown figure sliced the giant door in half with absolute contempt. Just before his steps were about to enter the inner halls of the Demon King's castle, he left one final statement for the grand demons unconscious on the ground. Get this straight, what you're facing is the world's strongest grand mage. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates.